Guys, let's see. I guess I need to. What's up, guys? How's it going? We are now live taking your week 4 questions. And let me get live on Instagram really quick, too, just so we can take some questions from Instagram also. And guys, we are here for pregame. We are here for first slate of games and second slate of games. We will have some people hopping on and off here to help me throughout the day. Kyle is sick, so it is just me for the most part. And then might have fantasy shot callers popping on here soon for a little pregame action. And then we will have JV show. Johnny from the JV show will be popping on for the first slate of games for about half of that. And we'll see who else pops on here and says hello. Here's fantasy shot callers here. Let's get Ben up on screen. What's up, Big Ben? How's it going,
man? Yo. Good, man. How are you?
Good. You're just going to want to make sure that you speak up enough for people to be able to hear you good. I know you're a little ways from your microphone. Oh, I see you with the Dunkin' Donuts. I see you, buddy.
It.
Is that pumpkin?
It is. I am a basic you-know-what today.
Dude, I'm a basic bitch all around. I'm not going to lie, dude. I love, especially Dunkin' Donuts pumpkin. It is so good. I'm telling you, Starbucks has nothing on it, man.
Right.
So I'm all about it. Cool. Thanks for joining me, man. This is Ben from Fantasy Shot Callers. You've probably seen his new show, Tackling the Tailgate. It is bomb, and we love it, other than how hungry it makes me. Oh, my gosh. It makes me so hungry. I'm like trying to get fantasy football advice, and my stomach is growling, and I can't hardly hear what you're saying.
In the future, we'll have instantaneous food. So, like, it'll be like one of those deals where, like, I'll be live doing a live cooking show, and they'll just drop in, I want that, and be like, okay, here you go.
Just like zap it to him like in Star Trek. Just like,
yeah, exactly.
Beam me some wings, man. Beam them to me. I love it. How's it going, man? You got all your lineups set for the day?
Yeah. I had to make a tough call, and I put in AB over Robert Woods.
Ooh, that is a tough call. But if Gronk's out, that's really not a bad choice, I don't think.
Yeah, and like Robert Woods has helped me over the years win a bunch of fantasy leagues. So like he's my boy. And so it took my co-host to tell me, like, hey bro, check yourself. Check your homer is.
Yeah, dude, it's hard because Bobby Trees has been pretty reliable in the past, and he's playing with a better quarterback, so it's hard not to just lean on that right now. But then you've got AB, who's he's looking good, so far when he's playing, and then again today with Gronk out. I mean, I think Brady's going to show out, so I think that's a good call right there.
Yeah.
Just wait until Bobby Trees actually does something.
Yeah.
He'll hit a groove at some point. He's just not there yet, so every week is just a gamble at this point.
What do you think about? I've been getting a lot of questions and stuff about Cameron Brate versus OJ Howard.
I'm not touching it, honestly. I've seen a lot of people picking up Brate.
Yeah.
And I just don't trust it. And between those two, if I'm picking one up, if Gronk's out and that's my choice, I have to go pick someone up. Oh, man. I think OJ Howard is a decent athlete, but I think I trust Brate more. I think his floor is a little higher, but it's still, neither one's great. Like, if you can avoid that at all costs, I would rather go play like a Hunter Henry or Johnny Smith.
Or Ferkser.
Yeah, Ferkser's a good one, I would prefer something like that than either one of those guys. And I almost guarantee Hunter Henry is available out there, but I trust that way more than I do Brate or OJ Howard. I think at this point.
Like, my thing is like last year before Gronk went to the Bucks, everyone was like, "Oh, Cameron Brate's going to be that dude. Cameron Brate's going to be that dude." But it was OJ Howard until he got injured.
Yep.
So I mean, even what little chemistry they did have, because if you remember, Brady didn't really pass to the tight end even when Gronk was playing because he was blocking just a bit more than he was receiving. So.
Right.
Like, my thing is like having OJ Howard, like, I'm just saying, like, if someone picked up Cameron Brate. I've been advising to try and go to O.J. Howard just for the fact that,
I mean, that's a good point. I mean,
yeah.
they had a little bit of chemistry before Gronk picked up. So,
well, and before O.J. Howard got hurt.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe that's kind of what it is. Maybe it's a "what have you done for me lately" sort of thing that's going into my head there, and I think that's probably what most people are falling trap to with Brate versus Howard. So
yeah,
I actually think you make a good point there. Maybe if you have to go one of them, Howard may be your better bet actually. Mm-hmm. So I think that's a solid argument for that. We got Alp over here in the chat. What up, man? Thanks for coming back to us this week. He has a flex question for us. He wants to know Odell Beckham or Deontay Johnson at flex. What do you think, Ben?
Let's see. I'm going to be bold and go OBJ.
Okay.
I trust it's literally one fact, and I've already talked about this. You got to know your personnel. I trust Baker Mayfield more than I do Ben Roethlisberger this year.
Yep.
And with the different weapons on the Steelers, I mean, Claypool is out, but also that does put more attention on the other two wide receivers in the dancing TikToker Juju and Deontay. And all you got in Cleveland is what? Rashard Higgins and Donovan Peoples-Jones and maybe Austin Hooper. So OBJ is going to be a high upside this week. Also, it speaks something that the Browns are playing the Vikings with one of the worst secondaries in the league. That's why they're not undefeated, because their defense has been.
Yep. Offense has been great. Defense has sucked. It's like a Dallas Cowboys 2.0, sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm actually agreeing with you. I would roll Odell Beckham on that one. He's obviously the number one wide receiver there right now with Landry out. So his quarterback is 100 times better right now. Ben Roethlisberger just not looking good. So I mean, Najee Harris got, what was that, 19 targets? He was 14 of 19
targets.
That's ridiculous. So that's showing there where Big Ben's arm is at right now.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's just not great. It looks like we got that same. Oh no, we got a different question over here on Instagram from Hillcock. He wants to know Allen Robinson or Odell Beckham.
Same, OBJ.
Yeah, I'm rolling OBJ on that too.
But it's not that I don't trust. Well, I don't trust Fields for the reason I really don't trust Nagy. And, Flojo made a good point, or made a good quote, like, don't get Nagy'd.
Don't get Nagy'd. I've said that like 3 times since I saw that. That was great, man.
Great.
Fantasy Flojo with the don't get Nagy'd. I love that. I agree with you, and I want to see Justin Fields perform well, and Nagy learn the error of his ways before I'm playing Allen Robinson. I just traded for him in our Vegas league, but I'm nervous about it. I mean, it was a buy low and just pray, because I'm nervous about him.
My homegirl, the other one.
Yep. But I was also afraid to get rid of Swift, because I think Swift is. I think he's more solid this year than people expected.
I picked him up. My co-host dropped him last year, just because he was hurt and like not kind of not performing. And I picked him up. I put him in like just on a whim, and he scored me like 26 points. And then he was like injured here and there, but he ended up helping me win a championship. And then this year I was like, I'm gonna draft him, and then they started coming out with all this injury stuff, and I'm like, oh, I can't do this again. But I mean, if he can stay healthy, he could be top 5 running back, honestly.
I agree. And we drafted him in another dynasty league. We drafted him number 9 overall, just because, I mean, running backs, it was like he was the 9th running back off the board at that point, which was interesting. And so we snagged a young running back while we could, being in dynasty. And people were just like, oh my gosh, I can't believe he's your number 1. But now he's performing, so it actually makes us look pretty good. And Jamal Williams, the news about Jamal Williams and everything. I mean, it made us overall just very, very nervous. But
And the
he
Lions are doing
well.
the Lions are doing a good thing with taking a page out of Stefanski's playbook with the two running backs and how they're using them.
Yep.
Because they're, especially for fantasy, they're not performing as well because they're just not the same caliber of running backs as Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt, but they make a valid competition in the running back committee. I would argue to say they are top 3 in running back committee in fantasy.
I would think you would have a good argument there, honestly. I mean, they're both producing quite evenly. I mean, Swift a little bit more just because Swift is getting, in PPR league, Swift's getting a lot more catches, right? So he's racking up more fantasy production that way, which adds to his value big time. But, I just had a trade accepted in one of my leagues.
Oh.
But it's not me. So it's not me. I had some trades sitting out there, and I was hoping it was me, but it wasn't me. That's sad. Alp came back. He was the one with OBJ or Deontay Johnson at flex, and he says the only thing though is that Deontay Johnson gets like a guaranteed 10+ targets, but Odell Beckham does have much more upside with Mayfield as quarterback. Yeah, I agree. He gets a lot of targets, but I mean, Odell Beckham being the number 1 also going to get a lot of targets. I can't remember what he ended up getting last week, but let me see here. I might be able to pull that up. Let's see if I can see how many targets he had last week. And he had 9 targets last week.
Wow.
On his first week back out of an ACL injury. That's pretty good. And he only had 5 receptions, but it was for 77 yards. That's pretty decent after not playing for as long as he did. Now chemistry will be back a little bit. Yeah, I don't hate that. I think I would still roll Odell Beckham there, no problem.
I just really don't trust. If it was last year, I'd go Deontay.
Oh, easy. Yeah, I agree with that.
I mean, it looks like the steroids wore off, or Big Ben Roethlisberger, and his beard, he's becoming Santa. He's traveling around the world and not really getting down to throwing that pigskin too much.
Yeah, man, he's not helping his elves out very much. I also like Odell Beckham's matchup a lot better. Like you said, that Minnesota defense just doesn't look great. So versus a Green Bay defense, it's doing decent.
Just remember, I mean, it like their whole defense really doesn't matter. It just matters about Jair Alexander, like one of the top corners in the league. That's who's going to be covering Deontay Johnson.
Yep.
And who you got? Maybe in like a 4-3 coverage, you got Harrison Smith. Harrison Smith is like a poor man's Marcus Peters. He gets interceptions. I mean, his coverage is all right, but I mean, I'd go OBJ because OBJ also has like 5 inches on him too. So yeah, I would go Odell Beckham there, no problem. So, I had another question over here on Instagram, and it was Allen Robinson or CEH. I'm going to say CEH on that one. As obviously as a flex.
Yeah.
Man.
That's tough, huh?
Yeah. Is there anyone else on your team?
I highly doubt it. Those are 2 pretty high draft pick players. I mean, I agree.
It sounds like a 10. If those 2 are at your flex, it has to be a 10-man league.
I would assume so. Or you've done some monster trading.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm rolling CEH on that one.
Like the only reason I would roll CEH is because that counteracts my okay. The thing is if CEH had a good game last week, right?
Yeah.
They lost. CEH handled the ball the week before. They lost because of him. So it's that and the other factor that running backs, and Kareem Hunt is an anomaly, don't succeed in the new Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid offense. They just don't. It's a proven fact. And they're good a couple games here and there throughout the year, but their consistency is not there. In full PPR, I'd probably take Allen Robinson, to be honest. If he can get 7 receptions for 30 yards, I think he outscores CEH.
I just feel like the Chiefs are going to go up over Philadelphia. They're going to come out with vengeance this week, and I think they're going to just tear up Philadelphia and run the ball more at the end of the game. I think there's just going to be opportunity there for – it might be garbage time points, but I feel like CEH is going to get his chance for some production down there late in the game, just because I feel like Philly doesn't stand a chance against KC.
Yeah, I mean, honestly – it's going to be a little bit of a test to that KC defense because that KC defense has looked boo-boo this year so far.
So bad, dude. It's
even
so
with
bad.
Tyrann Mathieu coming back from COVID, maybe he hasn't fully he's not fully back, one mentally and 2 just physically because I mean it depends how bad he had it. But on the other end, they're making kind of bonehead decisions. There are those games on Sundays sometimes where that it's kind of a shootout, and the Chiefs will win, but I don't think Jalen Hurts is too pleased with his performance last week.
Yeah, I agree, and I think Jalen Hurts is going to come out better this week. I do think that offense is going to produce a little bit, and that might be a pretty interesting game. But I still think Casey is going to come out with a vengeance. Here's my problem with Jalen Hurts. He makes too many mistakes. And I know he's cleaned it up a little bit, but I watched him enough in college and was frustrated with him enough in college days that he just makes bonehead mistakes.
Yeah.
And so it's very frustrating, and it's going to lose them games. So I don't know. I just have a feeling Kansas City has to get it together at some point, right? So
yeah, they have to win this game.
I think against Philly, that's probably when they're going to have their best chance at getting it together to put them on pace for this year.
Yeah, for sure.
Going to see. I know I had some more. Oh, that was a trade question. This guy, that's hard, though, because you're not going to be able to see his team. But a guy offered him Najee Harris, Josh Jacobs, and A.J. Brown, who's hurt, for Stephon Diggs and Robert Woods.
Oh, yeah, I talked to this guy earlier.
Did you? He's just hitting up everybody.
We figured it out.
I did the same. He ended up accepting that trade, by the way.
That one?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Well, I think he took that one because he asked me if they removed Woods and Jacobs from it, if it was still a good trade. But I think he said that he accepted that one.
What's his name?
Landon.
Yeah. So we were chatting, and he ended up going A.J. Brown and Najee for Stephon Diggs.
Oh, okay. He probably went that then because he asked me about that too. Yeah.
And I asked him, well, do you think you can win the next 2 weeks without Stephon Diggs and with your wide receivers? And I also asked him, does it go through today? And he said no. And then that's when I was like, do it.
That's when I took another trade yesterday, trading for McCaffrey in a deal, and I have Chuba Hubbard right now. Mm-hmm. And I accepted it because Mixon was in the deal, so it wouldn't go through until after this week. So very strategic there. I don't think the other guy realized that he was needing help this week. He's 0-3. And I don't think he realized it wasn't going to go through until next week. Oh, man. Really bad. So
sucks to suck.
Yep, exactly. So just hitting up this 7 o'clock. What's up, man? How's it going? He said Philly adding Watson. I could see it. Philadelphia has no standards, so they have no morals.
He's going to the Steelers.
He should go to the Steelers. I think that would be a smart move. The Steelers need a quarterback bad, really
And
bad.
the Steelers do endorse sexual predators on their team, so
Right. I mean, they let Ben play, so they're going to let Watson play, right? I was just about to say the same thing. I love that so much. We have another one over here on Instagram. Ingram or Higbee at tight end, full PPR?
Higbee.
Yeah, I would say Higbee on that one too.
Another guy, Saints defense is for real.
Yeah, I agree. I would not do Ingram there at all. And they seem to be setting up Higbee on some screen passes and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They're looking to get him the ball. So that's how he scored last week, and I saw that a couple times. Another guy asked Melvin Gordon or Cordero Patterson. I'm going Cordero on that one.
Yeah,
Patterson for sure.
And just remember, you can slot him in your wide receiver or your running back. So
not in ESPN.
Oh, really?
ESPN, he's just running back because I tried that trick, and he's just running back. It's ESPN.
ESPN they just is so boo-boo.
Yeah. So ESPN messing things up. What can I say? Here we got another one over here from All-Star Gamer. He wants to know Hopkins, Mike Williams, Thielen, or McLaurin. Pick 2, full PPR. Let me just say, oh, boo-hoo, I feel so bad that you're in this issue right now.
Yeah, right? Man, I hope one of those is going in your flex, too.
Jeez, oh, Pete. That's ridiculous. What would you say on that? I'm going to look up a couple matchups here just because I'm a little unsure. But if you already know them, then go for it.
I'm going to go McLaurin and Hopkins.
Okay. Yep.
I mean, even with Hopkins being shadowed by Jalen Ramsey, I know he hasn't had good games. But at the same time, I mean, Kyler Murray has gotten better. They're going to have to play coverage on him because he is just running this year. And I think Hopkins will hop his way into the end zone. So I see that working out. Also, I see a down week from Mike Williams and Adam Thielen. Adam Thielen against a Browns defense that is pretty solid all around, is going to create pressure to Kirk Cousins. And, McLaurin in full PPR, that's the only way I would go because he's going to have a bunch of receptions for maybe not a lot of yardage. He looked really good a couple weeks ago, had an all right game last week. But I think it's more of the upside rather than the sure thing in this one.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. Hopkins and McLaurin. McLaurin should do very well this week. Mm-hmm. I have a feeling. So, yeah, I'm going to go with that as well. Hopkins and McLaurin. Let's see. We had
and they're playing Atlanta. Forget about it.
Yeah, exactly. That's not even let's see. I had to pick 3 of those guys, LOL. Did Josh wanted us to pick 3 of those guys. So another guy came in and said pick 3 of those guys. Of those 4, which one would you sit?
I'm sitting Mike Williams.
Dude, we're on the same page right now. I'm thinking the exact same thing. Mike Williams is the sit there, and Josh is going to hate us for that because he's a huge Mike Williams believer. He's the believer of Mike Williams. Here's Josh with Montgomery or Carson today.
Carson.
Okay. Even with that Montgomery matchup against the Lions?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I advise someone Montgomery in another, but that's because it was a DFS question. So Montgomery can be cheaper. That's a good DFS matchup. Chris Carson playing against San Francisco. Yeah, again, don't get naggied, right?
Yeah, that's one. Yeah, that's my main thing. And Bobby Wagner can't do everything on that defense.
Yeah, it's a safety call for me. I would go with the higher floor with Chris Carson. I think is where I'm going with that. Josh, see, I told you, he loves Mike Williams.
Yep, but you got to work on your grammar, buddy. It's you are crazy, not you're crazy.
I don't know.
Who's crazy is it? Is it your crazy?
I own my crazy, so it is my crazy. That's funny. 7. This is in response to our Ben Roethlisberger. And, Oh, damn, we just lost the sub from Josh.
Unsubbing? Wow.
No, we all know that's a joke, Josh. We love you, buddy. All right, let's see. Carson, do I start Thielen or Hopkins for my wide receiver? We kind of just talked about that, and Hopkins is going to be our choice there.
Yes.
Yeah.
100.
Hunted's definitely go with Hopkins there. Okay, let's see. I feel like we already touched on that one. Trying to keep track of both of these feeds here.
Mm-hmm.
Feels like I had another question over here. My computer will work. Okay, starting Chuba Hubbard or Jacoby Myers in a PPR league in a flex.
You got to trust the running back in this one.
Yep, I agree. I agree. I say Chuba Hubbard on that one. That Dallas defense is suspect, and that's coming from a Dallas Cowboys fan. So, yeah.
It's like two things that I preach is knowing your personnel, and lately I've been preaching product of your environment, and that's why Mike Davis is not succeeding in Atlanta. Because the scheme in Carolina just favors the running back to be that pass-catching back, and that O-line is awesome. Matt Rule, Joe Brady, great coaches, and that's why Chuba Hubbard is going to do fine. I mean, he did fine last week, and that was after CEH went down and not playing a full game. So with him starting, I think he'll do just fine.
Yeah, I think he fits as a nice backup to McCaffrey, no doubt about it. I mean, yeah, I'm rolling Chuba Hubbard on that one for sure. Is it Chuba or Chuba? I think it's Chuba. Just FYI, those Canadians, they're
he's Canadian.
Yeah, he played at Oklahoma State, and being from Oklahoma, know way too much about Chuba Hubbard, unfortunately. But
gotcha.
Yeah, so he's Canadian, which is kind of interesting. Let's see. How about Carson or Hunt? What do you think on that one?
Oh, man. Those are like two of my boys.
Yeah, that's toughy.
I mean, again, one of those boo-hoo questions.
Exactly. Oh, I feel so bad for you.
Let's see.
I mean, again, that Minnesota defense or the San Francisco defense. I don't even know what I would go with.
Here, I'll give you this one. I don't think you got to go with your gut. Go with your gut, because my gut is saying Kareem Hunt, especially after last week. But at the same time, Chris Carson's going to eat.
Yeah, I mean, the volume's there for sure. And that run defense isn't by any means special. I'm just wondering that run defense is not great in Minnesota. And does that play more to Hunt or Chubb?
Yeah.
And so I'm thinking that might play more to Chubb this week. I think Carson is the safer play, but
100%.
Josh says, I think I want the chance for a boom from my flex. If you're wanting like the chance for a boom, I could see a Hunt argument there. If you're wanting some like for sure production, I think you go Carson. And my style of play is Carson. I'm that safer play. I want the higher floor. But if you can afford to go with that, the strategy of like I'm really looking for that boom for my flex, then maybe Hunt is your guy. You know, that's boo-hoo. What a horrible situation to be in. But that's your flex option, Carson and Hunt. Insert grown man baby here. Like, I don't feel bad about that at all. What's up, OneCast? How's it going, man? How's it going, Max?
Hey, yo.
Let's see if I got any more questions over here on IG. I feel like I did, but maybe on another account, and I can't really click over there very fast. So maybe that's all I got on that one. So, cool. I don't really have any more questions coming in. I'm going to check some of my lineups, maybe. See if I got anything that I had questions on. Elijah Mitchell not playing today, so
he's not. Oh, geez. Okay.
That's the alert I got earlier, so I had to go sub him out of 2 of my lineups.
Yeah, I got to go get into sleeper
because that's an interesting development.
That kind of sucks.
Yeah, it really does. Kind of. At the same time, yeah, Josh, shoot any questions you got our way, man. It kind of makes the lineup easier, right? If you've got Sermon, cool. Now you get to go ahead and start Sermon. You know not to start Elijah Mitchell, because I was actually on the fence there. Like, how much is he going to get to touch the ball if he's like halfway hurt and stuff? So that kind of clears up that backfield a little bit. And I'm curious to see what Sermon does again this week. So I'm actually kind of happy about it. Like, it kind of hurts me in some leagues, but at the same time, it makes decisions easier for me. So I'm not totally heartbroken.
That begs me a question of, do I go, and this is in the 16-team Warzone of Attrition League with Warzone Sports Network, and it's crazy. And so Elijah Mitchell, I have to bench him from my flex, and that comment is awesome. That brief look of panic on Ben's face when Mitchell is out.
So true.
So I have to sub out Elijah Mitchell. Do I go Jalen Reagor, Quintez Cephas, or Larry Roundtree? Or Tyler Conklin?
Rager, however you say his name. I think that's who I'm going with on that. Just because the pass volume is going to have to be there today against Kansas City, I would assume.
Yeah.
So I think opportunity is going to be there.
I think that's the right play.
I'm pretty sure I actually am playing. Yeah, I put him same issue because sub-zoned in. Same issue when they said Mitchell was out. I actually put him in too. So that's funny. What are the odds of that? Now that I'm looking at it, my other options were Tyson Williams, who I don't trust as far as I can pick him up and throw him now.
Yeah.
Ramondre Stevenson, who I just picked up as a stash play down the line in case he comes in with White being hurt and Damian Harris not being trusted. And Jamison Crowder, who it's his first week back. I don't trust that quite yet, right? So, I think Rager's the play there.
In my other league, I have Pascal, Cephas, and this is Dynasty. Darnell Mooney, the wide receiver 1, Westbrook Ikini.
Yeah.
And I have to put one in for Elijah Mitchell.
I think I'm going Westbrook on there. And they have not a great matchup, but he's going to be the guy, right?
Yeah.
Him and Ferks are probably – and I think just the show of volume he got last week, I think the volume's just going to be there. So I think that's kind of a safer bet. PPR league?
Yes.
Yeah, I think the targets are going to be there for him. I think you kind of have to go roll with that one. What's up, bald guy? I don't think you have to. I think that's who I would go with there, I think.
Well, I'm going to go with it.
Oh, crap. Remember, you're the one that pushed the buttons.
You're right. You're very right. Last one. It's an RB heavy league with extra stats. So I have Kenyon Drake, Leonard Fournette, Ty Johnson, Larry Roundtree in the flex. I mean, I can also put in like Parker, Curtis Samuel, Galladay, Rager.
You got anyone worth plugging in? Just kidding.
Yeah, right? Shit. I may go Curtis Samuel.
Oh, gonna risk that, huh?
Yeah. I'm already 0-3. I mean, why not?
Yeah, I hear that. Yeah, the 0-3. I've never been 0-3 in my 11 years playing, and I'm having that in 2 leagues this year, and it's driving me crazy because I have a better roster than that. But in both of those leagues, I have the most points scored against me, and one of them I have the least points scored for. But the points scored against me are like 100 points more than any other team. Like it's that big of a difference. I'm just getting annihilated from week to week, just playing the high score in both of those.
For real.
And,
yeah.
But when you have 10 leagues, I mean, that's gonna happen, right?
I'm in 11. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, I mean, here we got another question here from Josh. He says, Corey Davis, Tim Patrick, or Renfro?
I'm going Corey Davis.
Same. Revenge game, right?
Revenge. Arr, they stole my treasure.
At some point, though, like, do we start trusting Renfro to keep producing? Because, I mean, he's sitting on waivers. I think no one just trusts it.
I think that's what it is, too. I picked him up this week, and then I ended up dropping him just to I think I picked up I picked up Curtis Samuel. That's right. But at the same time, I mean, it's becoming a slot receiver game nowadays. The booms are from the slot now, not from the outside wideout. So, Renfro's in that slot with what's his face? Jameson Crowder back. It may take some touches away from Corey Davis, but it may take some defense away from Corey Davis too.
That's my thought. Yep.
And there's basically no defense in that Tennessee secondary.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That Tennessee secondary is horrible.
Yeah. But I like Tim Patrick going forward, though, depending on the matchup. All three of these are matchup related, and Renfro is going against a very underrated Chargers secondary.
Yeah. I just don't trust him to keep producing. I don't know. Kind of like Lockett, like I just didn't trust Lockett to keep producing.
Yeah.
At the pace he is. It's just hard to keep up production like that. But Renfro even more so. It's not like he's putting up touchdowns. He's just getting a lot of receptions, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think I go Corey Davis on that for sure. That Tennessee defense is not looking great.
Ka-choo.
Yep, exactly.
All aboard.
I think that's all I got now. I'm also organizing getting JV show on here for when he's ready to come on for first slate of games, which is coming up in 20 minutes. Holy cow.
Oh, well, I think it's that time.
Yeah, I was going to say, I just noticed what time it was, and I think it's past time that you were able to be on. So you need to go set some lineups, my man.
I do. I think I pretty much got everything set. I just need to have my cool down relaxation before I get all, let's go.
Before you get all wired up, man.
Or before I get like, time to go back to sleep.
Yeah, that's about where I get about 20 minutes in when I'm already getting throttled. And I'm just like, screw fantasy football. This sucks. I hate it. We're all kind of like that, right? We're kind of bipolar when it comes to fantasy football. Yeah,
I mean, our moods are all boom and no bust.
Exactly, man. All boom, no bust.
Exactly.
It's funny how fantasy football, you love it, and then you hate it, right?
Oh, man, yeah.
So this last Christmas, it was my son's, first Christmas, and I yelled after Kamara scored his 5th touchdown on me, worst Christmas ever. This is the worst Christmas ever. And my wife was just so mad. She was giving me crap about it yesterday even. She gives me crap about it all the time. And I'm like, I was just mad at fantasy football, right? But it was the championship week, and Kamara was hitting me up for all these touchdowns, and I was just so angry.
It was the best Christmas ever.
And I ended up winning anyways. But
nice.
It was a great Christmas anyway. But I was like, I love that Christmas. I was like, it was just for that 3-hour period of time. I was just really pissed off. So
I had I only played in 2 leagues last year, and I had Kamara in both. So
nice.
I was very happy. Yeah,
and that's good. I won my league that I had Kamara, and I won the one that I was playing against him. So it was a good year, man. But you don't have to look at your watch. I'll let you go. No, I'm just kidding.
No. It's an Apple Watch, so like I don't have my phone out here.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Alrighty, well, I'm gonna let you go. Go get set for the day, and we'll holler at you later, my man. Thanks for joining us today.
Sounds good.
See you, buddy.
Peace out.
Again, that was Ben with Fantasy Shot Callers. That was joining us there. I'm actually gonna leave that logo. I was gonna move that logo, but I'll keep it top and center there. Thanks for joining us, guys. I am trying to set up Johnny with the JV show, who comes on every Sunday and helps us out with the play-by-play and everything. Yeah. Yep. Let's see. Instead, I'll let him know. There you go. Let him get that link to come on in here when he's ready. Again, Kyle is sick. That's why he's not joining us today. So you get to look at my lovely face all damn day. How lucky are you? My wife would tell you you are unlucky. She has to do it all the time. She can speak from experience. So I'm going to keep going through my lineups here. I am just going to double check that I don't have anything that I want to switch out or anything like that. Getting killed by injury. So that's making some of my lineups just super ugly. It's disgusting. The kind of decisions I'm having to make in some of these leagues. Not used to, well, I am used to that, but not in some of these leagues. Let's see. Aaron Rodgers, Derrick Henry. Allen Robinson needs to produce. If he starts producing, I have a sweet team. My main dynasty league. But I'm not switching in like a Rondell Moore or Almon St. Brown or a Zach Pascal or Jamison Crowder. I'm not putting those guys in over an Allen Robinson, I mean, at some point he's bound to produce. So I feel like there's a little delay on my video as well, but that's cool. I'm cool with it. Alrighty, I'm going to keep going through my lineups here. I've got Chuba Hubbard. That was a good pickup. Spent way too much on him. I'm actually playing Javonte Williams as a flex today in a league over guys like Latavius Murray, because I just don't trust that backfield at all. Kenyon Drake. Yeah, I think I'm playing Javonte Williams. Damian Harris, I just don't trust right now because of things going on there. Plus, it's a running back in New England is never trustworthy, right? So, let's see. And that's in my flex. So I'm also playing him over guys like Jalen Reagor, Marcus Callaway, Westbrook Ikhine, or however you say his name. Number one wide receiver there right now. But it's not a great matchup. And I still think I like a running back there better. And I think Williams is going to do pretty decent. Again, not looking at projections. He's projected lower, but I think his opportunity is going to be there. So I'm going to roll with Williams on that one. Let's see. We got another one. That's the one I was talking about with Ben just a second ago where Swift is paying off for us. We got him like 9th overall pick. My issue is my tight end position with Kittle. Kittle plays the late game today, and that makes me really nervous because he plays at 3:05 and he's questionable. We're not going to know until they come out with their final report there. So I don't like that. I don't like that at all. But what I do have is Jonnu Smith on my bench that if for some reason they rule out Kittle, then I can sub in Jonnu Smith who plays on Sunday night. So I have a backup plan there, which is always a good idea when you've got questionable players playing in that second. You always want a backup plan. In another league, I have the same issue. If he gets ruled out, I can move him to my IR spot really quick and pick up. I think Johnny might be available in there too, so not a bad situation to be in there. So Miles asked, Miles Sanders or Sermon? I feel like this is a trick question because his name's Miles, so I think he wants Miles Sanders. I think I'm actually going to say, let me just look at something. I think I'm going Trey Sermon on that. With Elijah Mitchell out, Sermon's kind of the guy. That Seattle defense is not doing too good. Miles Sanders playing against Kansas City, I actually might like Gainwell more in that offense this week than I do Miles Sanders. I think he might be game planned out of it a little bit because they're going to need a pass. I think we saw a little bit of that last week against the Cowboys. Miles Sanders didn't get to produce because he kind of got game planned out of it. And I see that same thing maybe happening for Miles Sanders this week. I think I'm rolling Trey Sermon on that, even though Trey Sermon hasn't really produced much. I like his chances more today, and I see Miles Sanders having another down week just based off of game plan. So, Miles, I would roll with Sermon on that one. Let's see. I'll go back to some of my lineups really quick. I think I have this one set again. Oh, this one I'm starting Cordero Patterson and Mike Davis. Right, they're playing Washington defense. Cordero Patterson right now is just looking pretty good, and I have him in a wide receiver slot. In Sleeper, he can do wide receiver or running back. So I actually am playing Patterson in a wide receiver slot, and guys, that's pretty money right now to be able to do that. Mike Davis is sitting there in my flex spot, and I don't really have great options subbing in for him. This is a really deep dynasty league, and I don't really have another great option there, honestly. So I just kind of got to roll with that. But I don't hate it. They're both producing, and a good point was brought up earlier in the week with Mike Davis on our Boom Bust Interactive on Tuesday night. That Mike Davis is actually producing decent points. He's got anywhere from 10 to 13 points week to week, right? But he hasn't scored a touchdown. He scores a touchdown in one of those weeks. And this is still a totally different conversation, right? Like Mike Davis, totally worthwhile if he scores a touchdown. So he's producing that much. And he's getting targets. He's getting 6 targets, 7 targets, 4 targets. So in the last 2 games, Tampa Bay, he got 7 for 7 targets. And the Giants, he got 4 for 4 targets. That's pretty good. So not bad. And I like this, trading Chuba Hubbard for Miles Sanders from Harry Wolf. Honestly, yeah. I mean, Chuba Hubbard is temporary. He's going to help right now. And Miles Sanders, not really helpful right now. Like, again, this week, I think he's not going to do great. But unless that offense just does well, or maybe their strategy today is also just run the ball and keep Kansas City off the field, it's possible. It's possible. But Chuba Hubbard is temporary. So Miles Sanders is long-term. I think that's a good deal. If you can get that kind of value straight up, then heck yeah, I say do that. Let's see, just double checking over here. Zach Moss or Mike Davis? Ooh, that's a good question. Let me just look up against Houston. I think I'm going Zach Moss there, Team Alvarez, just because that matchup against Houston is really good, and they keep just. I think they want Moss to be their guy. Yeah, no problem, Harry. I think they want Zach Moss to be the guy there. They're giving him every opportunity. He's getting red zone runs, those goal line runs and stuff. And they're playing Houston, which that defense is terrible. So, yeah, I think Zach Moss over Mike Davis on that. But again, Mike Davis is doing fine, but Zach Moss, I feel like, has more touchdown opportunity today. So that's who I'm going with. Hurts or Russell Wilson? That's interesting. I'm rolling Hurts in multiple leagues. That's tricky because they're pretty even, honestly. Again, Hurts though, they're going to be throwing the ball a lot. That Kansas City defense, really bad, and I think Russell Wilson's not having that MVP quality year again, so I think I'm going to roll Hurts on that one. And just looking here on Fantasy Pros, just have their rankings up, just kind of looking at stuff. And they have Russell Wilson at 6 and Jalen Hurts at 7. So it's not super helpful because they're super close. But I think I'm actually putting Jalen Hurts over Russell Wilson there. Let me check. Put out some rankings this week on quarterback rankings. Let me just double check my own rankings and see where I have them. I have them same. I have Russell Wilson over Jalen Hurts. I don't know why I did that. I would probably roll Jalen Hurts over Russell Wilson. And it's not necessarily, I guess that's not just my rankings. Those are a conglomeration of different people there. Dak Prescott or Hurts in another league. Ooh, good issue to have. That's tough. Against Carolina, Dak Prescott or Hurts against Kansas City. I never thought I would really say to start Hurts over Dak. Would I consider it? Oh, you have Amari Cooper. I would play the stack. I like that stack a lot. And Amari is probably going to have a better week this week than he has the last two. I trust that. Carolina, they're going to have to throw. Yeah, I would probably roll. I would probably roll with Dak to go with Amari there, just because that's fun. I'm also a Dallas Cowboys fan, so I'm trying to decide if my bias comes in there, but I'm also an OU fan, so my Jalen Hurts bias comes in there. So I feel like that's making me kind of neutral. I think I'm still going to go Dak because of that stack. I really like that stack with Amari Cooper too. They're going to have to throw the ball, and Dak Prescott looks really good this year. I really like how Dak's looking. So in your first question, I'd go Hurts over Wilson and probably Dak over Hurts for the other league. And then all your eggs aren't in one basket, right? So if Hurts has a bad week, now you're only you can't hear me? Interesting. Oh, okay, weird. I had a low battery thing pop up, and I think it probably messed something up there for a sec. So I'm saying Dak over Hurts in one league and Hurts over Wilson in the other. And that keeps you from having all your eggs in one basket as well. Because if Hurts ends up having a bad week for some weird reason or gets hurt or something like that, you're only screwed in one league and not both. So, I think that's probably another reason, but it's not the main reason. But I think that's also another reason for that. Dallas just took the field, guys. We are a couple minutes from kickoff here. Nice. Like that. We're 4 minutes from kickoff. Once we go to kickoff, I'm going to close down Instagram, and then we're going to keep streaming all day. We're going to stream all dang day over on YouTube. And actually, let me get my fantasy cast ready here. I almost forgot because we're going to need that to make sure that we're keeping up with all of the scores and keeping everyone updated. To get that going, so that we are good to go. And if anyone has any last second questions, ask them now or forever hold your peace. Forgot the Panthers are 3-0. They are looking really good, guys. Whoa! Here's me start Fantasy Cast. Thanks for the commercial, ESPN. Appreciate that. Any last second questions, guys? If no, we're almost up. Getting your lineups all set, ready to go. Alrighty, I got Fantasy Cast going now. Let's see. Chiefs Eagles, that's a good game. Browns Vikings should be really good. Panthers Cowboys, like that. That Bears Lions game would be pretty good. I think the Bills are going to annihilate the Texans. And Washington and Falcons. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how that goes. Not super high on that one. If Washington had Fitzpatrick, that'd be a way more interesting game there. All right, let me double check my Instagram. I may have missed a couple on one of the accounts, but it's hard to say. I just can't switch over there really quickly, so I'm not super worried about it. I'm going to close out IG. All that good. Okay. Cool. Oh, here's the one last second one. Gaskin, Henderson, Jamal Williams, PPR. I guess I'm picking one out of that. I guess is what I'm supposed to be doing. How many do I pick, Greg? How many do I pick? Oh man, running out of time. Yeah, one. Okay. Leaning with Gaskin plays Indianapolis and Henderson plays Arizona. I think I'm going Henderson on this. Let me double check his latest injury update here. No, I take that back. I think I'm going Gaskin. Not Jamal Williams in PPR because Swift pretty much gets all the PPR there. I think Gaskin is your safer one just because typically I would go Henderson, but we don't know his workload with that injury, and that makes me nervous. Not knowing what that's going to look like. Because Arizona's run defense isn't horrible, and then that injury makes me nervous. We just don't know at what capacity he's going to be used today. So I would go Gaskin there. Ooh, never thought I'd say that. Only because of Henderson's injury. Just making sure I put that out there. It's the only thing that's making me say that. So, let's see. I think that pretty much does it for that. Kickoff is coming up like right meow. So, let's see. It is noon my time. So that is kickoff time here. Dallas is still a commercial break before. So once these games kick off, we'll just continue on. We'll do a play-by-play of all the scores here and all the big plays to kind of keep you up to date. There is Johnny. Let's bring on Johnny. What's up, Johnny?
Doing good, man. What's going on?
Oh, just enjoying a day of streaming here. So
I'm excited. I'm excited to get into things today. It's
yeah, man.
It's definitely going to be a wild week, but personally, I'm waiting for tonight's game. That's the big one. I'm excited to watch that Patriots-Bucks game.
Yeah, I'm glad we're not we don't stream the Sunday night game so that I actually get to just enjoy that because that's going to be a fun one. I'm excited for it for sure. I'm sad Gronk is out though because that would have been just fantastic.
Yeah, I would have put the icing on the cake, but I mean the focus point's on Brady, but definitely Gronk. He still had that legacy in New England, right? So
absolutely. Yep, that would have been great. I'm going to share this. No, I'm not. I'm not going to share that to IGTV. I'm going to delete that. That is a lot going on there. An hour-long show on IGTV does not sound fun. Okay. Plus, I don't want to have to type out the description and blah, blah, blah. And it's pregame stuff, so no one really cares about that anymore. Has 0 shelf life.
right.
Get all my stuff put together here. Kyle is out sick, so it's you and me here for a little bit, and then I think I'm riding solo the rest of the day. So, yeah, that'll be fun. But we have some regulars that'll pop in here, I'm sure, and keep me company. That'll be a lot of fun. But I'm glad you could make it on, as usual. Always a good time with you. So I'm gonna
for sure
get ready to go here.
Yeah, we're gonna start things. I think in about a minute here. Games either starting or already started.
Yeah, they should be. I don't have anything going on my fantasy cast yet, but I'm also watching this Dallas game, and they have not kicked off yet. So I'll be curious to see if my fantasy cast is just not working or if we actually haven't kicked anything off yet. So we're about to find out because live TV kick. Oh, man. I'm pumped. I get pumped every Sunday. I just love it, man. Of course, my Cowboys get the ball first, so that's always exciting. What a great day.
Can't ask for anything better. Cowboys Panthers looks like they're the first game to kick off. Who do you have coming out of that one?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I'm going to go with Cowboys just because they're at home.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think if they were playing in Carolina, I think I would actually go Carolina. But I think with the Cowboys playing at home, I think they're going to get it rolling today. And they're coming. Ooh, that is interesting watching that live. That is first play was wild. No one's going to see it, so I'll go ahead and tell you. Prescott was getting sacked, and as he was getting sacked, it took the defender a little bit, twisted him around, and so he just tossed it out there to Elliott, who was just standing over to the side, and Elliott getting just a couple of yards off of that. So that was a trash play from the get-go, but that Carolina defense, pretty good.
Yeah. No, they were very good last year. Jeremy Chin, one of those guys who I was keying into a lot. I thought that he had a good shot at Defensive Player of the Year. Obviously, Chase Young winning it. But this year, they've improved quite a bit. And I think they're a top 5 fantasy defense right now.
Yeah, they are. Just a heads up, Cordero Patterson getting a 5-yard rush and for the Falcons right off the bat there instead of Mike Davis, and then a 5-yard completion to Cordero Patterson. And then over on the Dolphins, looks like Malcolm Brown starting off as the running back there instead of Gaskin, which is interesting to me. I don't know that I like that.
Slightly concerning. Gaskin has just not performed all season, really. I don't think he's been playing up to expectation, but I mean, who knows? That could improve as we move forward. But as of right now, the Dolphins' offense just looks like trash.
Yeah. And then Cordero Patterson with another 4-yard reception. He is just getting use over there. 5 yards to Jalen Waddle. Michael Carter getting a couple carries here off the bat. And then the Eagles with a 15-yard pass to Ertz. And Darnell Mooney getting a 4-yard reception. So Dalvin Cook with an 11-yard rush. So that Texans running back, Phillip Lindsay getting a rush early here. There's some messy backfields for sure.
Yeah, that's one of those that we always seem to come around to talk about on the live, but just somewhere that I don't want to be in Houston at all. It's just I don't think Tyrod Taylor's playing. I wouldn't even know because I haven't really looked into Houston all that much, but
no, I don't think he is.
Just a team that has lost all hope. But this year they have looked better than I expected. I'm not going to lie. I thought they were going to be just terrible. At least they won one game.
Right. They won one game, and we'll call it good there, I guess. The Eagles, I got conflicting messages on that. I got that, maybe they made 2 big plays. I got a Devontae Smith big play and a Dallas Goedert big play. So it's like they came out throwing pretty well there. So maybe they both got a big play there for 20-plus yards. The Goddard one was 21 yards, but those came back-to-back for me there. I'm not sure.
Right, yeah. I'm seeing Jalen Hurts logged with 56 yards right now, so they're clearly moving the ball. So are the Falcons right now, just past half. So those are 2 games we're going to watch out for early in the fourth quarter.
That Falcons game just had a 13-yard pass to Calvin Ridley, which is nice to see. Looks like they're actually moving the ball, and Ridley needs to get more involved there. So that'll be good for him. Justin Jefferson with a couple catches already. He just got an 11-yard catch, and I think earlier I saw a 9-yard catch out of him. So that's nice. That can't be right. I'm not going to read that. I'm trying to see. David Johnson with a 10-yard rush. Again, that Houston running back position. Just don't know. And Mike Davis getting an 8-yard rush in there. So they're rotating him pretty regularly there in Atlanta.
But I find that the back that's most versatile and best used is Cordero Patterson. I really thought that Davis was going to be that guy, but it seems like Patterson's involved in the passing game a lot more than Davis is. I mean, they're targeting him as a wide receiver and then moving him into running back for around 10 carries a game. So he's definitely a great flex option as of now from what we've seen from him.
Absolutely. Or even as a wide receiver option,
right?
If you're allowed to put him there. Darnell Mooney with a 21-yard catch. So it looks like Mooney and Justin Fields have some chemistry going there. Yeah, I mean, I think Cordero Patterson, I think what he's doing now is kind of what people expected from him early in his career. He just has to be used correctly. And I think once he's used correctly, so he's worth more, right? So I feel like we're finally getting out of him what everyone expected from him.
Right.
Adam Thielen just got a big catch. I believe that was 22 yards that I saw pop up there. So Adam Thielen with a big catch there. And let's see. I swear I saw something else, but I guess I missed it. Oh, what is this? Yeah. Felipe Franks with a 3-yard rush. I'm guessing for Atlanta, that's a fullback. I'm not really sure who that is. So,
well, I'm looking right now, and I believe they ran what looked like a wildcat. I'm not 100% sure what they were thinking there, but nothing too much resulted out of that.
Interesting. Looks like the Dolphins just recovered a muffed punt. Yeah, looks like Nyheim Hines muffed the punt, and so they're going to get the ball down on the Indianapolis 27-yard lines, 1st and 10. So in scoring position there for the Dolphins. That's a tough break.
Calvin Ridley just got a reception down to the Washington 5-yard line here around 15 yards. I'm not sure if it's popped up in the fantasy cast here, but I'm watching the game. So Falcons threatening on their first possession of the game.
Nice. Who do you think in the red zone? You think are they going Patterson or are they going Mike Davis?
You know what? I've seen them use both of them. It's often that they use Davis first, but I find that he's not able to punch it in, and then they go Patterson.
Yep.
Personally, I mean, I don't really know. I mean, both the backs bring something different to the game, and both of them have the ability to punch in that ball. But as I'm speaking right now, it looks like that call may have been called back, that reception from Ridley for a flag on Atlanta. So they are sitting around the 20-yard line on a 3rd and I believe 11 now.
And then we just had, and look, I've got something new for our stream this week. Boom! Look at that. David Montgomery just got a 4-yard touchdown run. So didn't see that necessarily coming. Well, I mean, did, but didn't. Like, I was nervous about Montgomery this week. Like, if you had him, you liked his matchup, right, against the Lions. I mean, the Lions' run defense has been horrible. So I advised picking him up in DFS leagues for sure. But if you had better options at running back, I kind of advised against him. Also, looks like Kyle Pitts with a 15-yard reception. That's a relief for Pitts owners.
So that's what's going to move them down into that red zone now. So we're back at the Davis or Patterson or pass decision here. They're on the 10. So we'll see how Atlanta plays this thing out.
Yeah, Kyle Pitts just hasn't been getting a lot of usage. So it'll be interesting to see if they pick that up today. I mean, last week he didn't even start getting catches till like the 4th quarter, kind of garbage time catches. And even then he only had a couple for like 35 yards. So that was a bit concerning. Now here's someone that people picked up to play a lot today, and that's the Nick Westbrook-Ikhine or whoever that is. I think he just got his first catch for 5 yards. So it'll be interesting to see if they continue to use him kind of like last week, where he just kind of went off and he was the man. So that'll be interesting. And then Zeke Elliott with a 19-yard rush. So that was a good run, especially against a stout defense like that. Yeah, man. How about that touchdown celebration?
I mean, when the touchdown thing came on the live, I was like, oh, maybe I hit an ad. Was I on YouTube or something? Did I accidentally leave the volume on? And I switch back and I see the touchdown thing. It was amazing. You know what? It's it's definitely interesting.
I figure if people are just listening to it, it'll catch their attention and let them know, like, a touchdown was just scored. And speaking of, a 12-yard touchdown pass to Justin Jefferson from Kirk Cousins. So, Justin Jefferson's already getting early work. I've got him in a league and happy to see that because he is tearing it up.
Yeah, for sure. And Kirk Cousins, again, continuing that great streak of games he's got going. Falcons unable to convert in the end zone. But good thing is that they are targeting Pitts there. So that's good for Pitts owners. Looks like Younghoe Koo's going to go up for a short field goal. Now we'll keep you guys updated on how that results.
Koo made a 25-yard field goal according to Fantasy Cast. So you're a little bit behind on your stream now. That's weird. You were ahead and now you're behind.
Yeah, so Falcons take the lead 3-0 against Washington, who it's just not been very good for them. Ever since last year's playoff run, it just doesn't seem like they have it anymore. Fitz going out, I think it threw a wrench in their whole season plan.
100%. Yeah, because I had a lot of faith in them until Fitz went out, and it was just
right.
I mean, because you got that Fitz magic, right? Also, just looking here, Jason Sanders made a field goal, and it looks like Clyde Edwards-Helaire with 2 rushes, a 6-yard. It said 6-yard and a 4-yard, but now it's showing 3rd and 1. So it looks like he has 9 yards rushing there. And then Dalton Schultz kind of picking up where he left off with a 19-yard reception. And he was just wide open. The guy who was covering him decided to go after Dak Prescott and just left him wide open out in the flat. Schultz getting some work this year.
Yeah, he's been another guy that Dallas has been using. Of course, they got CD, Coop, and Zeke, and Dalton Schultz is just another weapon to that great offense they got rolling there.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be Blake Jarwin more, but Schultz is just stepping up. Which is very interesting. Speaking of stepping up, Zeke in this game has looked fantastic. That offensive line is getting pushes and he's hitting holes. So he's gotten quite a few runs. There's another 7-yard chunk for him. And also Clyde Edwards-Helaire with an 11-yard catch. So getting him involved early, if you played him this week, good on you. But, it's early yet, so hard to say. But at least he's getting some usage, a higher quantity than typical, I would say.
Yeah, after a few tough games with a few big fumbles there, I think Clyde's getting back into the groove, but still a very risky play, even in the flex position, because you never know what he's going to produce. He could have a 20-point game, and then he could have like a 3-point game, depending on how the offense is moving the ball.
No doubt. Really bad news. Amari Cooper pulled up and grabbed his hamstring while running a route just down the sideline. So, not good news. He's standing on the sideline right now without his helmet, just watching. So, right. Amari Cooper owners, sorry, that's not good.
Yeah, and I'm one of the. I actually do own Cooper in a few leagues, but I actually benched him today for this specific reason, because even though he's the top receiver on a lot of my teams, I couldn't afford losing him to injury so early, because I knew that was a very big possibility, which we just saw happen.
Absolutely. That's sad. But this Dallas offense is moving the ball really well against Carolina, and they're running the ball against them really well, which is kind of surprising. I didn't expect them to run the ball so well against them, and they are just in big chunks, just taking out big chunks there.
For sure.
Looks like Quentin Cephas got a 21-yard reception, and I just saw, who was that down there for the Chiefs? Oh, Tyreek Hill with a 9-yard catch. So Zeke
good to see
Elliott.
Hill.
Yeah, it definitely is good to see Hill. He's struggled a bit. Zeke Elliott with a touchdown run here on 3rd and goal. Zeke Elliott owners be happy there.
Yeah, feed him.
Yeah, feed that man. They're running the ball so well. They're doing good. It looks like Zeke's going to eat today for sure. Antonio Gibson with a 7-yard reception and DeAndre Swift with a 4-yard rush. Yeah, man, I'm liking how this running game is looking against Carolina. Very surprising.
For sure. No, I've been I'm all aboard Zeke this year. After that first game, people were talking all this crap to me, what's going to happen. But I had faith. I think Zeke's a phenomenal running back. And if they keep using him, he's going to put up the points. They can use Tony Pollard as much as they want. He can get 10 carries a game, but Zeke's still going to get solid usage and put up that production that you need from an RB1. So I have lots of faith, and he's coming through today big early in the first.
Yep. And then with that being said, we actually have 2 to report. We did the Zeke one, and then Tyreek Hill just got a 37-yard receiving touchdown from Patrick Mahomes. So 2 touchdowns right there. I'm only going to play the sound blowhorn one time, though, for both, because they happened at the same time. So Tyreek Hill, after kind of disappearing there for a little bit, this week is back on it. 37-yard touchdown reception. That's huge points. You just got over 10 points on one play. So,
already more than he had last week, right? I think double than what he had last week already.
Yeah, so. He had a rough week last week. And so, granted, that whole team had a rough week last week, if we're being honest. So, big production right there early on. Love to see that. Mark Ingram got a 12-yard rush and Antonio Gibson a 4-yard rush. That's someone who's been a bit of a disappointment this year is Antonio Gibson.
I mean, last week he did have that huge run. I believe it was 73 yards.
Pass reception for 73 yards, yeah.
Other than that, it's very true. He's still been good, but he hasn't been that breakout player, I think, that everybody was kind of hoping for.
Yep. No, I agree. I think everyone kind of saw him being McCaffrey 2.0, and they just haven't used him like that. Even as the receiving back, I mean, they bring in McKissick even in like the 2-minute drill, and that's just so confusing. It makes no sense. I mean, you have a converted wide receiver to running back who you touted when you drafted him. You talked about how he could be utilized like a Christian McCaffrey, and then you just don't. So
it's just very odd. J.D. McKissick is a great receiving back. I'm not going to take anything away from him. In fact, he almost lost me fantasy last year because I was playing him somehow in the finals. But, I mean, you have a talent like Gibson, I would be using him. He's your best option. So, yeah, I mean, I don't really know what to say about that, to be honest.
No, it doesn't really make any sense. And it's not like he's just being used as just a change of pace back. I mean, he's being used as a 3rd down back. It's not even the same as like an Elliott Pollard type thing, they're not switching out, bringing out Gibson to rest him for a drive or anything. I mean, it's McKissick is their 3rd down back and their 2-minute drill back, which is concerning. I don't like that at all.
Right. Jameis Winston here passing an 11-yard pass to Taysom Hill. So nothing out of the ordinary there. And then Browns Vikings, Nick Chubb getting a little bit of work. Are you buying into Nick Chubb right now, or are you trying to trade him away? Because I've seen 2 completely different stories with him.
Yeah, that's tough because those first 2 weeks I was like, oh, I'm so sad I don't have Chubb in any leagues. And I had that FOMO. He struggled last week for sure, but I think almost every starter's had a struggling week. I think today will kind of tell us, but I think I'm believing. I think I'm believing in that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I'm still getting Nick Chubb or keeping Nick Chubb. Also, guys, confusing situation here. We'll do that for the Dallas touchdown is what we'll count that one for earlier. But now we have Tyreek owners are really sad.
Oh, I see. I was gonna say, hold on a sec here, because what in the world happened? I'm pretty sure I just saw Tyreek Hill touchdown come up.
Yeah. They went from a 37-yard touchdown to a 36-yard reception, and so they called that back. But Patrick Mahomes owners still happy because he threw one to Clyde Edwards-Helaire. So CEH owners also happy. Tyreek Hill owners sad, but Patrick Mahomes got the same production. He still got the pass out of it, so he still got those touchdown points. So
100%.
Yeah, that's an interesting turn of events there. Sorry, Tyreek Hill owners. That is disappointing for sure. But CEH owners getting more than they bargained for early out of CEH. Just FYI, Chuba Hubbard looking pretty good.
He does.
Against the Dallas defense. He's a good running back. I didn't care for him in college because he played for the in-state rival. So didn't much care for him, but he's a good running back. I mean, if we're just being honest. And he landed in a good offense for him. It fits his style really good.
I mean,
go ahead.
I was just going to say that the offense is great as long as they work him in, because Christian McCaffrey's the lead back, obviously. But if they can find him work, then he's going to find a lot of success in Carolina.
Absolutely. Jalen Waddle with an 18-yard reception there. And who is this that just got this reception? Yeah, Chuba Hubbard just landed in the right situation, and it was really smart, I feel like, of the Panthers to pick him up.
Mm-hmm.
Really smart. So good on them for recognizing the style that he plays. DJ Moore just got a reception. They set up kind of a little screen pass for him. So he's having a good season. Really good season.
And Cordarrelle Patterson over here for the Falcons, continuing to get work. They're incorporating him in the run game and the pass game. Just tossed a screen to him for 10 yards. So, again, I highly suggest buying into him if he's still available for you, because this guy, he looks like he's in his prime. I mean, I thought he was gone, and he's really been given a chance at life again here with the Falcons.
It's wild. It's someone that I thought was insignificant. And then all of a sudden, very significant. So
100%.
it's a very strange development because it's later in his career. Everyone thought he would kind of boom earlier, and he just didn't. Oh my goodness, DJ Moore. Dang, what an athlete. I mean, just able to stay on his feet, breaking tackles. Man, he's good. I'm buying into DJ Moore for sure.
Yeah, I think him and Darnold, that connection is great. Now that Darnold landed there, actually, the Panthers' offense has looked so much better. I expect them
so good, to
surprise a lot of people. They already have, and I think they're going to continue to do that. Just a note here: the Browns and Vikings look like they went into the first quarter intermission, but we'll keep an eye on that because I believe the Browns are in the red zone on the Minnesota 6.
Yeah, they are. And Jalen Hurts getting a 10-yard reception to Miles Sanders, and before that, looks like an 11-yard to Quez Watkins. Jalen Waddle getting a lot of work today. He just got a 10-yard reception too. So it looks like Jacoby Brissett giving Jalen Waddle the ball. Waddle's looked pretty good this year.
Yeah.
Trying to see if there's anything. Chuba Hubbard getting plenty of opportunity. Now they're talking about Robbie Anderson here. He's had 5 catches in the first 3 games. And in last year, he had 11 games with at least 5 catches total, like
Yikes.
in those games alone, and he's had 5 this year in 3 games combined. So
that is not at all what you want to hear.
Not at all. Stephon Diggs with a 5-yard reception, and DJ Moore getting so close, got to the 1-yard line on a reception here. So this might be a Chuba Hubbard scoring opportunity. Devontae Smith with a 6-yard reception. I tell you what, Darnell Mooney with a 64-yard reception. He might be the go-to guy there instead of Allen Robinson. It just seems right now. Darnell Mooney getting some work. All right, we got a 3rd and goal from the 1-yard line for the Panthers here. And they ran a speed option. Everyone went out to Hubbard, and Sam Darnold, untouched, just kept it and went right to the end zone. No one expected that.
They tie things up over there with the Cowboys. It's going to be a great game to watch. It's already developing into a stellar back-to-back game so far, which is what I'm expecting it to be.
Yep. I love games like that too for fantasy purposes. So that'll be really interesting. So because that's against my Cowboys, I'm not going to celebrate that one for Sam Darnold. Just know that Sam Darnold scored a 1-yard touchdown run. So I'm going to leave it at that. I'm running the show. I get to make the decision here. If you were a Carolina fan, I would do it, but I'm not doing it. I refuse.
Not gonna happen. Browns Vikings over here, 3rd down, targeting Beckham in the end zone. Wasn't able to convert, so it looks like they're gonna go up here for a field goal, which wouldn't be that terrible, but Vikings would be still leading 7-3 in that case scenario.
Yeah, it's disappointing to come away with a field goal there.
And just coming back to that Cooper injury, I see he has been changed from healthy to questionable, so most likely probably out for the majority or the entire game.
Yeah, I don't think they'll risk. There's been so many hammy injuries this year. I just don't know that they'll risk that. This Bears game has been paused for quite some time, so there must be an injury or something going on there. That's interesting. And then Zach Ertz with a 5-yard reception, and Zach Moss with an 8-yard rush after Josh Allen got a 16-yard rush, I saw. So.
And just speaking of that Browns game again, I expected them to go for a field goal. They did not, and Baker was sacked back to the Vikings 20. So they'll turn over the ball in, decent field possession, I guess. Basically what you get off a kick return with the Browns putting up 0 points. So I don't think it was a good decision by the Browns on a 3rd and 4, or a 4th and 4. Yeah, that early in the game is not what you want.
You do not want to be chasing points that early in the game. That is not a good decision. 12-yard reception, Jalen Hurts to Kenneth Gainwell.
I believe that puts them in the red zone.
Yeah, it puts them at the 8-yard line. I advised against Miles Sanders today because I assumed Kenneth Gainwell would probably get more play in there because of the passing aspect. Eckler had a good day against that against that defense last week, and here it goes, man. We'll do this again. Oh. Got a Josh Allen 25-yard pass to Dawson Knox. Out of nowhere, Dawson Knox becoming very relevant this year. Very strange. Did not see that coming, because when was the last time a Buffalo tight end was relevant at all? But Dawson Knox doing it this year.
Absolutely. He, over these past 2 weeks, I know he had a huge week last week, and for them to get him involved this week so early with a 25-yard touchdown is exactly what you want to see if you bought into him off waivers.
Absolutely. And I didn't. And now I feel stupid for that. That apparently I should have bought into him more. But it is what it is. You live and you learn. So, not super concerned. But what for me, the most disappointing part of that is it kills trade opportunities. Because people who were struggling at tight end went and picked up Knox. And maybe I could have had a trade opportunity there. No longer going to be there because people now have him to make up for that. So sad about that. Always looking for trade opportunities, and that just killed it. So
right.
Here we have another. That's going to drive us crazy after a little while. I tell you, I should get a couple of those going, so it's not always the same one. But Jalen Hurts passed short right to Dallas Goedert, 3 yards touchdown. So Jalen Hurts, I mean, I assumed that he would end up getting some points this week because they're just kind of forced to. And so on another note, it looked like Carolina had forced a fumble Dalton Schultz, but it's looking – it looks like Schultz was barely down. It's a split second. But when they're pausing it, that ball's not coming out when his knee is down. So Dallas is going to keep progressing down the field.
I wanted to quickly touch on the Cowboys game as well. Cooper did come back into the lineup. So good news, very, very, very good news for Cooper owners. But I don't see them using him as he would normally be used this week because of that injury, and re-injuring it would be terrible for that team.
It would be horrible. Yeah, he may be running more decoy. Granted, I think the play he got hurt on, he was running decoy. I mean, he was just kind of running down the sideline. It didn't look like he was looking for the ball at all. So, man, that's interesting if that ends up being the case, that he's out there on the field but not being used. Very disappointing. But also, do you risk that injury? With Gallup already being out, I mean...
And I don't think they have to because they have CeeDee, they have Zeke. Throw Tony Pollard in the passing game. They have the weapons.
Schultz now all of a sudden, which I think this plays well for Schultz owners. If you're playing Schultz this week, I think this plays into favor for you for sure, because if they're not throwing to Cooper, then Schultz is going to get more usage, I think.
Yeah.
Well, those are contagious. You better stop that. You're going to get me on that.
You know what? You don't usually find me yawning on NFL Sunday. It just happens that everybody's at break right now. But
yeah, no doubt. I actually ended up yawning a couple times last week, and I was like, what is going on? What's going on is so much fantasy football. I don't get a lot of sleep. What can I say? I'm always doing fantasy football till 2 o'clock in the morning or something like that. So I get a couple hours a night, but it's always fantasy football.
Right, yeah, always on your mind. Going over this Titans game, haven't touched on it at all today. Tannehill passing to Tommy Hudson. So that's interesting because Julio and A.J. Brown both out today. You got to find somebody to work with in that passing offense. So Tannehill targeting Hudson here. I don't think anybody bought into him this week, but if you did, I guess good news for you. I still think King Henry's going to take over the game mostly, though.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at their stats right now, Henry has 5 carries for 12 yards. And then running back or wide receiving, like you have 1, 2, 3, 4. You have 4 receivers with 1 catch apiece. So you have McNichols, you have Hudson, Reynolds, and Westbrook. Westbrook being the last one there. He only has 5 yards on his 1 reception. So it's weird. It's weird. Just kind of throwing it all around. And then we have another. Guys, I apologize to anyone I said not to start Montgomery this week, and I am saying you're welcome to anyone that I did say start Montgomery. It just depends on what your other options are, right? But Montgomery with a 9-yard touchdown run, again, playing against the Lions, who just have a trash run defense. In fact, they may not even have a run defense at all. So gets his second touchdown of the day, so something worth celebrating for sure.
And we saw David Montgomery really feast last year when he was playing against those terrible defenses. So I still think David Montgomery is a talented back, but especially when he has a favorable matchup, you always want to play him because he's a great running back, and match him up with a bad defense. He's already got, 20 points today? And it's not even – they just started the second quarter.
Yeah, let me actually I'll pull over here and refresh my fantasy data tool that I have here. And let's see. At running back, David Montgomery. In fact, David Montgomery leads the entire league in scoring in all positions. It looks like with 16.5 points. So he's doing really well. The next closest behind him is Zeke with 9.9, and then Clyde Edwards-Helaire with 8.1. And then you have a cliff to Kenneth Gainwell at 3.8 points. So David Montgomery having a day so far.
Definitely. And just going back to that Cowboys game, Dalton Schultz was ruled down, so the Cowboys maintain possession here at the 36-yard line.
Now, at their own 36, I'm trying to decide because, oh my gosh, it is so interesting because Schultz just, for the second time, he was down when the ball popped out now. And this is a different one, maybe even. My goodness. Yeah, Schultz is not hanging on to the ball when he hits the ground. Let's just put it that way.
Right.
That's twice.
I'm trying to see what exactly happened. Was he down here?
Yeah, he was down here too. He landed on his back and then the ball popped out. So that's twice now he's been down and fumbled the ball. But thank goodness for replay. That's all I can kind of say there. Looks like Odell Beckham just got a 3-yard catch. So at least he's involved. Matt Rule, can be mad all he wants, but he was obviously down. Schultz was maybe no. I take that back. That will be a fumble by Schultz. He never actually had possession of it while he was being tackled.
Crazy.
But that'll be a fumble. That'll be Carolina ball.
So
they'll overrule that.
Back-to-back fumbles, one being called back and this one going for Dalton Schultz. Falcons, I believe, just stopped Washington on a 4th and 1, so they'll take over the ball around the 50. And I was looking, I thought I saw the Giants in the red zone, but I'm not 100% sure.
It does look like they missed a field goal. So Graham Gano missed a 35-yard field goal. For any Logan Thomas owners, tight end Logan Thomas will not return to today's game due to a hamstring injury. Another hamstring injury. Logan Thomas out. So probably good for Curtis Samuel and Terry McLaurin owners, but that's a big hit with Logan Thomas going out. And what is it with these hamstrings this year? You guys need to stretch or something. It's so bad.
I mean, what is there to even say? Is it just a lack of training during that
I don't know.
Off season
and let's sorry, I'm gonna go back to this Cowboys game. They let the Cowboys keep the ball. And I'm confused by that. I'm not sure why.
So the Cowboys, is it a challenge or are they continuing?
No, they just ran another play.
Really?
Yeah. I don't get it. It was a fumble. Unless they called it an incomplete pass, which they might have, but I don't know that I agree with that, honestly.
Yep. No, I did watch that play. It did not look like an incomplete pass to me.
I mean, he had it tucked away and was bent over, lowering his shoulder. That looked Yeah, that looked like a fumble to me. Gonna say that Dallas got away with one there. Stephon Diggs with a 31-yard reception. That's good, getting him some usage there. And DeAndre Swift had like a 5-yard catch and then a 3-yard rush. So DeAndre Swift getting some usage there. Derrick Henry with a 2-yard rush. I would expect Derrick Henry to start getting some good usage today. They should be feeding him the rock. Yeah, there's my Amari Cooper returning to the game. I just got that alert, but you were ahead of the curve on that one. So
yeah, I mean, I was a little bit of a late notification there. I was just watching the game and I saw Cooper come back in, and personally, I was surprised to see him so early back in this game.
Yep. Dak Prescott gets a good scramble and gets to go downfield, getting to show off his legs a little bit with a 21-yard rush on that scramble. He's a good runner. He does pretty decent.
Yeah, very, very solid all-around quarterback.
Now, this is interesting. KJ Osborne with a 10-yard rush for the Vikings. Okay, that's interesting. And then Emmanuel Sanders gets a 9-yard catch there. That Bills offense seems to be coming on a little bit. Last week they looked really good, and this week they're not moving the ball quite like I would expect them to, but they'll probably get it going here soon.
Well, I mean, after that week 1 with the Bills, they've just looked phenomenal.
Yeah, that week 1 was not good.
And
not good at all.
I'm sorry, I just want to jump in here. I'm ahead of I'm freaking out right now. Cordarrelle Patterson with a 40-yard touchdown receiving. Just a bomb wide open. So, you know what? Please cue that touchdown celebration because I am ecstatic.
"42 yards for Cordarrelle Patterson." I mean, they are putting use to him.
Huge.
That guy, man.
I got goosebumps.
But honestly, also, what that says to me is Matt Ryan can actually throw the ball downfield a little bit.
Yeah.
Who knew? I was curious about that because it seems like he has not been throwing the ball downfield at all. 15 yards seemed to be kind of his limit. So that is good news there. Did they just run him on a fly route from receiver position, or how did they do that?
Yeah, he was a receiver, and I believe he ran what looked like a post, and he was wide open. I mean, nobody within 15 yards of the guy, and just dropped a dime right in his hands. And big news. So if you haven't had Cordarrelle Patterson already, I'm assuming a lot of people have gone after him. Please buy in right now because this is the type of work you're going to get. You can play him in your wide receiver, your running back, or your flex position. All three work.
Yep, that is huge. And I wonder, hold on, I'll come back to that. KJ Osborne with a 19-yard reception from Kirk Cousins. He's been getting some good use this year for sure, and I don't think anyone really saw that coming with Jefferson and Thielen being there. And Patrick Mahomes with a 12-yard rush. Going back to Patterson, though, I would say I wonder how long they're going to allow him to be that running back, wide receiver, both. And I know ESPN has already cut the wide receiver from him. He is a running back only in ESPN. Really? But to me, that's not fair because he is literally lining up at both positions. He was lined up at wide receiver right there. And they probably had Mike Davison at tailback. So he is playing both positions. And it seems like you should be able to play him at both.
You know what? And it's something you do not often see. At all in the NFL. You see it a ton in the NBA where guys are slotted in on many different positions, but it's something that's kind of different, and I don't mind it because it adds kind of a new value to Patterson.
Oh, 100%. Right? Oh, and there's Amari Cooper with a catch. That's interesting. I tell you what it reminds me of. It reminds me of Joe Mixon in college. Joe Mixon in college, it was him and Samaje Perine, Thunder and Lightning, and they would line up. They would have Perine in the backfield and they would end up putting Mixon in slot and running him downfield. They would run him on post routes. They were running him downfield. And yeah, it was an interesting dynamic. He was a good receiver too. So kind of doing the same thing, it seems like, with Patterson, just that same sort of thing. So that's interesting.
Yeah, there's been a few running backs like that. Le'Veon Bell, another guy who is highly used in the receiving game. I mean, he was the number 2 receiver there behind Antonio Brown a few years ago. So definitely there's been a few players. And I think it's fair to have them as listed as both. I mean, Taysom Hill should be listed as virtually every position on the team. He can be a defense if he wants.
Yep, I agree. And I'm going to have to interrupt. Hasn't quite popped up, but Blake Jarwin gets a big touchdown pass from Dak Prescott. So Dak Prescott putting up some points today. That's an 18-yard touchdown pass to Blake Jarwin. Pretty wide open right across the middle. Didn't even get hit until like the 1-yard line is when he got touched. So pretty easy score there. That Cowboys offense just moving the ball way better against Carolina than I thought they would.
Mm-hmm.
I figured they would do decent, but I wasn't expecting that kind of production. Yeah, that's interesting for sure.
It's exactly what you want to see right now. In one of my leagues here, I got Prescott, Zeke, and Patterson, and the Titans D who got an interception. So far, fairly good week. Marvin Jones, the only guy who's kind of disappointed on my lineup. I was expecting a little bit more out of him, but James Robinson got that work, so I'm not going to be disappointed.
Both of those kind of surprising, though. James Robinson, it's finally like they've decided, oh, maybe we do need to use him. I guess Carlos Hyde also being out helps, but it's like, oh, we have a running back that can actually produce. Maybe we should run the ball a little bit. And so now that they're leaning on him, it's making that team better, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly like you said it. Now that they've realized that, okay, we actually have a talented player who can put up points, why don't we feed him more than 10 carries a game? Why don't we actually get him involved? And there's your production that you were waiting for. I'm really disappointed that it took me to 0-3 in one of my leagues, but now it'll probably be a little bit better, hopefully.
Yep. In other news, there was a illegal substitution on the extra point by Carolina, and so Dallas decides to go for 2. And
I'm watching this game.
It's going to take a replay to decide whether they called it good on the field. It'll take a replay to decide whether or not he actually crossed the plane before his knee touched. And I don't know that I know off the replay that I was just shown. It looks like he might actually be like an inch short. I'm not quite sure. Really quick, Tyreek Hill with a 32-yard reception from Patrick Mahomes doing Tyreek Hill things. So I know that we lost that touchdown earlier, but he's still making good points off of some big receptions, and he'll get his. It's looking like he'll have a good day.
Now, I just wanted to point something out. Let's go back to that Dallas game. Dalton Schultz targeted on that 2-point conversion, yet another fumble when he was down. I mean, that's 3 today. 2 of them haven't been called fumbles, but that is very, very concerning.
Actually, I think all 3 of them haven't been called fumbles.
Oh, right. That is right.
Yep. So they've all been called no fumble. Just really quick while it's up here, Terry McLaurin with a 21-yard reception from Tyler Heineke. Yeah, he's not hanging on to the ball very well today, because honestly, one of those should have been a fumble, in my opinion. I think it should have been called a fumble, his second one. So, yeah, hang on to the ball, buddy. Like, that's rough. That's worrisome. Yeah, looking like Zeke last year.
For real, that was a struggle. Talk about a struggle.
I still have my theory on that, and it was those damn sleeves. He wore sleeves last year for no good reason, and he fumbled the ball a lot because of it, I feel like. That's what I'm blaming it on. Okay, guys. Tyreek Hill getting it back. He got a 6-yard touchdown reception. Hopefully we don't have to call it back this time. Nope, they kicked the extra point. Extra point.
Sealing the deal.
So they sealed it. Tyreek Hill, man, he's crushing it today. The Eagles cannot cover him. Let's go over and see what kind of points that puts Tyreek Hill at. Let me pull up some wide receiver leaders. This is not updated, so apologies on that. I got too antsy there. Darnell Mooney with 9.3, Justin Jefferson 9.2. Tyreek Hill was previously at 7.9. He will jump both of them. Eventually. I'm going to refresh my page since it's not automatically refreshing. Tyreek Hill up to 14.5 points early. And
great start.
They're ruling. Man, that is so hard on this Schultz. I don't know what they've ruled. He's short, man.
I'm looking, and the point of the ball is literally on the beginning of that white line. I would say he's short, but I don't know if there's enough definitive evidence here.
Well, because it was ruled good on the field, correct? So I feel like overturning that is going to be very difficult.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to interrupt that. As expected, Terry McLaurin having a good day, 33-yard touchdown catch right there. So
yep.
That's a big one for Terry McLaurin. Against that Falcons defense, we expected that kind of stuff. And then with Logan Thomas being out, just more opportunity. So it looks like the Titans have kicked another field goal there. So Randy Bullock. And then you have Aldrick Rosas with, I guess that's probably the Saints kicker, 58-yard field goal wide right. So
yeah,
getting some
and let me just jump in here and talk about that Cowboys, because the 2-point conversion was actually called back, which I would say that's a questionable call. I didn't think there was enough evidence there to take back a call that was already made on the field. What were your thoughts on that?
I'm thinking it might be a makeup call for the missed fumble earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of just how I honestly feel about it. Oh my gosh, I'm going to interrupt this. Okay, so this is exactly what I was worried about. And it's Daniel Jones' 52-yard throw to John Ross for a touchdown. John Ross coming back, and I was so afraid that he was going to do good, and I was questioning, like, should I go pick him up? Should I go pick him up? No. Daniel Jones is still throwing him the ball, and so do I trust that? No. And then he comes out and does John Ross things. So
ridiculous.
52-yard throw to John Ross. Man, that's crazy. Zach Moss got a 17-yard rush right there. I just don't trust anyone catching balls from Daniel Jones, and so I avoid that. Plus, they have 2 wide receivers out right now, so Ross getting his turn. I don't know. Emmanuel Sanders with a 19-yard reception. But, yeah, I just don't trust anyone from getting passes from Daniel Jones. That's just kind of where I'm at on that.
Right. By no means would I go out and pick up John Ross. Sterling Shepard out this week. Darius Slayton, I think it is out this week. They still got Kenny G there. Concerning, very, very concerning. This is a one-off for John Ross, in my opinion. Daniel Jones is rarely going to hit him on that deep ball and is going to be accurate with it. So I would be very, very careful with adding him in your lineup. Yeah,
I would agree with that. Someone that I'm looking at here, Jalen Hurts with a 7-yard rush and then a 12-yard rush. Okay, picking up some rushing yards. Someone that I'm a little concerned about is Corey Davis on his revenge game. Not having any luck there. No receptions so far.
Yeah, we got some guys in the chat here liking the touchdown horns. Yeah, I'm sure by the 72nd touchdown today, you might be a little bit tired of it, but right now it's keeping things interesting.
Yeah, dude, those horns, I agree. I need to turn down that volume. Unfortunately, I can't right now turn down that volume, but they are really freaking loud. Actually, I might be able to.
Hey, I mean, it's an alert for a reason.
Yeah, but dang, they loud. Yeah, Luke asked, like, what's up with CD? I'm guessing that's what he's wondering there, and agree. What the hell is up with CD? He's got no catches. I think he'll end up getting one. Guys, I am going to try to adjust this horn volume, and by that I mean I'm going to edit this video that we have. I'm going to mute my computer really quick and try to get that fixed. So Johnny, it's going to be you for a second.
No problem. No problem at all. Particularly right now, just watching this Falcons game here, looking for some more work from Cordarrelle Patterson, focusing in on him a lot today. He's a guy that I absolutely love. No complaints this year. He's just been balling out so much better than Mike Davis right now, which is not what I expected, but unfortunately, it is what is happening. We'll take a look at some of the lower scoring games today. Titans leading the Jets 9-0. Giants over the Saints 7-0. Vikings Browns still stuck at 7-0. That's what it's been ever since the beginning of this game. And then obviously Dolphins Colts 3-0 for the Dolphins. The Colts, I really do believe in them. I think that they have a very solid team overall, but it just doesn't seem like it's been working. And honestly, it's really unfortunate. I really hope that the Colts can pick things up and at least get a win out this week against the Dolphins.
Yeah, that would be nice. I'm back now. I think I have that adjusted. So on the next touchdown, we will test everyone's ears and see if that's adjusted. I agree. I thought it was really loud, but then I also had my speakers turned up a lot. So I was like, oh, is that just me? But I am going to try to reel that back in for everyone because I thought it was a little loud. But, it is a celebration for sure. But if you have your headphones in or something and you're trying to listen to us and get some updates, whew, that's going to be rough on the ears. So apologies for that, guys. I think we might have it adjusted now. And now I'm just waiting on another score so we can celebrate. That's all.
Yeah, 100%, man.
It's been a little dead here for a little bit. I should come up with some sort of celebration for field goals. Like booze or something like that. Like,
yeah, exactly.
You had to kick a field goal? Lame.
Right. And I don't even know if there's any actually, speaking of field goals, Bill's just putting up a field goal, so they're up 13-0 against the Texans. But yeah, it's been fairly dry. Nobody here is even in the red zone from what I'm seeing. Browns still sitting at 0 points, have posted a donut all day long. You think that they can win this game against the Vikings because they're closing in on halftime?
I do, and that's because the Vikings are only sitting at 7 points.
Mm-hmm.
So they're still within striking distance, no doubt about it. Oh, guys, who's ready? Let's test it. Oh, that had to be much better.
100%.
I lowered that by 80%. So, that still sounded good. So I'm guessing that was much better for people. So Jonathan Taylor with a 23-yard touchdown run. But, again, they're playing Dolphins, who are the second worst run defense in the league. So not surprising. I had someone come to me for their DFS lineup earlier this week, and I told them get Jonathan Taylor and David Montgomery. So they said they were going to listen to me, and if they did, getting a bunch of touchdowns here early. That's 3 touchdowns for him. So I have a feeling a lot of people probably got those 2 this week, but yeah, you kind of knew those 2 were gonna get theirs. I feel like.
Now, is that JT's first TD of the season?
That's a good question.
I believe it is. I believe I was looking at his stats this week, and I think that was actually his first touchdown of the season.
Ooh, that's sad.
Yeah.
I'm going to go look that up just out of pure curiosity. Let's see. Oh, I know how I can find it fast. I will go to who I know owns him in this league. So he changed his team name. That made it confusing. All right, Jonathan Taylor. Let's look up some stats here. And yeah, that's his first touchdown of the season. He's had a pretty disappointing year so far. His first game was decent points just because he had 6 receptions for 60 yards. But even like today, that only puts him at 12.5 points. Granted, it's the first half, so not as bad. Let's see. Those guys said, yeah, definitely better on the sound. Way better. So love that. Appreciate it. I'm glad. I'm sure I saved some ears on that for sure. Because that was getting pretty loud. Yeah, that's weird. That's JT's first touchdown. That's crazy. But if I'm being honest, I wasn't high on JT all offseason. I have zero stock in him, and I just didn't have any faith. Amon St. Brown getting a 17-yard reception. He hasn't had a lot of work this year. I drafted him in pretty much every dynasty league I'm in. So, guys, you ready for this? Michael Carter for the Jets getting a 2-yard touchdown run. I'm excited for this because of injuries and things of that sort. I actually had to start Michael Carter in the running back position in multiple leagues. That's how tough that had gotten. And so that's good to see Michael Carter getting a little bit of production for me finally because he has struggled.
Yeah, good for the Jets offense to be putting up points against the Titans right now. I have the Titans defense in one of my leagues. Listen, the Titans aren't a good defense, but the Jets are a worse team. So I went after them, and I still think that they can produce 8-9 points today off interceptions, possibly a touchdown. But good for Michael Carter. I really, really liked him. I loved watching him this preseason. He was fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, that Jets offense is averaging, 3 or 4 interceptions a game. So, I mean, you can just kind of expect them to turn the ball over. But it looks like they're taking care of it a little bit better today, which is nice.
Right, and watching this Dallas game again, so entertaining. Panthers moving the ball on a Dallas defense that has been playing very, very good this season.
Better than expected for sure, but again, they focused on that this offseason as they should have. They've got a new defensive coordinator as they should, and they're looking much better, and that's even with some injuries. I mean, we've got DeMarcus Lawrence that's out, but Micah Parsons stepping up and filling a gap there. They're just playing good ball right now. So it's nice. It's fun to watch for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Trayvon Diggs, after having a season last year where he was really ridiculed quite a few times, he's been playing very, very good. I think he might be leading the league in interceptions.
Yeah, I think so. I think he already has more interceptions, or the same amount of interceptions this year than he did last year, or the rest of his career. I can't remember. Like, he's just playing really well, for sure. Alvin Kamara with a 9-yard rush, and gotten a couple of short rushes out of Antonio Gibson, so he's getting some work. Guys, again, I'm not playing the horn for this, guys. I'm not playing the horn. I'm in control of the horn, and I'm not going to do it. But Sam Darnold, geez, Pete, guys, he's got an 11-yard rushing touchdown. Just the play kind of fell apart, and he saw a hole right up the middle. No. Actually, that might have been designed because he tucked that really quick. It was like a fake screen pass out to the left, and he tucked it and ran right up the middle. So they saw something on film there, I guess, and it's working. Darnold, 2 rushes. Touchdown.
I'm just rewatching that right now. It looked like it actually may have been designed. Yeah, I think it was actually designed. So great play from them, but
because that running back was open out there. There was no reason for him not to throw it to him. other than that just being designed.
Definitely.
And he was turned pretty far. His shoulders were turned pretty far for that throw, so there's no way he saw that hole. I think that was designed for sure. Jalen Hurts getting an 18-yard throw to Quez Watkins. Quez Watkins looking pretty good this year.
Yeah. Well, somebody in that Eagles offense had to be producing with Jalen Hurts, so he's a guy that I found he's been targeting quite a bit. Eagles now in the red zone, and the Browns also in the red zone. I think they just came out of the 2-minute warning, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, they're down on the 3-yard line, so I can see some Chubb here for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Trying to see here. Make sure we're keeping up with our chat. Miles Sanders, a 6-yard reception. So Ty Montgomery getting some work down here with the Saints. He just got a 19-yard catch, and I saw him with another short catch earlier. So that's another dynamic player that, if used correctly, could come in handy for the Saints. Now, just to note here, the Browns on the 3-yard line, they had a pass intended for Odell Beckham Jr. down there in the red zone. So they didn't just go straight to the run. They actually tried to get Odell Beckham something down there from the 3-yard line. That's kind of interesting. Then Emmanuel Sanders with a 16-yard reception. So he's getting some work today as well.
And I just heard somebody scream in the background in my house. I believe they have Jalen Hurts. You can cue the touchdown alarms. There is a flag on the field, but it looks as of right now like Jalen Hurts may have gotten a touchdown to lead on Kansas City.
Interesting. This is going to be a double up, and we'll touch on that here. So Jalen Hurts, did he throw for that one?
I think, yeah, he did throw for that one. There is a flag on the play, but as of right now, it's standing as a touchdown. But we do have a Gibson touchdown, so the alarm was perfect.
Yeah, Antonio Gibson with a 2-yard run there, and Antonio Gibson finally getting used and getting some production fantasy-wise the way we all wanted. Now, if you have Dustin Hopkins, he missed the extra point. So that's interesting as well. A lot more extra points since they've changed the distance on that. There's a lot more missed extra points. It makes the game a little interesting. It messes with records and things of that sort. So I'm not a big fan of big rule changes like that because, essentially the how many extra points are made in a career and how many in a row and stuff, that's all going to be untouchable essentially now, right? So you kind of have an asterisk in there of like, this is before the rule change, this is after the rule change. I do think it's made the game more interesting. So I enjoy that part. But as a former kicker myself, I was a former college kicker and stuff, I don't quite appreciate when they mess with the kicking game that much, moving yardage and things of that sort, because it does mess with those sort of things. So makes it very interesting for the viewer, though. So I appreciate that. CeeDee Lamb just got targeted, but a pass interference call. But that might be the first time I've even seen CeeDee Lamb targeted this game. That's interesting.
Just reporting back on this Eagles game. Not sure exactly what happened. The touchdown didn't go through. However, they did move the ball up. I'm not exactly sure what's happening here. They are on the Chiefs' 4-yard line right now, so it is
weird.
2nd and goal for the Eagles. I'm not sure what the situation was, but they still have a shot at this touchdown here.
Interesting. And then the Saints are in the red zone. Alvin Kamara got an 8-yard rush. They are now at 2nd and 2 on the Giants' 11-yard line, so they are knocking. Looks like Josh Allen fumbled the snap but got it back. So then a screen pass to Dalton Schultz, who, if they had blocked this one guy, Shaq Thompson, then he would have been off to the races for a pretty good chunk game there, but they did not. David Montgomery then with a 10-yard rush to lead them into the 2-minute warning. A lot of games going into the 2-minute warning right now. Or past it, and then some just about the 3-minute mark. Yeah, if they had blocked Thompson, he went through 2 offensive linemen untouched. They just both skipped him. And had that not been the case, Schultz would have gotten 20 plus yards on that. So
yeah,
interesting.
Now, just an update: the Browns still on the Minnesota 1-yard line. It's been about 5-7 minutes here, and things have not progressed. I think there are timeouts being called. However, I'm not sure why they haven't converted this ball yet.
That's interesting. Yeah, because it's 3rd and goal from Minnesota 1. Well, they may have been on the 3-yard line earlier. So they may have gained a couple yards. But, and there we go. That did just progress. Might have been in review or something like that, but Kareem Hunt with a 1-yard touchdown there for the Browns, which is weird because I said earlier I thought this might be Chubb's spot.
Yeah. Your Chubb owners are pissed right now. Like
very much so. People who started Hunt are surprised and ecstatic.
Hunt, he's turned into such a good flex play. It's not like it's crazy how great value. I mean, this guy's got a top 12 running back, and he's got Nick Chubb on the offense.
It's incredible. Yeah. Also, Jake Elliott just made a field goal for the Eagles, 25 yards, so that'll be 3 points. Wondering. Oh, they gave that to him. Cowboys getting some non-calls or calls kind of going their way there. That might have been a pass interference on the offense there, but hey, it doesn't count. So we'll give Cedric Wilson the 7 yards.
Right.
I don't think anyone's starting Cedric Wilson, not unless you are just desperate in a 14 or 16 team league, which I have him on a roster, but definitely not playing him. So.
Looks like Zeke also getting work in the run game continuously for the Cowboys 6-yard rush. So the Cowboys moving the ball down the field. They are at the 50-yard line right now, but I expect them to put up some points on the board on this drive because they look very, very good.
Yep. They're just moving the ball, and I like that offense a lot. But I just didn't expect them to be moving the ball against a very solid Carolina defense.
Right.
Like this. Granted, I mean, it's not like they're dominating the game, but, I mean, Carolina's 3-0 for a reason. They're a great team. So.
And with all due respect to the Cowboys, they're 2-1 for a reason as well. They've been playing fantastic. They've been very, very good this year, surprising me. And really, even though they're in an easy division, I still think that they could compete in one of those tougher divisions the way they're playing.
Yeah, and I think it's easy to say it's an easy division, but it's really not. I mean, it's the most decorated division in all of pro football. Let's just get that straight right now.
Right.
And I'm gonna actually interrupt myself here. Jameis Winston with a 15-yard touchdown pass to, I believe that's Juwan Johnson. Is that who that tight end is?
I think so.
Yeah. So he had a big week 1, hasn't really been heard of since, and then all of a sudden getting himself a touchdown today, 15 yards. Pretty good there. And honestly, you need that from Jameis Winston, who we all thought after week 1 was going to have a really good season, kind of been quiet since. So that's good to have from him. And looks like they ran a pretty good little 2-minute drill there to get that. Clyde Edwards-Helaire getting a 15-yard rush. Hadn't said his name in quite some time. And Falcons up there, I think they just went first, second, and third down, all throwing to Calvin Ridley, but all missing. So 3 incompletions there to Calvin Ridley. What were we talking about before that I was going to come back to? I can't remember.
Ooh, I cannot remember here, but I wanted to jump in and say the Browns look like they got a 2-point conversion. There was a penalty on Minnesota on that PAT. So I'm not sure exactly who got it, but there was a 2-point conversion there.
It looks like it was to Andy Jonovich.
Hmm.
So if you started
guy.
Andy Jonovich, then your season sucks. Merkel Hardman got a 24-yard reception there. The Chiefs moving the ball with 2:52 left. They are down on the Philadelphia 36-yard line, so they're going to get some more points, whether it's their kicker or probably scoring a touchdown, if we're being honest, because they are moving the ball with ease at the moment. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Tyreek Hill get another one. I think I ended up starting Merkel Hardman in a league today. Again, another one of those just injuries. I actually have some leagues where I have 3 IR spots, and they are completely full, and I have multiple on my bench that are also IR eligible. There's been so many injuries this year. It's been insane. So
100%.
Sad day. Something must have happened up there with that Falcons. They have retained the ball after those incompletions to Calvin Ridley. There must have been like a PI or something in there to let them retain the ball. But now they're at 3rd 13 on the Washington 35. So coup owners could possibly get a long field goal here if this works out in their favor. I actually dropped coup in one of my leagues to pick someone else up because he's just been struggling. That offense has been struggling. So Cou's a great kicker, but that offense has not even given him opportunities to get down and kick. So ended up dropping him. And I had Greg Zuerlein, so I like Zuerlein on the season. A lot of scoring opportunity there. So.
And just talking about this Falcons game here, I think there was a 17-yard reception to Calvin Ridley. So they will move the chains, threatening in the red zone with 27 seconds left in this quarter here.
Yep, that's a good reception. And then it flashed really quickly, but it looked like Saquon Barkley got a 17-yard rush. So a little flash in the pan there. And they're not in scoring position. They took a timeout, but they are on their own 32-yard line. Kyle Pitts gets a 7-yard reception. That gives them 23 seconds, 2nd and 3 on the Washington 11. So they are definitely threatening there. So they're going to get some points there, whether it's Koo or somebody else. They will get some points. Thomas Morstead missed. Oh no, that's a punt. My bad. I saw the Morstead and I thought it said missed. And as I read it, I was like, nope, that's a bad little touch of knowledge there. Daniel Jones with a 20-yard rush. Yeah, they're not going to score on that. So
surprisingly, though, today the Eagles sticking with the Chiefs so far, 14-13 in favor of the Chiefs. But I think it's more concerning for the Chiefs that they haven't been able to kind of escape the Eagles here in this game yet.
Well, the Eagles haven't played horrible this year. They haven't been great by any means, but they haven't been horrible. Well, that's what I was talking about earlier, is how the division isn't that bad. I think it's kind of
right.
It's like in college football, and being up in Canada, I don't know how in touch you are with American college football. But,
right, yeah.
But the Big 12 gives they say they don't play any defense, and that's kind of a misconception as well. So it becomes kind of a popular talking point, and it's really not even very accurate. So here you kind of have the same thing with, there's definitely worse divisions than Dallas's division. I mean, if you don't have Fitzpatrick go down, that Washington team looks a lot better. Giants are surprisingly, they're performing better than expected. But last year, that division Dallas lost half their team to injuries. I mean, you got to think the Giants, I mean, they lost one of the best running backs in the league, plus some. I mean, Gibson got hurt last year. Most of Washington's team got hurt last year. Eagles, same thing. So it was just riddled with injury through that whole division, and really no one took that into account. And it was just easier to make fun of them because, well, let's just face it, anywhere someone can make fun of the Cowboys, they're going to do it, right?
Yeah.
So it just becomes kind of a popular thing, and it's not a bad division. They're pretty competitive. Typically, last year was just odd that with a losing record you can make the playoffs and stuff. So it's just an odd year, but typically a very strong division in there. But Anyways, I'm going to get off my high horse there, my little soapbox, and come back into this because there's some scoring opportunities. The Bears-Lions have already gone to halftime. The Colts-Dolphins have already gone to halftime. Giants-Saints are at halftime. Some of these others are at the 2-minute warning or below. Nothing is over the 2-minute warning. So the Bills are threatening. They're on the Houston 7-yard line. And again, that Falcons game has been frozen for a little bit, but they're at the oh, that's why there was a penalty. So they'll be at the Washington 18.
Yeah, I'm just watching the game here. There was a booth review in this Falcons game, which I believe was holding them up past the Kyle Pitts, pardon me, which was out of bounds. So the Falcons right now sitting at a 2nd and 10. That's one to watch out for. That's about it right now, I think, in the red zone. Other than that, everything else heading to halftime.
Yeah, the Chiefs are down on the 3-yard line. They just had a 9-yard pass to Darrell Williams. So that would be concerning for CEH owners. That would be annoying if Darrell Williams comes in and takes a touchdown or something. But luckily, he's down on the 3. It's 1st and goal from the 3. I'd like to see a Travis Kelce touchdown. Would be really nice. Darrell Williams just got a 1-yard rush. That's annoying that he's in there. But, yeah, so that'll be interesting. But they're also trying to run a little bit of clock because there's still 57 seconds right there. So probably trying not to give too much time left to the Eagles to come back out. The Bears-Lions go to halftime there. I'm going to look. I'm going to look up Derrick Henry's stats really quick because he doesn't seem to be having much of a day, honestly. Derrick Henry, 12 rushes for 50 yards. So not great. And Westbrook there, Nick Westbrook having a bad day too on reception.
And another touchdown for Cordarrelle Patterson. That's insane.
12-yard touchdown. I'm sad I don't have him in more leagues.
Yeah.
I know I have him in one, but I don't know that I have him in much more than that, honestly, which is really sad.
Yeah.
Like I'm legitimately
yeah.
sad about it.
No, he's been playing so good this year, and I'm very happy because I drafted Mike Davis a lot, and I want some sort of value. So the fact that I'm able to get Cordarrelle Patterson is what I was looking for Mike Davis.
Yep. And here we go. Got some pre-halftime scores going on here. Everyone going down. Patrick Mahomes with another passing touchdown to Jay Fortson, whoever the hell that is. But hey, if you're a Patrick Mahomes owner, you're happy to get some more points out of him. I am playing against him in my 14-man league, my big money league, and so I'm not happy about that. But, Patrick Mahomes owners wanting those points and needing those points for sure because number one quarterback off the board hasn't really been producing huge points. So good to have that right before halftime.
Yeah, I know what you mean. And one final thing here, Bills, I'm looking, they are on the Houston 2, 4th and goal. So we will make sure to keep you guys updated with what happens there. The only game I think just coming out of the 2-minute warning here is going to be that Panthers-Cowboys. So there could be something there depending on how Darnold moves the ball. Yeah,
now the Browns, Kareem Hunt just got a 33-yard rush. That is going down there on the Minnesota 41. That's a huge rush there. I'm guessing they were probably in prevent or playing pretty soft, and I'm guessing that's probably a draw play to Kareem Hunt. And then they just did, Baker Mayfield got an 11-yard reception to Rashad Higgins. So they are now down on the Minnesota 30 with 27 seconds left. I don't think anyone saw that coming. So, and then the Bills just kicked. Tyler Bass just made a 21-yard field goal.
Nice.
So, yeah, I guess a couple knocking here, and they just punted away from the Cowboys. The Cowboys are going to have the ball with a little time left on the clock here with that 2-minute drill, so that could get interesting there on a scoring opportunity for sure.
Definitely, yeah. That'll be. I truly think that the Cowboys can put in some points on the board here. 1:40 left. That's enough time for Dak to work his magic.
Yeah, and they're starting up at what yard line are they on? Oh, they're at the 32. I mean, that's not bad. They've got an opportunity there for sure. So it'll be interesting to see what they do with that. I'm just looking at some of my matchups as I'm going along here. I'm in some really tight games this week. So that's interesting to see how some of those will play out over time. I like seeing this. Amari Cooper got a nice catch on a slant route here, made some good yards. It's good to see him out on the field. And he doesn't, I mean, they must not be very afraid. I wondered what that was all about earlier. That makes
It seems like he's getting a lot of work. Well, not a lot, but more than I would have expected right now.
Yeah, I figured he'd be more of a decoy, and that's not how they're really moving him at all. I mean, they're using him, which is really interesting. I mean, on a slant route where you have to push pretty hard. I mean, honestly, you're going to push your legs pretty hard on a slant route because you expect that to catch and sprint up the field. So, I don't know. I like it. I mean, it makes me happy as a Cowboys fan and owning him. Oh, I missed the pregame question through text message because I was. That's funny. My bad on that, guys. My bad. Man, it's hard. It's really hard.
Bills defense also right now, I just wanted to note, having a fantastic day so far in the league I'm playing in. At least they have put up 17 points against that horrid Houston offense right now, so expect them to continue to put up monster numbers this week.
Let's see. Everyone else just kind of sitting still for a second. Curious to see how the Cowboys come along here. Devontae Smith with a 37-yard reception for Jalen Hurts.
And the Browns making a 48-yard field goal to bring it to 11-7, so a score you don't often see.
Yeah, that's strange. Yeah, that's really strange.
And Dallas looks like they're not going to be able to convert this ball. They're sitting around the 50, so they're probably going to punt away to the Panthers. I don't know if they'll be able to do much with it. I mean, depending on if they can get that ball out of bounds, how they work it around. But that's about going to close out the games as far as halftime goes.
Yeah, because I don't know. I mean, I guess the Eagles are on the Kansas City side of the field there, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do anything in that short amount of time. I'm hoping the Panthers are able to do nothing against the Cowboys defense in a short amount of time, but that prevent defense always allows for some sort of production. So
honestly,
you might get a DJ Moore underneath type of pass where he might gain some yardage here. So you might get a little bit of fantasy production, but I don't see much scoring actually happening. So
yeah, definitely. Well, as things go into halftime, Corey, if it's all right with you, I'm gonna actually have to leave for a little bit. I might actually be able to tune back in, depending on how the schedule looks today. But I have somewhere to be for right now.
Yeah, no problem, man. I appreciate you dropping in here for a little bit. I'm sure our viewers also appreciate not just having to look at me or listen to just me. So I'm actually going to have to go grab a bite to eat now that things are going to halftime as well. So we're going to take a little bit of a break. And Johnny, maybe we'll see you later. Maybe we won't, but appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thank you guys for having me on.
No problem. All righty, guys. We're going to go to halftime, and we'll talk to you later. I've been on mute this whole time. Apologies for that, guys. Just catching up. Darnell Mooney got a 10-yard rush. Washington gets a kick return, 101 yards for a touchdown. And Taysom Hill gets an 8-yard touchdown run. So that's interesting. They probably did a little wildcat thing there or something, bringing in Hill, kind of what they did last year a little bit. So Darnell Mooney still getting quite a few catches. He's up to, well, I mean, it's only 4 receptions for 93 yards, but that's some pretty good production there. So, man, Washington coming out right off the bat with that kickoff return. Jonathan Taylor for the Colts has gotten a few carries. Derrick Henry just got a 14-yard rush, but it looks like that's coming back on a penalty, so apologies for that. He's gotten a few short rushes so far, the second half, but overall still not very productive. Looks like I got an alert here. Allen Robinson has gotten a 28-yard catch. Good to see that he's playing. I mean, for being honest, he's been very quiet today. Hasn't really done much of anything, which is really, really disappointing. Let's see. Allen Robinson has 4.6 points. So not great. Cordero Patterson doing it all. If you get return points off of him too, you're just racking up points. I don't know many leagues that do return yards, but there's another 32-yard catch by Darnell Mooney. So getting a lot there. Stephon Diggs also getting a 16-yard reception. Like I said, I don't know that many leagues are doing return yards, but some are. So Kadarius Toney getting a 19-yard reception. Another one of those guys, I don't trust Daniel Jones, but a good stash in Dynasty leagues probably. So let's see here. I'll go over, I know we're at halftime, so I'm going to go over some wide receiver stats here. It looks like Tyreek Hill just scoring PPR. Let me make sure that I am in PPR, because that's going to adjust different stuff. So you got Tyreek Hill with 19.5 points. Darnell Mooney has 18.5. Terry McLaurin, 15.3. Devontae Smith with 13.4. John Ross, 12.2. Justin Jefferson, 12.2. DJ Moore with 11. Stephon Diggs with 9.7, followed immediately by Emmanuel Sanders with 9.3. Calvin Ridley all the way down at 10th with 8.4. Let's go over to some running backs and see how running backs are doing. Cordero Patterson leading the way with 24.4 points. Jonathan Taylor behind him with 19.2, followed by David Montgomery with 18.8. Kareem Hunt, 14.7. Clyde Edwards-Helaire with 13.7. Zeke with 10.9, tied with Antonio Gibson, who also has 10.9. Derrick Henry down at number 8 with a 9.6. Michael Carter up to number 11 this week because he's not typically producing like that, 8.1. So, let's see. We'll run over some tight end really quick while we're at it. Dawson Knox leading the way. Who knew? With 10.6. Dallas Goedert, 10.4. Jawan Johnson with 10. Blake Jarwin with 8.8. Dalton Schultz immediately after that with 8.4. Kyle Pitts with 5. So it drops off pretty quick there. TJ Hawkinson all the way down. Hawkinson at number 13 with 2.9 points. I wasn't high on him before the season, and so disappointing there. He had a couple good weeks. Now he's having a couple bad weeks. It's hard to say if that's going to be regular production or not. So hard to say. Coming back over to the stream here. Looks like Damian Williams is getting a 4-yard touchdown run there for the Chicago Bears. Disappointing if you're a Montgomery owner that he couldn't get a third. And then Carson Wentz throws a touchdown to Mo Alley Cox for 3 yards gets a touchdown there. So Carson Wentz, not a name we call him very often, that's for sure. Dallas game just kicked off again. Browns are about to have to punt, so not much production there. 15 yards for Tyreek Hill. That was on a 2nd long after Patrick Mahomes got sacked. And Kyle Rudolph, 20 yards. That's someone we don't hear about these days much. He's with the Giants now, for those of you who didn't know. Not owned, I think, in any league that I'm in. And so just kind of fell off the fantasy radar completely. So that's kind of sad. But Daniel Hunter sacks Baker Mayfield if you're in IDP league and you have Daniel Hunter. Emmanuel Sanders with a 21-yard catch. He's gotten a few catches like that, around that 19 to 20-yard space there. I missed it, but Corey Davis had a couple of receptions. He's up to 5.3 points. So that's good on him. Allen Robinson still hasn't produced much this week. Just sad. He's up to 4.6 points. But, if he catches a touchdown at some point, then all of a sudden he's looking a lot better. That Bears offense, or the Bears team, is just looking better in general, but they're also playing against that Lions defense that is just absolute trash. So not quite sure who's to blame there. DJ Moore getting a huge reception there. Going to get some good points. So I missed probably close to 40 yards probably on that. So it'll be interesting to see how much that pops up for there. Disappointing as a Cowboys fan. Again, Emmanuel Sanders gets a 7-yard rush. Yeah, that was 39 yards to DJ Moore. Man, I would just pull the number out with 40. Dang. Not going to lie, I'm pretty proud of myself there. Rank them rest of the season from Kyle Ellis over here. Kyle wants me to rank these players for the rest of the season. Odell, Devontae Smith, Melvin Gordon. Melvin Gordon's going to be my last. I'll let you know that right now. The other two, though, are interesting. Odell and Devontae Smith. That's trickier than I would think. The only reason I say it's tricky is because Jarvis Landry is going to come back, right? And Devontae Smith's going to have an easier schedule. Sorry, I'm distracted by this Cowboys game. I'm going to look up Odell Beckham's schedule real quick, just to kind of see what I actually think here. My heart's telling me Odell Beckham, but my mind is telling me Devontae Smith. Yeah, there's Smith, Beckham. They're pretty equal. I think I might go with Devontae Smith just because Odell Beckham, he's going to do better now with Landry out, I think. But man, he's such an athlete. So Devontae Smith is also just a rookie. That's tough, buddy. That's a tough one to call. Because I love Odell Beckham. And so I could be a little biased there. And I think I'm trying not to do that because I also hate the Eagles. I think I'm going to go Devontae Smith. I would choose Devontae Smith there just because Landry will come back. That'll cut into Odell. And Devontae Smith, not looking horrible right off the bat. And I think there's just going to be, it's going to get better and better, I feel like, between him and Hurts. So I think that's what I'm going with there. Dalvin Cook gets a 6-yard reception. TJ Hawkinson got an 11-yard reception. We need some production out of him for sure. Hayden Hurst getting some receptions up there for the Falcons. It's not the first time I've seen his name pop up, but no one is probably playing him. So it probably doesn't help many people. Zach Moss. Okay, Patrick Mahomes threw an interception. Eric Wilson for the Eagles defense gets an interception there. So turnover, the Eagles will get it at midfield. It's actually on the 49 in Kansas City. So a good way for their defense to start out there. I didn't even finish my lunch, guys. Those games started out so quick. Okay, it looks like Kittle has been upgraded from questionable to healthy. So I'm going to double check that and make sure, because I have Kittle in multiple leagues. And I do want to make sure that that's true, that he is going to play. If they're saying Elijah Mitchell definitely out, but I want to know about Kittle. So I will be on the lookout for some Kittle news, just because I don't want to accidentally play Kittle. I do have backup plans in each of those. Kyle says, Amari Cooper not doing good, huh? Yeah, so far, not great. Now, in his defense, he pulled up with a hammy injury earlier, and he's back out there. But, I mean, CeeDee Lamb also not getting much production. Right now, it's the tight ends. The tight ends are getting all of that. And, yeah, they're the ones getting to beat right now. Guys, this is going to drive me crazy because I don't have him in enough leagues, but Cordero Patterson with his third touchdown of the day, third receiving touchdown of the day, and it's a 14-yard reception, and that's really eating into my Calvin Ridley points because I have Calvin Ridley in multiple leagues. I only have Cordero Patterson, I think, in one league. That's insane, guys. He is tearing it up. Speaking of Devontae Smith, earlier on that question, he has 21-yard reception here from Jalen Hurts. They are down on the 33-yard line and moving into there close to the red zone. Man, Cordero Patterson, just wow. No one saw that coming, right? Like, if you did, good for you. I want to borrow your crystal ball sometime. And if you don't have him on your squad already, you're going to have a hard time getting him now. Zach Ertz with an 8-yard reception there. Zeke had an 11-yard rush. Marlon Mack with a 12-yard rush. That's Marlon Mack. Love it. What about Mack? I just wish I had Cordero Patterson in more leagues. And I just don't. I'm going through some now, seeing if I have him. I hate having so many leagues that I don't even remember who necessarily are on all my rosters. Jalen Hurts gets a 7-yard rush. Jameis Winston getting another touchdown pass, this time to Kenny Stills for 46 yards. So Jameis Winston slings the ball. I mean, he had some fantasy production, and they won games when he was down in Tampa Bay. So I know he likes to sling the ball. Now, someone that no one has is Kenny Stills, right? Like, even your deep leagues probably don't have Kenny Stills, but he's a great wide receiver. Or he was in college, at least, right there at Oklahoma. So this will be interesting. How does this go? Amari Cooper touchdown, guys. Let's celebrate. Here we were, Kyle, just talking about Amari Cooper not really having much of a day, and then he gets a bomb touchdown here. I'm not sure how many yards yet. It hasn't showed up on my fantasy cast. I'm just watching it live. But that's a big one. Also, Tyler Bass kicked a field goal. And then Jameis Winston also threw an interception. So there's that after we were just getting some production or something. No, that's not right. It can't be an interception. That's a 35-yard bomb to Amari Cooper for a touchdown, hitting the corner of the end zone. They kicked the extra point. It's official. So that's good. Kenneth Gainwell getting a few yards on the pass there. Yeah, that's good to see Amari Cooper getting that. And it just takes one play like that. For a wide receiver, it just takes one good play and one score. For the most part, that's just how fantasy goes. If your player scores, it's a good week. On another note, it says Dalvin Cook appears to have aggravated his ankle injury. He's on the sideline. So disappointing for Dalvin Cook owners, especially since I don't think he's really produced much to date anyways. I am starting him in a league. Let me go check out what Dalvin Cook's looking like over there. But, oh no, I sat him. Wow, what a risky move. I sat Dalvin Cook. What a good move. He's at 3.7 points on my bench over there. Wow, pat on the back to myself. Kind of a ballsy move. I'm not even sure that I meant to do it. I think I was waiting to see what his status was and sub him in. But it's an 8-team league. So really, really deep in there. My starting roster is still ridiculous just because it's an 8-team league, Interesting. Well, glad I did that. That also helps me, I believe. I'm playing against Kyle, the other half of Boom Bust, who's sick right now, so he's not on here today with me. But he started Dalvin Cook, and he has 4.7 points right now, which is helping me. He also has Logan Thomas playing, who is out with a hamstring injury, so that's going to help me get a win in there. I'm still barely projected to win. Come on, that's silly. That's because Travis Kelce has done nothing today. He's got 1.4 points, and Jalen Reagor with 1.2 because injuries are keeping these players out. So Terry McLaurin just got a 20-yard catch, doing Terry McLaurin things. An 11-yard rush by Derrick Henry. Kareem Hunt still doing good there at running back, or still playing running back. It's only a 1-yard game. Thought it said 11. But 1-yard rush, and Jonathan Taylor with a 6-yard rush. Zach Ertz with another 6-yard reception. The Eagles are down on the Kansas City 6, so they are getting close to scoring there. And Tyler Heineke with an 11-yard pass to Antonio Gibson. So Antonio Gibson getting a few receptions today, getting involved in that offense, which is really nice to see. That Texans backfield staying away from it 100% because Philip Lindsay touching the ball. Everyone's touching the ball back there. You don't want anyone in that offense. It's trash. Brandon Cooks, I'm into that backfield. Staying away from there. Start Sermon or Henderson. Yeah, you want to start Sermon today, not Henderson. You don't know what that load is going to look like for Henderson because we don't know just how healthy he is. It's not an easy matchup, and Sermon is probably going to be carrying that backfield on his back. So I'm going Sermon right there. Let's go with that, Tron. Or that's my suggestion. You do what you want. I'm just suggesting start Sermon. Let's see if there's anything else going here. See David Johnson and at that quarterback. That in that backfield is just like it's reminding me a lot of the Ravens backfield. That Ravens backfield is also gross, where you have a different player touching it every down. It looks like Texans are doing the same thing. It's just you don't know who's going to get the freaking ball every play. You don't know who's even going to be on the field. They're just rotating them every play. It's really annoying. Chuba Hubbard with a 3-yard rush. And Ryan Tannehill not having pretty much any luck throwing today. I mean, it's been pretty gross over there. Not great. Granted, that Jets pass defense has been pretty good all year. So not an easy matchup there. And that Titans offense just hasn't looked good. Plus, they're missing their top 2 wide receivers now. But even when they had them, it wasn't necessarily pretty. they've been struggling a little bit, so they need to get it together. Paris Campbell with a 10-yard catch, followed by Zach Pascal with a 1-yard catch. The Eagles had to settle for a field goal, so Jake Elliott gets a 24-yard field goal. Pretty disappointing because they were moving the ball pretty decent, and then all of a sudden just didn't. They just stopped. So good stop there by a sketchy Kansas City defense to bend but not break. Derrick Henry with a 3-yard catch. And this Dallas defense, I mean, they're holding their own right now. They are looking a lot better this year. TJ Hawkinson getting a 22-yard reception. Finally going to start getting him involved in the second half, it seems like. He was not producing much the first half of the day. And Rodrigo Blankenship, who I think a lot of people have, just got a 34-yard field goal. And Saquon Barkley got a 2-yard rush. Says it was reviewed, so it must have been for a first down. And Tyler Heineke throwing a 10-yard pass to Curtis Samuel. So Curtis Samuel getting involved there. Jake Elliott made a 31-yard field goal. I think a lot of people started him as the kicker. Antonio Gibson gets a 6-yard rush. They are now down on the Atlanta 23-yard line. So they are moving the ball there. That's kind of a back and forth, good scoring game. If they can figure out how to start Cordero Patterson, and if they can figure out how to stop him, then Falcons might have to actually do something else. Cordero Patterson wouldn't be scoring all those points. Let me see. Again, I'm just going to check. Hawkinson finally starting to pick up some points there, which is really good. Marcus Callaway had a big reception at the beginning of the second half. It's like 56 yards, 58 yards. He's had one reception for 58 yards today. So a disappointment coming out of preseason where it just looked like he was going to be a steal in the draft. I picked him up really late in many leagues. And he has done nothing, essentially. Antonio Gibson with an 8-yard rush. Again, a lot of usage. I don't know how many fantasy points that's actually producing, though. It's not a lot. I'll tell you that. Cordero Patterson, on the other hand, getting a lot, but Mike Davis at 0.8 points. So essentially, no fantasy points out of Mike Davis today because it's all going to Cordero Patterson. And, Calvin Ridley, Kyle Pitts, these guys also just not getting a lot of points because it's all going to Cordero. So in this league, I guess Mike Davis has me 1.7, so I'm not sure what the scoring differences are there. But Calvin Ridley has me 6.4. Travis Kelce has done nothing today. What a surprise. Easily the top scoring tight end. But no production today, which is just killer. It's killer for his owners because people spent a top draft pick on him. He was a keeper in one of my leagues. He goes in the first round of a lot of drafts, and so that's a tough pill to swallow for a lot of people. But it's been one of those kind of years where there's been a lot of top players that have had these down weeks where they just don't produce. And honestly, Travis Kelce here, it's still a close game, so they're still going to be throwing the ball, which is good. So it'll be interesting. On another note, the Lions have scored a touchdown. Jared Goff, short right to K. Raymond, which helps nobody because I don't think anyone, unless you're in a 2-quarterback league, super flex, something like that, Jared Goff may be playing there for you, but woof. And then K. Raymond, that helps me, says nobody. Dak Prescott with a 6-yard throw to CeeDee Lamb. So CeeDee Lamb finally getting some yards there. Josh Allen with a 37-yard pass to Stephon Diggs, which is pretty good. I feel like Diggs is having a decent day. And CeeDee Lamb getting another catch. here, which hasn't popped up, so I'm not sure exactly how far it's for. But finally, CeeDee Lamb going to get involved, which will be nice. I don't have CeeDee Lamb in any leagues, but I love CeeDee Lamb. I want to see him more involved for sure. I advised someone earlier to play Gaskin over Henderson, and I don't like that all of a sudden. I mean, they're almost through the third quarter, and he has 3 yards rushing. That's a horrible situation. Jeez, Pete. Guys, Zeke Elliott. Just having a great day, man. Just feed him the ball. I mean, he is producing, guys. He is producing. Mike Gesicki getting an 8-yard reception. Zeke with that 47-yard run. I mean, woo, boy, he looks good today, guys. He looks good. Alexander Madison into the game. He's getting a 2-yard rush there. That's probably not good for Dalvin Cook owners who is getting essentially no points out of him today. I mean, he didn't score well at all. I haven't looked at it, but I'm also guessing the same for Saquon Barkley. Travis Kelce gets a 3-yard catch. And then on top of that, the Cowboys with an easy, wide open toss here to Schultz. Those tight ends are getting a ton of work. I mean, he walked into the end zone, it was wide open, turned around, and just essentially pulled up and just walked in because it was just so easy. These tight ends are getting some work, man. 14-yard reception to Tyreek Hill, so Tyreek Hill still getting a lot of receptions there, and a Dustin Hopkins 21-yard field goal there for Washington. And yeah, man, these tight ends, I'm kind of sad I don't have one. They're going for 2 here because they missed that 2-point conversion earlier, and they miss it. So it's going to be 26-14 for the Cowboys. They're doing really good against a 3-0 Panthers team. Man, I'm sad I don't have Dalton Schultz now. I didn't really believe in it. It was kind of one game, but yeah, now it's looking like that might be a real thing. I mean, they're setting up plays for it. It's not that he's just like out there producing it. They are setting up plays for him, and it's interesting. It's really interesting. So, Darrell Williams rushing for the Chiefs. Jameis Winston with a 15-yard pass to Taysom Hill. So Taysom Hill getting some work today, and he had that score earlier. Zach Moss gets a 4-yard rush. There's nothing really going on there. Those rushers, another backfield I am staying away from. I don't know if I just said this, but Jamison Crowder was targeted. That's maybe the first time I've seen Jamison Crowder's name pop up as even a target today, but I could be wrong. David Montgomery with a 24-yard run, so that's a good chunky yardage there for David Montgomery, who already has a couple touchdowns on the day. So picking up some good yards there. Let's see. Darrell Williams still getting some work there in the Chiefs backfield with a 6-yard reception, but I'm pretty sure no one's starting him either. So I had a little bit of a pause here on all games for some reason. Got a burger and fries sitting here staring me in the face. I will close that up for just a little bit here. Taysom Hill with a 6-yard rush. So again, he's getting some usage today. But I'm pretty sure no one's starting him. So, Darrell Williams, man, he's got a 10-yard run. Okay, here we go. Allen Robinson with a 27-yard reception. So Allen Robinson lives. They're down at the Detroit 18. Sorry, there's such a long list of games that I had to zoom out so that I could see it all here on Fantasy Cast. Holy cow, so I have to lean into the screen and give y'all like way too close of a look of my face when I'm trying to give you these stats, these updates, because my eyeballs just worked that well, I guess. I've got some really tight games in here. Yeah, that's really close. I've got one game's projected by half a point, so got some tight ones going this week for sure. Travis Kelce with a 10-yard reception. Finally, I mean, granted, I'm playing against him, my 14 team that is also like a 3-point projection right now. Projections really don't mean much because that's going to change a lot. But yeah, I need Travis Kelce to start just doing better because I have him in a couple leagues. So let's see. Alvin Kamara with a 9-yard rush. He's been kind of sneakily getting some yards added up today. Dawson Knox with a 4-yard reception. Wayne Gallman running it for the Falcons. That's a little confusing. Don't like that. I don't know if I haven't seen Mike Davis's name in quite some time, so not excited about that. Now it looks like, well, that doesn't tell me anything. I'm trying to see up on Sports Edge here. Oh, and Tyson Williams a healthy scratch versus the Broncos. Don't like that. If you're a Tyson Williams owner at all. I was trying to see if Melvin Gordon was out. That's a confusing blurb they've got up there. Latavius Murray is the team starting. Yeah, that's interesting. 14 yards to Kyle Pitts. Yeah, guys, I'm Tyson Williams. It's like they're going with Latavius Murray. So that's interesting. I know I have Murray in at least one of my leagues. David Montgomery with a 4-yard catch and Alvin Kamara on that 9-yard rush. That looks like it's been frozen there for a little bit. Robbie Anderson finally getting a catch there for 9 yards. He is struggling a little bit this year. He's not getting the same sort of production that he had in the past. So I'm going to check some of my teams here to see if I have Latavius Murray playing in any. So Tyson Williams is a healthy scratch. And so at the end, it does look like Mike Davis is still in the game. I know I was looking for an injury there since they were running other people, but it's like he is in it. So let me see. I have Latavius Murray. Kyle Pitts with a 6-yard reception. Baker Mayfield gets a 6-yard rush. Woo-hoo. That is far and few between there. Check. Ryan Tannehill throwing passes to people who don't matter. I know that Westbrook Ikeen, or however you say his name, was a popular pickup. But yeah. All right, looks like Williams for Kansas City up the middle for 1-yard touchdown. So CEH owners, sorry about that. That's a disappointment there that you didn't get that. And then Rodrigo Blankenship with a 43-yard field goal. And Calvin Ridley had a 7-yard catch. Heck, we'll take anything at this point for him. That score puts the Chiefs up 28-16. So just FYI there. And Dawson Knox with another 5-yard catch. Carolina just trying to feed the ball to DJ Moore, giving him an end-around run there. He's the spark to their offense right now, and they're just trying to get the ball in his hands, it looks like. So, yeah, the Tyson Williams really hurts me because I was looking to sell him before this week. I could not get a trade deal done. I saw him being phased out. Again, I picked him up instead of Latavius Murray in a league, and that did not pay off. I have guessed twice on that backfield, got it wrong both times. Let me see. I have Latavius Murray in a league where I don't really need him at all because my top running backs are Derrick Henry, Austin Eckler, Najee Harris. And then on my bench, I have Latavius Murray, Michelle, and Ramondre Stevenson. It's a dynasty league, so yeah, but I don't necessarily need him there. So I might be able to sell Latavius Murray because obviously it's J.K. Dobbins there, right? So Chuba Hubbard passed for 7 yards. Josh Allen with a 2-yard rush. Incomplete to Calvin Ridley, so they're trying to target him, but not having much luck. Chuba Hubbard just got dropped in the backfield, so he's going to lose 2 yards. Okay, that Josh Allen looked to be a quarterback sneak. Trying to figure out, they were on the 3, so they're down to the 1 now. They reviewed it, and he did not get in. Just FYI. Dallas Goedert with a 2-yard catch. Derrick Henry with a 18-yard rush, so big chunk yardage there for Derrick Henry, which is good. Still checking for my Latavius Murray in any of my leagues. I don't think I'm going to be that lucky, honestly. I'm probably going to have him in that one league, and that's looking like the only one. So that's disappointing and sad. But he's going to end up being the guy in a rush first thing. But you could kind of tell last week, like Tyson Williams just wasn't being used, even though he is good. Latavius Murray he's also good, but they were rotating all 3 running backs. I mean, they even had Devontae Williams in there, who is not as good as Tyson Williams, and they don't even have Tyson Williams out there, so whatever. Just never know these days, these coaches. All right, this Dallas defense just looking solid this year, and you've got Diggs out here. Diggs with an interception return here. So if you're playing Sam Darnold, he just threw an interception. And Diggs with yet another interception. He's doing really good this year. He's just in the zone. Auto zone, honestly. That pass was really horrible. It was way behind I don't know what he was doing. Sam Darnold throwing to the wrong spot for sure. But I will take it. Now Dallas back on offense here. This Bills-Texans game is still at the Houston 1. There hasn't been any sort of update there. So that's weird. It's just kind of sitting there. So we'll see if anything comes of that. Yeah, so Trayvon Diggs, that's his 4th game in a row with an interception that ties a franchise record, it says. So good for him, having himself a year. And then Tony Pollard got a 14-yard rush, followed immediately by like a 2-yard loss here. So, but right now, Tony Pollard in the game. Alvin Kamara getting small chunks there. I'm not sure what his stat line looks like, but Alvin Kamara has ranked 14th running back on the day with 9.5 points. So not doing great. Chuba Hubbard also not doing great. He has 6.3, so that is not the production that we had all hoped for. Dak Prescott, throws a touchdown to Cedric Wilson. My goodness, Dak Prescott making it look easy. Dallas making it look easy against Carolina. This 3-0 Carolina team is getting destroyed. Currently 32-14. Dak Prescott putting points on the board, man. Going back to your running back scoring. Also, sorry. I mean, I have to do that for my Cowboys. I will not do it for the Panthers today, but I will do it for the Cowboys. And also, Josh Allen to Dawson Knox for a 1-yard touchdown pass. Guys, Dawson Knox, my goodness, that is absolutely ridiculous. And while we're at Taysom Hill getting another rushing touchdown. And while we're at it, geez, these people. Derrick Henry up the middle for a 1-yard touchdown. Love to see that for Derrick Henry owners because he needed to score big time. And that is big time helping me in one of my leagues for sure. Gosh, that was a lot of scoring. And D. Westbrook got a 17-yard catch. I know Swift had a catch in there somewhere. There were just so many touchdowns being scored. Just bam, bam, bam. Couldn't keep up with those small little stats. So, wow, what a string of points put together there. The Falcons are at the end of the third quarter here. They're at the end of the third quarter, a little break here. But they are knocking on the Washington 7. So they are next up for some sort of score, hoping it's a touchdown. Kind of hoping it's not Cordero Patterson this time. I don't think he needs a fourth on the day. I think someone else could get one. I think that would be affordable, That would actually be really nice if it was someone else. Dallas Goedert with a 14-yard reception. And then on top of that, Mike Gesicki with a 1-yard touchdown from Jacoby Brissett. So, guys, a lot of scores happening here. And for the most part, they're with fantasy-relevant players. Taysom Hill being an exception. But, yeah, for the most part, these are some touchdowns that are helping some people. So, good stuff. This is way better than weeks past, A lot more action, a lot more points being scored here, and it's what we hope for in fantasy for sure. And honestly, yeah, it's a better day for me all around in some leagues. Still some really tight matchups. Not that you care, Kansas City gets a sack. But looking at some of these points, Odell Beckham, what a disappointing day. He has 1 point. Travis Kelce with 3.7. Started Tony Pollard. Injuries have killed me there. 3.6 points. Mike Davis, 2.4. The only person producing on this team. Calvin Ridley has 8.7 and Kareem Hunt with 14.8. Other than that, getting less than 5 points from all of my players playing. Cedric Wilson on my bench has outscored them. I have Amon St. Brown on my bench outscoring pretty much all of my starters. He has 7.1 points. So, been a rough go there running back in that league. I have Christian McCaffrey out and Gus Edwards, who is out in that Dynasty League. That's one me and Kyle play in and co-own, I guess you could say. Co-manage, that's the word I'm looking for. DeAndre Swift also not having a big day, 7.1 points. But Cordero Patterson just tearing it up. And the only reason we're in this game, me and Kyle have a couple that we do together. So there's that. All right. So we have a couple here. So we have Matt Ryan passed to Mike Davis, 7 yards and a touchdown. Mike Davis lives, and he puts points on the board. Gotta love that. K. Raymond, whoever that is going to be picked up on the waiver wire. Jared Goff gives him a 25-yard touchdown pass to K. Raymond. Cool. That's fun. Saquon Barkley gets a 5-yard catch. And 8 yards for Brandon Cooks, who's been pretty quiet today. And a run by Kenneth Gainwell, 7 yards for a touchdown. Kind of called that with the Eagles. Figured that Miles Sanders would have another quiet day. And that's exactly how that's going. Guys, what in the world? Diggs just got another interception. He hopped on a little curl route. And, wow, Diggs is having a year. That's his, 5th or 6th interception on the year already? I mean, he's just having a year, guys. He jumps this pass to DJ Moore, bounces off his face mask, comes down with it, wrests it away from DJ Moore. He tries to take it back from him. Wow, just have yourself a year, Diggs. This is incredible. He's fueling that defense and just, wow. He can pretty much do no wrong at this point. He is just playing so well. Good for him. Good for him. So, getting back here, pass intercepted by Trayvon Diggs. Love it. A lot of touchdowns were just scored. Kadarius Toney gets a 1-yard rush, so it looks like they're trying to get the ball to him. They just tried another pass to him. So 41 yards to Zach Pascal. I'm not sure if anyone ended up starting Zach Pascal this week. I know I have him on my bench in a couple of leagues. I think he struggled last week, if I remember correctly. And so I don't know that anyone was really playing him this week. Tony Pollard's shoelace tackle saved him from possibly scoring. So Tony Pollard, man, good running back, but this lane for him was wide open too. Had a couple of people touch him as they jumped to try to touch him, but that's how far away from him they were. I mean, he had a pretty clear lane there. Evan Ingram with a 1-yard catch. Evan Ingram been pretty worthless, honestly. So, okay, Tony Pollard follows that up with like a 2-yard loss. The hole just wasn't there. Tony Pollard sees a lot of open holes, honestly. He's just kind of lucky like that. Yeah, he's a good runner, but he also gets some really open looks. So, pretty easy looks. All right, guys, we have another score here, and it's to Jamison Crowder. Have him in a couple leagues, did not start him, but Zach Wilson to Jamison Crowder for 3 yards. So if you started Crowder today kind of as a fill-in, at least you get a little something out of him. He hasn't had much action all day, but comes down with a touchdown. Hey, can't beat that. That makes up for having a slow day around the field for sure. So Nyheim Hines also gets a 7-yard rush. So haven't said that name a lot today. I feel like it has been Jonathan Taylor a little bit more today than Nyheim Hines, like last week. Let's see. Kareem Hunt with a 2-yard rush. Zeke got stuffed there for no gain. It'll be a 4th and 1 on the Carolina 20. It's at a timeout right now because it's the end of the third quarter, so it'll be interesting to see what they go for there. Yeah, that Titans-Jets. Boy, the Titans are struggling this year. They're at 17 all in that game. The Bills are handling the Texans as they should be, 26-0. Another close-ish one is the Colts-Dolphins at 20-10. Tight one there with the Browns and the Vikings. It's 11-7 for the Browns. And the Chiefs-Eagles is 28-23 in the Chiefs' favor there. Clyde Edwards-Helaire getting a 1-yard rush. So, few tight games. It's good. That keeps them interesting. Keeps those fantasy points rolling. Honestly, when you get blowouts, it kind of hurts some fantasy production. I say that the Bills are up 26-0. They just got a 19-yard pass to Stephon Diggs. So love that. That Chiefs game, they are running Darrell Williams a little much for my liking if I'm CEH owner, because they are only leading by 5. And I know he got the last score, and he's seen some good action here. We also have Jonathan Taylor with a 5-yard rush and David Montgomery with a 5-yard rush, each of them playing against the number 1 and number 2 weakest run defenses, and were great DFS pickups this week for sure. So, in other news, Zach Moss with a 4-yard touchdown run. Boy, if you have Tyler Bass, you're getting some points today from your kicker, so that's good. Zach Moss, Devin Singletary, which one's going to score from week to week? You never know. Oh, boy. Guys, bad news. I just got an injury alert. It says Bears David Montgomery is down and holding his left knee. That sucks, guys. That would suck really bad. And also, it says Sam Darnold is in. That's 25 minutes ago. That's not. Man, that David Montgomery news would be really bad. That would be really bad for him. Really sad. He's having a day, so that would suck. That would suck pretty bad. So Damian Williams in there now. At running back, he gets a 7-yard rush. Derrick Henry with a 2-yard rush. Alexander Madison with a 6-yard rush. Alvin Kamara still small yardage there with a 1-yard rush. That's rough. Okay, so Dallas is challenging this rush by Zeke. I guess they thought he got the first down, and they are now challenging it to C. So I thought he got stopped short, but I don't know why they give us a back side there. That's a bad angle to give us that replay. Tyreek Hill with a 5-yard. Oh, he may have gotten that. Tyreek Hill with a 5-yard reception. And Justin Fields says he got sacked for 24-yard loss. I don't know if that's necessarily true, so we'll see if they update that. We'll just see. So I'm not sure that Zeke got this. I think this might stick at 4th and 1. Yeah, they said ruling on the field stands. I didn't see anything to overturn that either. So it's going to be 4th and 1 for the Cowboys here. And they're going to bring on Greg Zuerlein here. Just kick the field goal, which is smart. I mean, you're starting the fourth quarter. You're up by 19 points. There's no reason to go for it on 4th and 1 and maybe give some momentum there to the Panthers. Plus, I have Greg Zuerlein, I think, in 2 leagues, so give me some points. I mean, it's a short kick. It's 27, so it's a 37-yard kick, so it's only 3 points, but hey, 3 points is 3 points. In fantasy, am I right? Greg the Leg hits it. So Wayne Gallman with a 13-yard rush for the Falcons, in case you didn't know where he played at now. Wayne Gallman with the Falcons. Patrick Mahomes gets a 12-yard rush. That Wayne Gallman says 13-yard rush now, so I don't know if they corrected it or if it was back-to-back good runs. Taysom Hill getting some some runs here too. So, but then they ended up punting the ball away. So not successful runs. I'm gonna get a drink of water because I am talking a lot, and I typically don't have a hard time talking a lot, for being honest. Well, Carson Wentz throws another touchdown pass to Molly Cox. Again, someone I don't think anyone's starting, and I don't think people are going to rush to the waiver wire to pick up because that's just kind of a rarity. I don't think that's something that's going to happen regularly. I won't be going after him on any waiver wires. I guess I will be going after Damian Williams, though, the Bears running back, if David Montgomery is going to be out, then that's something to keep an eye on for sure. Again, disappointing on that Montgomery injury. So, in other news, I just got a alert for late game inactives from Fantasy ESPN Fantasy, and they typoed in it. It says "heck out the latest injury updates to help set your lineup" instead of "check out." So that's kind of funny that is the case. And while I was blabbering about that, Saquon Barkley gets a 54-yard touchdown receptions from Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones getting some points today with the touchdown passes. But also, Saquon Barkley owners have to be happy about that. I mean, they've been needing anything out of him, right? Kind of like Antonio Gibson owners last week. Got that big play. They just got that really big out of Saquon Barkley. They needed that big time. Boy, me and Kyle are playing each other in our Roll Tide League, and we are both projected 106 points, easily the lowest. It is just a shit show over there, which is kind of funny. There's two teams with 129. Most of those games are kind of even today, so that's interesting. Guys, rejoice. Corey Davis with a 53-yard touchdown reception from Zach Wilson. This was his revenge game. He's been quiet all day. Been kind of sad, but then gets a huge 53-yard reception for a touchdown. And Tyreek Hill does it again. This man. 12-yard touchdown reception. Tyreek Hill just putting up points. So if you have him this week, woof. I mean, he is just eating lunch. That's insane. Good for him. Good for him. Yep, that's some big points for Tyreek Hill. Let's go do an update here because let's look up Derrick Henry is up to 22.8 points. David Montgomery with 22.6, but injured now. Jonathan Taylor with 20.4. Kenneth Gainwell the 5th overall for the day with 19.6, followed by Saquon Barkley with 18.7. Clyde Hilaire not letting you down this week with 18.3. Zeke also not letting you down, 17.7. Guys, there's names up here at the top that you expect to see at the top finally being up there. Let's switch over to wide receiver really quick because Tyreek Hill leading the way easily with 34.1, followed by Corey Davis all of a sudden, who only has 4 receptions on the day, but now up to 111 yards and 1 touchdown. 21.1 PPR points. So all of a sudden jumped up above. Khalif Raymond is the Detroit wide receiver who has 3 receptions on 5 targets for 45 yards and 2 touchdowns. He's at 18.5 points. Then Darnell Mooney with 18.5, Stephon Diggs with 18.4, Terry McLaurin with 18.3, DJ Moore 16.5. Again, you're going down here. You've actually got names that should be at the top, being at the top. Now, when you jump over to tight end, that's a different story, right? Your guys at the top, you expect to kind of be there. Kyle Pitts at 7 with 9 points. You have Hawkinson at number 9 with 8.2 points. You have Travis Kelce at the 12th overall with 6.3 points. Very disappointing for Kelce for sure. At your top, you got Dawson Knox with 20.7. Mo Alley Cox with 19.2. Dallas Goedert with 16.6. Dalton Schultz with 16. Mike Gesicki with 13.5. So struggling a little bit there. Travis Kelce is a very surprising day. I guess the game's not over, but ooh, jeez, Pete. Oh, I hate that. Guys, the game has become so soft. That was a good hit. Carolina pass over the middle to, I'm guessing that was Trimble. I don't really know, honestly. But, yeah, it was Trimble. Cool. That was just a guess. I haven't seen Carolina actually play. That cool. Hit him right in the shoulder pad to shoulder pad. Kind of a blindside hit. Made him drop the ball. And they're going to call a penalty on that. I'd be surprised if that wasn't reviewed and overturned as a personal. I mean, it was shoulder pad to shoulder pad. It looked worse than it was. That's just defense. Like, that's just really annoying. Yeah, that's shoulder pad to shoulder pad. I say not a penalty. They threw multiple flags on that. Are they ejecting him? Yeah, I mean, he was on the sideline with no helmet. No, they're not ejecting him. He's just pissed. So they took him off the field because he's super pissed, which I don't blame him. It was a great, great defensive game. It's a silly penalty. That's just the game as it is now, and that's really annoying. Chuba Hubbard gets about 12 yards on a screen pass right after that. So Devin Singletary getting a 2-yard rush. Miles Sanders with a 4-yard rush. And Antonio Gibson with a 1-yard rush as well. Chase McLaughlin for the Browns with a 53-yard field goal. Puts them up 14-7. That's been 11-7 for a long time now. And, yeah, so that's finally to a real score. Miles Sanders gets an 18-yard reception from Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts having a better day today. Let's go look at some quarterback scoring here. Dak Prescott's your top quarterback with 26.8, followed by Matt Ryan with 26.28, which has been kind of a surprise there. Patrick Mahomes with 25.62, Daniel Jones with 21.6, Josh Allen with 20.2, Jalen Hurts is sitting at 6th overall with 19.5, followed by Sam Darnold at 17.96. Then, surprisingly, Taysom Hill with 17.76 because he's rushing the ball. So he's getting the ball in a couple different ways because Jameis Winston's all the way down at the 13th overall with 12.72. So Taysom Hill, just being the gadgety type player he is, getting some different opportunities at scoring, not really just playing quarterback. So, Amon St. Brown with another 9-yard reception. Robbie Anderson finally getting another catch. Looks to be for about 14 yards. So he's getting some better usage today, as he should against the Dallas defense, right? Zach Ertz gets a 19-yard reception. So Jalen Hurts getting some a little bit longer receptions here. Chunk yardage, just kind of racking it up, slow but sure. Moving them down the field there, down now to the Kansas City 34-yard line. Jarrett Patterson getting some rushes in for Washington, which is strange. So, Kyle and I in our Las Vegas League with 7 o'clock Piggy Bank picks, Fantasy Flojo, Zoned In podcast, Fantasy Football State of Mind. I don't know. There's a bunch in there. Fantasy Shot Callers. Guys, I don't there's a lot in there. That's going to be a yearly thing. It's going on. It's going to be a convention, 7 o'clock, putting together a Vegas fantasy football convention on Labor Day every year. Be there or be square. That'll be coming. Information will be coming soon. We're going to go back and scout out some stuff. Anyways, me and Kyle making a big comeback there in that league. And we're 0-3. We might have a chance at winning this week. Hard to say. With that being said, the Dolphins scoring. That's a Devontae Parker 3-yard touchdown reception. I almost picked up Devontae Parker in a couple leagues this week and didn't. I don't know why, because Jacoby Brissett, not bad quarterback. And DJ Moore getting a 6-yard touchdown reception. Yeah, DJ Moore, worthwhile. Am I right? He's very worthwhile. All right, I'm getting here that Jalen Hurts. Oh, guys, something is wrong because hold on. I was going to. I don't know what's going on with Fantasy Cast right now. But I had a touchdown pop up here that I don't think is a real touchdown. So sorry. Little early celebration there, but I don't think that this touchdown I'm getting here is an actual touchdown. Nope, looks like they just removed it. But we'll instead say that Mike Trubisky, who helps nobody, gets a 4-yard touchdown on a bootleg there. So I guess my blowhorn wasn't completely wasted, which is nice. James traded for Kelsey yesterday and traded away Patterson yesterday. Did you trade Patterson for Kelsey? Was it the same deal? Kelsey, though, this is so abnormal for him. I mean, we all know that, right? So I don't know what's going on with him today. It's killing me. I should be really annihilating, especially in one league. Kyle's my opponent. He's got Dalvin Cook and Logan Thomas. But I just have, Kelsey is killing me. He's only got 6.3 points, and Jalen Reagor with 1.2. It's crazy. Yeah, so Patterson and Kelsey were in the same. Same. Kicker's doing better than Kelsey, Cook, and Lamb combined. Yes. Yeah, that's the kind of day it is. That's so sad, right? I had 3 stars last week in one of my leagues combined for 5.5 points. And it's super frustrating. But I think my kicker had 6, so barely beat that. I think I had one player in that league reach double digits, and that was my quarterback with like 13 points or something like that. So that definitely happens. Cook killed you. Lamb, I don't know what's going on with Lamb. I'm hoping he can produce a little something here to help us out. 6 yards to Allen Robinson. So that's Allen Robinson getting some garbage time here. Be nice. I could use all the help we can get there. The Bills up 40-0, not even close there, which is ridiculous. Coming over here, the Panthers got that score. It makes it 36-21, so not quite going away, but okay. So this is interesting. It says Dalvin Cook with a 2-yard rush, so I guess Cook is back in now. Allen Robinson with another 6-yard catch. Interesting. That would be good for Dalvin Cook owners if Dalvin Cook is back. They're down in the fourth quarter, 14-7. So I'm guessing he may not be 100%, but he wanted to come back in to help try to come back and get back in this game. Speaking of comebacks, Zeke is just looking absolutely ridiculous. He's just eating him alive out there. So happy for him. Sad I don't have him anywhere because people were not selling. I know people were panicking, but they were not selling. And that's been a lot this year. I mean, there's been a lot of panic on a lot of big players, and everyone's like, sell these players, but people had such draft capital in these players that they weren't selling them. And if they were selling them, it wasn't for cheap, right? They wanted some good stuff back, and so wasn't really a good buy low candidate. 31 yards to Justin Jefferson, 24 yards to Jack Doyle. Derrick Henry with a 5-yard rush. Kadarius Toney with an 11-yard catch. McKissick getting in some work there. And Terry McLaurin with a 17-yard catch. I haven't heard from him since his touchdown earlier. But looking good there. McLaurin getting some good work. Double check. Oh, I did not realize. That McLaurin 17-yard catch was a touchdown, guys. So McLaurin disappeared there for just a little bit and came back and got a 17-yard touchdown catch. That hurts me and helps me. I have two 0-3 leagues. And in one league I'm playing against McLaurin, and in one league I have McLaurin. So that's a tough pill to swallow right there. One's the Vegas league, and one's my long time. It's our 11th season. We went to Denver and drafted for him. So these are the two leagues that I traveled for drafts. Once to Denver with all my best friends, and then once to Las Vegas with a bunch of other content creators and members of the Fantasy Football Network. And so yeah, that's a tough one, Terry McLaurin. But here we are. So in that league there, Kyle's probably going to beat me. He's 2-1. I'm 0-3 after winning the championship last year. So again, a tough pill to swallow there. He's had Dalvin Cook out. Logan Thomas went out with 0 points. Marvin Jones getting 5.4. That tells you how bad my team is doing overall. It's been really bad. It's been really, really bad. So his Colts defense has 9.83 points, and that outscores Zerline, Michael Carter, Travis Kelce, Jalen Reagor, and almost Calvin Ridley. So almost all the players I have going in there, his defense has outscored most of them. So that's saying something right there. Brandon Cooks with a 16-yard reception. Had a little bit of a rough day there. The Texans playing against that Bills defense. That Bills defense is too good for that offense. That is not a good matchup there for sure. Michael Pittman Jr. with a 20-yard reception, and Braxton Berrios with a 6-yard rush. He hasn't gotten a lot of receptions with Jameis Crowder back against Crowder. Clyde Edwards-Helaire with a 5-yard rush. That is a 12-point game with 4 minutes left in it. The Chiefs are ahead there. That, I'm guessing, I haven't seen an update. I'm guessing Washington's going to go for 2. I think that's how that's looking up there. I don't know. It's 28-30. Darrell Williams still rushing there for the Chiefs, getting, again, more than you would want if you're a CEH owner. Adam Thielen with a 5-yard reception. He's had a pretty quiet day. Michael Carter with a 13-yard rush there. So good chunky yards there. They're at 3 minutes and 20 seconds left. The Jets are up 24-17 over the Titans. So that's a 1st and 10 on their own 40. They are looking to run some clock. The Jets are probably trying to run some clock there. That'd be a pretty good win there for the Jets. The Titans, bad loss. I mean, I understand you're missing A.J. Brown and Julio Jones, but that's not a great excuse, honestly. Darrell Williams, again, reception for 8 yards. So he's getting used. The 2-point attempt by Washington fails. So that's still 28-30 there. Okay. Panthers have the ball back. So they have a fan asleep in the stands. That's cool. I pay that much money and fall asleep in the stands. If that was my child, I'd be like, no, this costs way too much money because they had good seats. But this is probably good for DJ Moore owners because they're probably going to be throwing the ball. Chuba Hubbard also may end up getting some garbage time passes here, and as I say that, he catches one out in the flats. Yeah, this is gonna play good for those two because they're gonna be looking to move the ball downfield. There's 6.5 minutes left, so you can get a couple drives like this where they're kind of in 2-minute drill, just looking to move the ball and try to catch up. They're down by 15, so Graham Gano gets a 48-yard field goal, so that's a good solid 4 points for you if you have Graham Gano. Yeah, they're running this kind of 2-minute offense here. The Panthers are, and so this could end up playing pretty well for fantasy owners. I know that's what I like to see if I have these guys for sure. And I do have Chuba playing in a couple of leagues, so if he can gain a couple extra points here, just in some garbage time. I mean, you don't hate to see that. You hate if you're playing against it. You hate that bad if you're playing against it. And Sam Darnold should have just thrown an interception. It went right through the hands of the defender. But also, Tyreek Hill with a 44-yard touchdown reception. He had that one called back early in the day, and you're just like, oh, that sucks. And since then, it's been just absolutely ridiculous, guys. I mean, how nice to be a Tyreek Hill owner today. I am not one of them. But if you are, congrats. So Tyreek Hill, now the leading wide receiver on the day with, let's see. Actually, I don't know that this is updated. Let's give it a second to update. There we go. Oh my gosh, guys. Tyreek Hill with 47.6 points. The next closest is Terry McLaurin with 30.3. So Tyreek Hill has 11 receptions on 12 targets for 186 yards and 3 touchdowns. Repeat, 3 touchdowns with 186 yards on 11 receptions. He has 47.6 PPR points. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's disgusting. He had a down week, and if you believed in him, then good on you. Yeah, I mean, no one was trading him away after one down week, right? Nobody? I would assume not. If you did, that's on you. I mean, you want to talk about panic if you panic on Tyreek Hill after last week. Just throwing that out there. That would have been really silly. Dang, this game over here was supposed to be a blowout, and that's all of a sudden becoming really close. Don't like that. It's weird how projections work. You know, you're projected to win by 40 points. The next thing you know, you look at it, and you're projected to win by 4. Boy, things change really quickly. That's for sure. Also, when you're playing against Patrick Mahomes, that does not help. When Patrick Mahomes is up to 45.82 points against you. This league has weird scoring in it, though, so that's an odd kind of amount. There, that is not how many points he's putting up across everyone's leagues. I don't know how this one exactly scores it, but it's interesting. Looking like going to get some wins. Well, there, not there. Best ball is interesting. This is my first best ball league, and that's also looking to be a really close matchup. I'm not seeing anywhere where I'm playing against Tyreek Hill, so I may have dodged a bullet against Tyreek Hill. So, gotta love that. Odell Beckham, still a disappointment, getting some targets, but not actually coming down with anything, which is a big disappointment for sure. Mike Davis with a 4-yard rush. Just double checking still that I'm not playing. I am playing against Patrick Mahomes in that league too, where he has 41 points. So, that's been a rough go. That's been a really, really rough go. Oh, I am playing against Cordero Patterson, and a guy who started Kenneth Gainwell, who has 19.6 points. So just kind of some lucky dart throws there. I mean, those are guys that he did not expect to be producing the way they are and what we are. So, a couple games have gone final. Bills, Texans, Bears, Lions, Colts, Dolphins have all gone final. So no more production out of those guys. Dalvin Cook is back in the game, but they're not in good scoring position right now. So it's going to take some work for them to get down in there. These games that are left on, though, the only non-close game is Cowboys-Panthers. It's 36-21 with 4.5 minutes left, but the Panthers are in the red zone. They're on the 8-yard line. So it could end up getting interesting here soon. Ryan Tannehill has been a quarterback disappointment so far. Guys, there's what I was talking about. DJ Moore with yet another touchdown. That actually helps me quite a bit in a league. 2 leagues. One I didn't actually need it in. But that's that garbage time scoring here that you're kind of hoping for, where they're passing a lot, they're passing quick. He actually was lined up as the tailback, and they curled him around the line, and he was wide open. I mean, right in the end zone. No one even. No. I was going to say the defenders ran into each other, and then both went after the same receiver. So, kind of a bad deal there. Calvin Ridley, another disappointment on the season. Oh, guys. It's so hard, but I'm not going to push the button for the Panthers scoring. I just can't. Again, it's my broadcast. I'm not playing a horn for the team that's playing against my team. Sorry, not sorry. I do what I want. Yeah. Guys, what an interesting day. What an interesting day. There have been some actual, fantasy relevant players scoring today, which is really interesting. And there's been a couple players that have just scored a lot, right? Like Tyreek Hill, Terry McLaurin, DJ Moore. Justin Jefferson did pretty good. He had a pretty decent day. Jamison Crowder coming in at the number 6 overall wide receiver so far. 17 points. Guys, that's dang good. Right? And then on top of that, you have Corey Davis at number 14 overall with 21.1. If that tells you how bad Tennessee's pass defense is, that tells you how bad Tennessee's pass defense is. That's really bad, guys. So at wide receiver, you have Tyreek Hill, 47.6. DJ Moore is now the number 2 with 31.9, followed by Terry McLaurin with 30.3. Over at QB, you have Patrick Mahomes with 31.82. That's a lot lower than in some of my league scoring. Sam Darnold with 31.5. 5-4 against the Cowboys. Not super surprising. And Dak Prescott with 26.8. So there's a little bit of a cliff there. Pretty good drop. It's only 5 points, but still. This Dallas offense just relentless. Cordero Patterson still with 34.6. Derrick Henry with 24.6. Kenneth Gainwell with 19.6. Zeke with 19.4. And Clyde Edwards-Helaire also has 19.4. Saquon Barkley 19.1. So some of these players, again, you have significant players scoring. Jalen Reagor gets a 9-yard reception. He's been pretty quiet today. Tony Pollard with an 18-yard rush right up the middle. I mean, just the holes that this offensive line is creating against this defense. It's just incredible. Now Zeke comes in and gets a pretty good, I'm pretty sure that was about 8 yards. We'll see here in a second. It's just chunks, man. Yeah, 8 yards. Zeke having a good day. Zeke had a good day. So this is interesting, you know. I mean, I know a lot of people didn't expect Dallas to come out here and perform this way. Against the 3-0 Panthers. I mean, Johnny asked me earlier how I saw this going, and I said I thought Dallas would have it. I mean, they're playing at home. Ooh, excuse me, guys. John Ross with an 8-yard reception after that big catch he had earlier. That may be only his second catch of the game, but he made one count, that's for sure. Oh, that's an overtime over there. That Giants Saints is an overtime. I did not realize that's a 21-21 in overtime over there. I missed that. Jalen Hurts with a 10-yard rush. Gets a point there. The Vikings still not in great scoring position over there. In this Cowboys game, I mean, the Panthers aren't giving up. There's just about 3 minutes left, and there's 8. It's only 8 points, right? So that's one possession. That's a one-possession game. So it's not over. It's not over by any means. So that could get interesting if Dallas doesn't score here. Granted, they just passed 50. They're on the 49-yard line of the Panthers. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes. Zach Ertz with a 9-yard rush. That's getting tricky over there. Ooh, boy. Oh, boy. Schultz almost dropped that. That was interesting. The Cowboys throwing the ball. It's a little risky there. That'll take him to the 2-minute warning. Ooh, Schultz juggled that. Had he not juggled it, then that would have been different. Jalen Hurts with a 15-yard touchdown to, I'm guessing that's Greg Ward. I don't know who G. Ward. I'm going to say that's Greg. Sure, we'll go with that. I don't know. But it's someone insignificant fantasy-wise. Fantasy-wise, very insignificant. So, but Jalen Hurts gets another touchdown pass. That's good. People needed that. Saquon Barkley with an 18-yard reception. Conklin with a 6-yard reception. Kind of having a little bit of a quiet day. Guys, some of these other games, the Seahawks 49ers has kicked off. Cardinals Rams has kicked off. George Kittle getting a reception right off the bat, 8 yards. And I saw Trey Sermon got a 5-yard rush. So Trey Sermon starting at running back. Kittle is playing. Tyler Higbee gets a 5-yard catch from Stafford in that game. So 49ers starting off with the ball, and the Rams starting off with the ball. So the Giants up in their overtime game, they are on the New Orleans 34. So they are pretty much in field goal range and can believe they can end that game. I think the Saints started with that. So, yeah. Let's see. We're at a minute left here. And it looks like Washington is going to be in scoring position there at the 33-yard line with a minute left. He's got a 19-yard pass to Adam Humphries. Like I said, a minute left. They're down by 2, so they can come in and kick a field goal. They just did a 4-yard pass to J.D. McKissick. Josh Reynolds from Ryan Tannehill for 11 yards. They are on the Jets' 14 with a minute 5 left. They are trying to tie it up and take that into overtime. There's Westbrook-Ikhine for 6 yards. They're now down. Second 4 from the New York Jets, 8. Trying to score and tie that up to send it into overtime. The Titans-Jets there. Tyler Higbee getting targets, at least from Matt Stafford. So at least he's getting some targets. Ferkser gets a 6-yard catch from Ryan Tannehill. So we might see a Derrick Henry touchdown here. They're on the 2-yard line with 44 seconds left. So they try to pass to Nick Westbrook-Ikhine. Oh, wow, a little trickery from the Cowboys with an end around from Zeke, and then he pitched it back to Pollard to seal that game. I mean, they'll take knees now. Guys, that was one of the coolest plays I've seen in a long time. Really liked that. The Rams, Matt Gay kicks a 42-yard field goal to start that off. They are up now 3-0. Kenny Golladay gets a 23-yard reception. They are now on the New Orleans 6-yard line, 1st and goal with 5.5 minutes left in overtime. All they have to do, I think, is kick the field goal, and they win it. I think this is the second possession. Mohamed Sanu Sr. gets a 9-yard reception over here for the 49ers. Boy, the Cowboys getting a good win over the Panthers. Just got to take a couple knees. George Kittle with an 18-yard reception. Love to see that if you're a Kittle owner. And Ryan Tannehill with a pass to C. Batson for 2 yards for the touchdown. So a little disappointing if you have Derrick Henry. But here's the thing, that'll send them into overtime. And so Derrick Henry owners can probably get some more points out of that. And I've seen many a time where Derrick Henry just takes over and gets a nice run and scores in overtime and gets you just a big chunk of yards or big chunk of points in overtime. So don't hate that, right? Like, you don't hate that at all. Checking on some other scores here. That's interesting. Trey Sermon with a 6-yard rush. So he got the start there. He's gotten a couple, 5-6 yard plays there. Looks like they're jumping this over to the Falcons game for me here so that I get to watch the end of that. But first, a lot of happy fans right now. A lot of happy fans. Oh, no, they changed it, guys. Well, not as happy of fans are dwelling. 21-yard touchdown pass from Jimmy Garoppolo. At first, they listed this as George Kittle. They threw that up on there, and it was R. Dwelly. I don't even know who that is. I'm guessing he's probably another tight end. I'm not really sure. Haven't heard of him. Haven't heard of her. Yeah, so that was not a George Kittle, but that's a touchdown there for the 49ers to go up 7-0. I'm watching this Falcons-Washington game, and looks like this is under review right now. J.D. McKissick may have scored. If nothing else, he got down to like the 1-yard line. So they may end up getting they counted as a touchdown, but they're under review right now. So we will see how this plays out. Watching this replay. Oh, that's hard to say. He jumped and got knocked out of the out of bounds. Yeah, they're going to let it stand. That's going to be a touchdown there. So even though guys, that's a 30-yard touchdown pass to J.D. McKissick for a touchdown, which is interesting. What an ugly play. I mean, it was just a busted play. They threw it back across the field, and he took it 30 yards. They're going for 2 now, and that did not work out. Tackle in the backfield, they lost so many yards. Like, they didn't even block for him. So that was ugly. But that puts Washington up now 34-30 with 33 seconds left. So that'll be interesting. You're not going to get a lot out of it from Falcons, probably a little garbage time here. It'd be nice to see Calvin Ridley maybe get an easy pass here. I bet they try something with Cordero Patterson, would be a guess. So, yeah, that Titans-Jets game is going to – it's like they took a knee. The Jets did, so that's going to go into overtime. Looks like Kyler Murray just got sacked for a 14-yard loss. That's quite a bit there, Kyler. Okay. Matt Ryan, not happy. What you got to do, right? Finally have a good game. Defense can't stop. Can't stop him. Can't stop, won't stop. All right? So let's see. The Cowboys win. The Giants win. Washington might win. Eagles put up a better fight than I thought they were going to against the Chiefs. But, yeah, guys, just keep telling me how bad of a division it is. You just keep telling me. So, hop on that bandwagon. You're just hating on that division. It's too easy. All right, let's see here what the Falcons are able to do. Let's see if we can get some garbage time points for some of our players, all right? That's not Cordero Patterson. Someone not named Cordero Patterson would be ideal, right? Like that. Like some garbage time for Calvin Ridley. It's fantastic. All day. I'll take that, please. Are they going to review that? I mean, they're in prevent defense, so that's some pretty easy garbage time reception yards. Tyler Lockett with a 2-yard catch. Yeah, it's 21 yards for Calvin Ridley. Dropped the ball, but it was after he was already on his back and just laying there, and then so he could push the ball out. So, but that puts them at their own 46, 1st and 10 with 26 seconds left. And the Falcons just used their last time out, and they're still throwing to the middle of the field, but they're trying Calvin Ridley again. And these receptions are just what you want here. 5 yards to Tyler Lockett. Hey, points are points, right? Tyler Lockett, like right now, we're racking up some PPR. I mean, that's 2 points just off of catching the ball. So, gotta love it. Oh, I hate that I didn't get DJ Moore in some of these. I should have paid more before he was worth more, you know? So, I did not do that. It's funny, this guy's saying DJ Moore is still on the block. You can't really know, but his price is ridiculous, you know what I mean? This guy's hard to deal with because he just wants to what we call it, trape. He wants to trape you or nothing, and so yeah, I can't get him for anything less than probably Stephon Diggs and Austin Eckler or something stupid. He won't take anything less than Diggs. I have Calvin Ridley and Stephon Diggs and AJ Brown before he got hurt, but he won't take it for anything. He might take AJ Brown and like Austin Eckler or something stupid. He's not going to do anything worthwhile there. so I'm not even probably going to try. Trying to decide between Javonte Williams. Oh, I need to look up is Melvin Gordon going to play? Is my question, right? And I'm not sure if I've been able to find that question or the answer to that yet. Brandon Ayuk, that's a punt return. Darrell Henderson with a 7-yard rush. I'm going to try to look up Gordon. Let's see what Melvin Gordon is. So Gordon was limited in practice all week with dual elements. He'll suit up and share backfield duties with rookie Javonte Williams. Fumble the goal line. Week 3, a mistake that could. He's going to say about punishing rookies. Okay. So do I want to play Javonte Williams or Latavius Murray? Right? That's what I want to know. Oh, that's hard. That's really hard, if I'm being honest. So now I've got to figure out my lineup. With Tyson Williams being a healthy scratch. All right. Washington is going to defeat the Falcons. That is final now. And looks like Matt Stafford threw an interception to the Cardinals. That Cardinals defense, once again, stepping up and doing work. Doing some work. All right. Who is I? Oh, Javonte Williams against Baltimore. Or Latavius Murray against Denver. Who do I feel like putting there? And in what league am I making this decision? That's tough. That is tough. I think. Okay. I think I'm going to put Latavius Murray. Guys, I think I have to do it. I think I'm putting Latavius Murray in over Javonte Williams. I did it. I did it. I would love to have DJ more in this league too, but I'm not going to pay what it's going to take to get him. Not unless Latavius Murray becomes like a thing, and I can afford to give up a little something. Javonte Williams could end up being a thing. Melvin Gordon just kind of looming, but yeah. Terry McLaurin, what a day with 6 catches, 123 yards, and 2 touchdowns. That's big time. All right, guys, so the second slate of games is a lot slower, right? Because there's less games going, so you're going to see less production. Tevin Coleman getting a run here in overtime. Tevin Coleman, get out of there. Let's just see if I can find there it is. Give me another game here. Steelers at the Packers. This is finishing up the Titans game. Titans-Jets. So we'll watch the end of that and kind of go from there. Get some different stuff. Go to NFL home so that we can. Boy, Patrick Mahomes was 24 of 30 for 278 yards and 5 touchdowns. He also threw 1 interception, but guys, holy cow. Jonathan Taylor rushed 16 times for 103 yards and a touchdown, so not bad there. Still has like the easiest running back record or schedule there. So he's got a good schedule for running backs there. Saquon Barkley had a day. 52 yards and a touchdown. Rushing, 74 yards and a touchdown. Receiving. And David Montgomery says he was down holding his knee after a tackle. He managed to limp off the field, assistance, but quickly headed to the Bears' locker room. He was quickly ruled out. Of course, they were leading in the fourth quarter, so not a big deal. They had 106 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns at the time. So we don't know that much information yet. So we don't know. So Melvin Gordon is going to play, so we go with that. Okay, guys. On some action from the second set of games. We've had that one score so far to a nobody, so we haven't had much going on that front so far. It's like Kevin Coleman getting some work here. Actually, that's Michael Carter. They've been switching back and forth. So. Second half of games here, kind of getting going. Michael Carter, that was a 6-yard rush by him. Looks like they're going to continue to run the ball. They're down at like the 21-yard line. So, yeah, there's that. But okay, Kyler Murray gets a 41-yard touchdown pass to A.J. Green. A.J. Green, all of a sudden last week, this week, kind of getting it together. I mean, that's interesting, right? So you kind of got DeAndre Hopkins and then everyone else. You know what I mean? So there's Jamison Crowder just got another catch there. That hasn't popped up on Gamecast yet, but that'll be a good little reception there. They're going for the win. Well, they have to score a touchdown, right? Because of the first possession here. Jamison Crowder getting some good work. That was 11 yards there. So he's had a good first day back. That looks to be helping that offense quite a bit, actually. And I picked up Jamison Crowder and maybe 2 leans, and I'm happy with that, I feel like. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that. Okay. Check to make sure we're not really missing. Okay. So the Steelers-Packers has kicked off. The Broncos-Ravens has also kicked off. I made that switch there at the last second to put Latavius Murray in over Javonte Williams. We'll just hope that I did not screw that up. Yeah. Here's hoping. We'll see. We'll see. I feel decent about it. I don't feel horrible about that. I think it's kind of a coin toss. I like Latavius Murray in that run-first defense. Honestly, Denver's run defense, neither one are great, but I like that a little bit better. Javonte Williams, it's really hard to say at this moment in time with him having to share so much with Melvin Gordon, who has been productive, because Gordon's a good running back. I mean, it just is what it is. Latavius Murray just rushed for a yard loss, so, there's that. Deontay Johnson gets a 45-yard pass from Ben Roethlisberger. Kind of surprising. I mean, Deontay Johnson's great, right? It's granted, who knows? Maybe that pass wasn't that far down the field either. Maybe that pass was short and Deontay Johnson made it happen. It's also very possible. I don't like Coleman getting all this work here at the end for sure. Also, guys, that 45-yard pass to Deontay Johnson was for a touchdown. That's a huge, huge play. So that's 4.5 points plus a point. It's 5.5, and then another 6 for the score. So you got 11.5 points off of one single play there. And if we told you to play OBJ over Deontay Johnson, we were totally wrong in our pregame. And honestly, that's probably how it should have been. It's not how it worked out. That's how I would have played it. Apologies on that. I mean, you can't always be right. Who saw Odell Beckham coming in with 1 point or something? It was a pathetic showing today. So not good. Trey Sermon gets a 4-yard rush. Guys, Tevin Coleman may have just ended this game. We'll see on replay here. Jeez, what a reach. And then Lamar Jackson with a 5-yard rush. George Kittle with a 7-yard reception. So that's big time. No, that's not big time. This call is big time on this, whether this was a score for Tevin Coleman or not. So this will be a big time call. If not, then they'll be on the 1-yard line, the Jets will. So it's either a score here that'll end overtime, or they're on the 1-yard line for a 1st and goal from the 1-yard line. Zach Wilson could be seeing his first. Yeah, so that'd be good for him. Darrell Henderson with a 2-yard reception, and Brandon Ayuk with a 15-yard reception. It'd be nice to see him come back alive for sure, because he has been a struggling big time. So it'd be nice to see him coming back. Oh, let's see what they say. Looks like, it's going to be 3rd and goal. Sorry, I thought that would be 1st and goal. I wasn't paying that close of attention. That's going to be 3rd and goal from the half-yard line, 2-yard line. Tevin Coleman was short just a bit. Tyler Higbee with a 7-yard reception, and Juwan Jennings with 14-yard reception from Garoppolo. I missed it earlier, but Latavius Murray had a 7-yard rush. Zach Wilson with the naked bootleg, and they lost 4 yards. That did not work well. I mean, there was no passing option. He just booted that sucker out, and not good. Deebo Samuel with a 26-yard reception. It's been a good year for him so far. Aaron Jones with a 4-yard rush. Yeah, boy, they maybe had one passing option there, but there were so many Titans over there. That was really bad. So they're going to have to kick this field goal, and then I believe the Titans get it back. So I'm not going to end it on that. Pretty sure. Unless I missed a possession in there. I could be wrong. Whoa. What an ugly kick. I thought he shanked that and missed it. It was really ugly. really ugly. A 9-yard rush by Darrell Henderson. Again, wasn't sure on his usage today because of that injury. So yeah, definitely already getting some good usage there. Darrell Henderson with a 15-yard rush. Tim Patrick with a 19-yard reception from Teddy Bridgewater. Tim Patrick having a good go at it now there too. Aaron Jones with a 3-yard rush. Jerry Jeudy has been having a great season. Tim Patrick stepping up and getting to play because of that injury and making the most of it so far. So now the Titans get the ball back. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, it was only a field goal there, so they can come back and tie it up. Or whatever. 21 yards to Devontae Adams. This will be my last week with Devontae Adams. I traded him away in a deal for A.J. Brown and Christian McCaffrey. So I will be starting, as of right now, I'll be starting 3-1 in this league. So it's a little bit of a risk, but I think that'll pay off for me long term. Just saw Derrick Henry get dropped for a loss, and Devontae Adams gets another 7-yard catch. So, not sure what game are they supposed to be showing me on TV here. I don't remember. Oh, so yeah, this is supposed to be the Packers Steelers, and I'm not getting to watch it, so that's disappointing. I'm watching the end of this Titans game. Titans Jets. I don't care about it anymore. Give me a good game. Give me an exciting one. That's the one I care about. Whoa! This Titans offense is trash. Gosh, they're so bad. They're so bad. All right, look at that. Guys, Matt Stafford with a touchdown pass to Van Jefferson. Man, Jefferson having a decent season. I mean, who isn't in that offense, right? They're all just doing pretty well. Between Van and Deshaun Jackson, you just don't know which one's going to have the day. But, man, that's a 14-yard touchdown pass there. So, good for them. Just scoring points. My goodness, those Rams just scoring points. Doing the Rams thing. On another note, the Titans are at 4-1 to stay in this game. If they do not get this, they lose the game, and this game is over. We had a 20-yard reception to Sammy Watkins, FYI. George Kittle gets a 7-yard reception. That's an easy pickup for Derrick Henry, and got him by the shoelace as well. Otherwise, he would have been off and running for pretty good chunky yards. But good little, how many did he get there? 13 yards on 4-1. Just a little toss play to him and made it look easy. So Aaron Rodgers gets sacked for a 6-yard loss by Devin Bush. Those IDP players. Marquise Brown, Hollywood Brown gets 6 yards. Mitch Wishnowsky missed a 41-yard field goal wide left. Mitch Wishnowsky. I didn't even know that was a thing. So, that's interesting. Wishnowsky. Okay. And I think that's the same 6-yard pass to Hollywood Brown that I've already reported. And we're down to a 2-minute warning in this Titans-Jets overtime. So I'll be keeping an eye on that for sure. Kyler Murray, 6 yards to AJ Green. Getting some work over there. He's already got that one long touchdown reception. Najee Harris with a 5-yard rush. Le'Veon Bell gets a yard rush, stepping in there for the Ravens. I forgot that he got moved up in there. So I started Latavius Murray. Forgot Le'Veon Bell might be in the rotation since they seem to like to rotate in there quite a bit. So they don't like to give anyone really a chance to get warmed up and actually going in that offense. I don't know how they expect that. That Cardinals-Rams just hit the end of the first quarter already. Seahawks 49ers are already in the second quarter. These games are just moving right along now. So, and me, I'm just chugging right along as well. I had to jump up here in points against Kyle, and I don't know. Oh, it's because Steelers came on. My defense jumps in there. They jumped me up some points to beat Kyle. Now, this is interesting. They're down to 1:10 in this Titans-Jets. So they're on the 45-yard line, 4th and 2 to keep this game going. If they get it, they keep driving. Looks like they barely got it with Derrick Henry. And so they got it by about half a yard because luckily for Derrick Henry, when you fall forward. That's also a terrible spot. They shorted him about half a yard, which is interesting. Melvin Gordon with a 4-yard rush. Chester Rogers with a 9-yard reception on third down. They hit him for a 20-yard reception earlier on third down. So it's Chester Rogers backed up by Derrick Henry, two series in a row there. Chris Carson with a 2-yard rush. Should be producing fairly decent today, I would think, against that San Francisco defense. Plus, he just gets the volume. Titans offense moving the ball 33 seconds and counting. They just got another reception. They don't look to be in a huge hurry, which is weird. They called timeout with 31 seconds left. All they have to do is kick this field goal. They're in field goal range. If they kick it, then they at least tie it. They get a tie. Melvin Gordon with a rush of 14 yards. And Chris Carson loses that 2 yards he gained on his last rush. So I think that's a net 0. Javonte Williams gets a 3-yard rush. They're bouncing back and forth with their running backs there. A.J. Dillon gets a 7-yard rush. Yep. So that's end the first for the Cardinals-Rams. That's 7-10. Rams leading at home. This Titans game is starting back up. There's 36 seconds left. They actually called timeout with 36 seconds, not 31. So they put 5 seconds back on the clock. And let's see how this goes. Shotgun from from the 31-yard line. Jets 31-yard line here with 36 seconds, 1st and 10. And that was a bad play. So, second down. James Conner with a 10-yard rush there. Let's look up and see. That game's going pretty quick, honestly. Edmonds has 1 rush for 19 yards, and James Conner has 3 rushes for 9 yards. So that's weird that Edmonds has 1 good rush, but has only had that 1 rush. Tim Patrick getting quite a few targets, but hasn't pulled in a reception just a little bit. Chester Rogers getting a lot of catches here in overtime. They just keep going for him. They must just be keeping him open. And I just missed it. It looked like DeAndre Hopkins had another catch it was for a first down. So missed that while watching this game here. But then James Conner, loss of 2. He fumbled the ball, but it looks like they kept it. So he didn't lose the fumble. I'm going to go in. So it was offsides by the Jets. 28 seconds left in this game. And the Jets are up by 3 in overtime. The ball's going to be down at the 26-yard line, it looks like. Interesting. So Melvin Gordon gets a 3-yard reception from Teddy Bridgewater. Sam Darnold. Who's pretty good. Yeah, a little bit slow here again. A.J. Dillon getting some work. He got a 16-yard reception there. Gonna look up some stats here. Let's see. A.J. Dillon usage versus some Aaron Jones usage at the moment. And I'm still going to keep you updated over here on the Titans game. Okay, that's going to be a timeout. And I want to go to the Packers. Aaron Jones with 4 carries for 11 yards. A.J. Dillon, 2 carries for 10 yards. A.J. Dillon also has 1 reception for 16 yards. Devontae Adams already 3 catches for 32 yards on 3 targets. So not bad there. Devontae Adams just got another 4-yard catch. So add that onto that. Kyler Murray passes 7 yards to Chase Edmonds. Boy, this Jets defensive line is really getting after Tannehill, and they're at 4th and 10 now. And that is going to bring on their field goal unit for tying the game. There's 19 seconds left in overtime. Each team has had 1 possession. So taking up some long drives here. They bring on Randy Bullock to tie the game with a 49-yard attempt. Randall Cobb gets an 8-yard catch. Let's see. Randy Bullock, 49-yard attempt, misses it, doesn't tie the game. Jets get their first win of the season with 15 seconds left in overtime. Bullock, that was a horrible kick. I mean, not only did it go way left, ooh, man, that was a hard hook, too. I mean, it started straight and then just hooked really hard. I'm trying to decide if that even had the distance on it. I mean, he got a bad hit on that. So that's rough. That's really, really rough. Also, Zach Wilson looks 12. I'm just throwing that out there. Like, that dude, young. Which is funny. I was watching the University of Oklahoma game yesterday, and they have Caleb Williams as their true freshman backup quarterback. And he came off the sideline, took his helmet off, and I thought that was a 30-year-old man. Just like, holy cow. Kid's 18? Woof. Grown-ass man. Jeez. Guys, we have a touchdown. Kyler Murray, touchdown to Max with 2 X's. Williams, 14-yard touchdown to Max with 2 X's. Better than 3 X's. 3 X's would have been interesting. for a touchdown, 14-yard touchdown. And Deebo Samuel gets a 10-yard reception as well. But Kyler Murray, that's already his second touchdown pass for the day. So he's racking up some points there. I like it. Doing pretty well. Looking through some waivers here, see if there's anyone I like in one of my leagues, because this is our Vegas league. But right now we have Mark Ingram, who is useless. And I'm wondering if I should pick up somebody else. It'll allow me to pick somebody else up. I feel like this allows you to move players when you shouldn't be able to. Who's Jack is Patrick with an 8-yard rush for the 49ers? That would be about normal, right? Like, they just went and picked someone up on their bus ride to the stadium. They were like, hey, you ever played football before? And the guy was like, well, back in high school. And they're like, good enough. Get in. Here's some pads. You're going to be running back today. You're going to screw over some fantasy owners, you know? I swear that's what they do. No doubt about it in my mind. Not a single doubt about it. It's really sad. Do I want to add Anquan Bolden? Sure, better than Mark Ingram at the moment. It's actually on your lineup week 4. Do I want Anquan Bolden? What do we know about Anquan Bolden, huh? Geez, he outsnapped Damian Harris last week. Eek. You know? Eek. Makes me nervous. For Damian Harris, that is. And I'm going to check. Mark Ingram has also not been doing anything. Trey Sermon with a 5-yard rush. So at least this other guy that they picked up on the bus ride over isn't taking over too much. Jeez. Yeah, I just don't know about Ingram, honestly. Oh, good! I finally get to watch the Green Bay Pittsburgh game. Holy cow! Finally off the Jets Titans, which is a total shit show. Finally get to watch Green Bay. Cool. Not that I'm a Green Bay fan. It's just that who was enjoying that game? You know, I mean, I guess it was fine getting to watch the Jets win their first game of the season, but it wasn't too exciting, honestly. I'm going to see what happens right here, and then I actually have to go take a break, guys. I've been on here for hours. Oh, Aaron Rodgers gets a rushing touchdown. All right. Well, a little rushing touchdown from Aaron Rodgers there. Good. Starting him in at least 1 minute. So, with that being said, I'm going to take a quick break, and I will be right back. All right, guys. The kiddo woke up from his nap. I wanted to go say hey. Been on here for a long while, so just want to go do that. But that being said, and you guys probably know this already because I was calling for it, but James Conner up the middle for 1 yard. This dude, he's a vulture, guys. This dude's a vulture. James Conner keeps stealing touchdowns away. Not good. Not good at all. Teddy Bridgewater. 2, Noah Fant 3-yard touchdown. Good for Noah Fant owners. People have been looking for that. Am I right? Man. They've been looking for that. The Cardinals out to a strong start, man, against the Rams. The Rams who just dominated against Tampa Bay last week. I don't know that anyone saw this coming so far the way that it is going. Let me see these touchdowns. Trying to find this game pass is just so annoying. So we got Max Williams, James Conner, and AJ Green all for touchdowns so far. I mean, gosh, again, that vulturing by James Conner, if you're a Chase Edmonds owner, is very frustrating. Very frustrating. And I'm tying my shoe. Guys, you get the ugly along with the extra ugly when you're on here with me for 7 or 8 hours. Holy cow, you know? I can only do so much. I can only be proper so long. I am not a lady by any means. Yeah, that really helps. Feeling good. It's my matchup. Oh, no, I'm not. What happened in here? Jeez, Pete. That is just back and forth in there. Those projections, those winning projections, go back and forth all day long. So it's really tough to gauge how that's actually going to go, because they just go back and forth. I mean, it's wild. All right. Doesn't look like I got any viewers at the moment, so take the time to actually get a drink. My throat's getting sore. Not used to have to fill this much airtime on my own. Kyle has to do this almost every Sunday for the second slate of games. But I also had to do first slate and some of the pregame kind of on my own. So it's been a lot. It's been a whole lot, but it's fun. I enjoy it quite a bit. Otherwise I wouldn't do it. Whoa, some fantasy football. So I enjoy this. This chair is just not, well, I mean, it's a sofa, so it's somewhat comfortable, but it could be better, for sure. Lamar Jackson got a 7-yard rush. I'd like to see Latavius Murray, who I put in over Javonte Williams. I'd like to see Latavius Murray getting more carries, if I'm being honest. He so far has 5 carries for 14 yards. Le'Veon Bell has 2 carries for 4 yards. Devontae Freeman, 1 carry for 4 yards. So Latavius Murray getting 5 carries right off the bat. He's leading that backfield, which is good. And then you have the Broncos there. Javonte Williams has 4 carries for 38 yards. He has a rush of 31 yards. That's kind of bolstering his rushes there. Trying to look here. That's really strange. It's hard to keep track of all the different transactions that occur when you play in 10 leagues. You know what I mean? You miss out on players getting dropped and blah, blah, blah. But right now, that Latavius Murray substitution looking good. He got an 11-yard touchdown run for Latavius Murray. It says left end. So looking like I might have made a good call. I mean, might be paying off early. Hard to say. It's just in one league. And honestly, I don't even know if I needed it in that league. But it's the only league I own him in. And so, yeah. Let's just see. I think that's this league. Yep. Started him in there, which would be good. I'm 2-1 in there. Right now I'm projected to lose pretty good, actually, because Patrick Mahomes, David Montgomery just annihilated me. So, no good there. Also, it's hard. That's an IDP league, and like Bobby Wagner, right? He's been tearing it up for me. Fred Warner been tearing it up pretty good. So these guys usually do more than their projection. I say that, at least close to it. But these defensive players, they make it a little bit difficult to gauge how things are actually going to go. So, anyways, that Latavius Murray looking like a good start there. Also, that's hurting some trade possibilities in some other leagues that I have too. I had Tyson Williams in a few of them, and yeah, that's just gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt some trade opportunities, which I'm always looking for trade opportunities. Anyways, but I also feel bad for Tyson Williams. I mean, to just have your chance and then have it just taken from you also kind of sucks, because it's not like he's been doing a bad job. Tyson Williams is actually pretty good. And Le'Veon Bell has not been good for so long. I almost have a hard time believing that Le'Veon Bell deserved to be up there over Tyson Williams, when Williams definitely understands the offense better. He's just younger, got a little bit more pep in his step for sure. I mean, Le'Veon Bell hasn't been relevant for a little while for a reason, right? So, I don't know. Sucks for Tyson Williams. He didn't really get a shot, I feel like, but what do I know? I'm not in practice every day. But, oh well. He's definitely got to be better than Devontae, right? Like Devontae Freeman. Yeah, I don't see Devontae Freeman being better than Tyson Williams. I wouldn't think. What the hell do I know? Just some casual fan on the couch. You know, what can I say? I don't know jack crap, apparently. All right, Aaron Rodgers, getting the ball back here. Let's see. Ooh. Well, as they talked about, there it is. Randall Cobb. Already with 3 receptions for 43 yards and a touchdown. Randall Cobb coming out. And I had heard earlier this week about them wanting to get him more involved in the offense and things of that sort. I don't know that I really bought into it, because Randall Cobb's getting up there in age, but he has that chemistry with Aaron Rodgers and starting to get back in this groove maybe. So, I don't know. He's having a good day so far today, and Aaron Rodgers having a pretty good day so far too. Also, he can cut his hair. I'd be fine with that for sure. That's the 70th touchdown this week. So having a pretty good week for scoring. And for fantasy-wise, that's good stuff. 28 yards for DK Metcalf. DK Metcalf getting some work there. Alex Collins at running back. He's gotten a few carries. He may just be in for the series right now, but they are getting down. They are in the red zone. Let's get that straight. They are in the red zone at like the 16-yard line, something like that. Carson has 5 carries for 5 yards, so he hasn't been too productive. Alex Collins now has 3 rushes for 12 yards. That was Metcalf's first reception. Alex Collins also has a reception for 28 yards. So Alex Collins stepping all over Chris Carson's toes, which is annoying, but it's early yet. So Chris Carson will get his chance, and then Melvin Gordon gets a 3-yard rush. That Seahawks 49ers game is already at the 2-minute warning. That game is just trucking along. That is 7-0 49ers. The next closest game is that Cardinals Rams, and there's still 7.5 minutes in the second half there. So, man, 49ers Seahawks are just flying through their game. Seahawks are flying through their game. Yeah, I didn't mean to do that, but I'll go with it. Cardinals are not flying through their game, for sure. James Conner with a 3-yard rush, so seems to still be leading the way over Chase Edmonds. I say that, but let me go look and see what that carry count looks like. Chase Edmonds, 1 rush. James Conner has 6. So I'm going to check over here. I don't know if James Conner went down with an injury or if Chase Edmonds went down with an injury, and that's why Conner is getting all of the rushes, but it's not looking like, I'm not seeing anything about it. Mike Davis had such a disappointing day. It's a good thing he got a touchdown. Allen Robinson had 63 yards. They 3 of 3 for 63 yards. So, that's rough for Allen Robinson owners, me being one of them, who traded for him this week and hopes things will get better. And so far, not great. Not great. Alrighty. DeAndre Hopkins targeted by Kyler Murray. That fell incomplete. So that is a 4th and 7 on their own 15-yard line. So they're going to punt that back to the Rams. Cardinals looked like they were controlling that pretty well. It was 21-3, I believe. Now the Rams have a chance to get it and make it a 1-possession game. So that's interesting there. That Seahawks 49ers still at their 2-minute warning. And Najee Harris getting a pretty good, strong run right up the middle here. So, yeah, there goes the punt back to the Rams. A punt back to the Ravens. And DK Metcalf gets a 12-yard reception. So that's a 12-yard reception for DK Metcalf. Oh, I didn't realize that. Make that a 12-yard touchdown reception for DK Metcalf. And that was a 8-yard rush for Najee Harris. Man, DK Metcalf coming alive. He had those first 2 games for Lockett, and it's been all DK Metcalf since then, as expected, I believe. From my point of view and a lot of people's point of view, I think that's how people expected it to go. So, man. Holy cow. Incredible. It's interesting to see how some of these teams perform. In our Roll Tide League, our guy who typically finishes last every season is this year looking to be first place. This will be, I think, maybe 4 out of 4 weeks. Maybe he's been top scorer. He's projected significantly higher, about 20 points higher than everyone else in the league. Just doing really good. So good for him. Good for him to turn it around. Let's see if he can even make playoffs this year. I can't tell you last time he made playoffs. It's been rough go for him. He's the young one of the group, and we've known him. He's been playing since he was 10, something like that. He's been playing. He was the young one of the group, and yeah, so interesting to see him coming along there. Deontay Johnson getting some work for sure. Okay. Sean Jackson complete. Najee Harris 7-yard rush. Latavius Murray with a 2-yard rush. So Latavius Murray getting the bulk for sure. So that looks like I made a good call on the start there over Javonte Williams. That's how it's looking at the moment. Granted, it's still the first half, so hard to say. Hard to say. 35-yard reception by Cooper Kupp. Boy, we're used to seeing that at this point, aren't we? Jeez, oh Pete. Cooper Kupp tearing it up so far this year. Alrighty. Looks like that's going to be about an 8-yard reception for, boy, who is that? I don't even know who that is. On the Steelers. Gentry, tight end. Gentry. That's interesting. Looks like there was offsides on the defense, so they're going to decline that and take the 8 yards instead of the 5 in the down. So that's Lamar Jackson incomplete to Sammy Watkins. So nothing to see there, folks. I saw Trenton Cannon pop up for the 49ers, but that was just a kickoff return. So he's not actually in it running back. But oh boy, Hollywood Brown with a 49-yard touchdown reception. Wow. Hollywood Brown having himself a year. That's for sure. Tyler Higbee with an 18-yard reception. Deebo Samuel with an 8-yard reception. Zach Gentry still got that. And Eric Ebron got a 4-yard reception. Guys, Hollywood Brown is having quite a year. That's insane. Just looking at receiving here, he has 2 receptions, 55 yards, and a touchdown now. Mark Andrews, 2 receptions, 36 yards. And Sammy Watkins, 2 receptions for 29 yards. Brown. He's finally doing what I kind of expected him to do coming out of college. I mean, Hollywood Brown, just electric player. Played for my Sooners. They're OU, so knew he was fully capable of it. But with Lamar Jackson, you just eek. You know, it's not the ideal landing spot, but they're getting it together this year, and Hollywood Brown's getting some action. So good for him. Trey Sermon with a 5-yard rush there, picking up half point. James Washington with a 17-yard reception from Ben Roethlisberger. They're moving the ball against the Packers. They're 1st and 10 at the Green Bay 32. And, that was close. Juju down the center, barely kind of overthrown. A little bit too much mustard from Ben Roethlisberger. Didn't know he could do that anymore. And so it wasn't an easy catch off the fingertips there. Little off target, but right off his fingertip. I feel like Juju could have tried a little harder, though. So not putting that completely on Ben, but that was definitely more strength from Ben's arm than I think any of us thought he had any longer. That's for sure. I didn't feel like he had any of that. Let's see. I traded Dalvin Cook, Ridley, Logan Thomas, and Claypool for Darren Waller, Edmonds, and D-Hop. I don't like trading away Dalvin Cook in that deal. I would say you downgraded that running back significantly. Logan Thomas to Darren Waller. Yeah, that's tough. I don't think I could have downgraded Dalvin Cook that significantly. So Darren Waller, it's kind of a buy low there. I think Darren Waller's gonna get it together. He showed that flash at the beginning of the season. Oh, I trade Dalvin Cook, Ridley, Logan Thomas, and Claypool. It's fine. Claypool, who cares, right? Pretty much. Like, that's not, who cares? So Dalvin Cook, Ridley, and Logan Thomas essentially for Darren Waller, Edmonds, and D-Hop. I think D-Hop right now is looking better than Ridley. Ridley's been such a disappointment. That offense has been complete trash. I think that's more – I don't think that that's bad. I mean, though Edmonds right now is looking to be worthless because James Conner is taking all of it. That's not great. Guys, Matt Gay just made a 22-yard field goal for the Rams. So that makes that 21-13. So that's a one-possession game now. Yeah, Darren Waller, I love having a top tight end. That's just kind of my style. Ridley's been a disappointment, but D-Hop, that's tough, man. Dalvin Cook, easily the best player in that trade. So that's tough, but that's fine. Yeah, I don't think you lost it by a lot if you lost it. I don't know that you won it, but if you lost it, it wasn't by a lot. But that top tight end can really help for sure. Let's see. Hold on. I thought he said something else before this, but he said had Cordero Patterson on the bench. Sadly, still had a good day. I'm glad to hear that. I have Cordero Patterson in one league, and I actually played him today. Him and Mike Davis, and since Mike Davis salvaged his day with a score, that will help. We are going to win that one. Me and Kyle, the other half of Boom Bust Fantasy Football. That's in a league that we co-manage a team against a bunch of other pages. We were playing the Fantasy Football or the FB Therapist this week, and we are thumping the FB Therapist. Let's see how the rest of the league is doing. We got TCK Podcast going to be Fantasy Football State of Mind. Go for two and Piggy Bank Picks are really going at it there. That's going to be a close one. Fantasy Detectives and Showtime Cadets. Looks like Fantasy Detectives is going to take them pretty good. Just Ask Felix is going to take Fantasy Football guy pretty easily. Another close one is the Fantasy Feud and Team Talk Tough Football. So that's one. Fantasy Football Cockpit is going to be Team Big League Fantasy. And it looks like Smitty from the Fantasy Football Show is going to probably lose to FFX Factor. So Bobby from FFX Factor probably going to do that. Fantasy Football Show. Smitty is struggling in that league. He's currently at 1-2, probably about to be 1-3. So that's tough. Yeah, and Fantasy Football State of Mind. He's the one who put the league together. He's probably going to start off at 0-4. That's a tough spot to start. Me and Kyle are going at it in our Roll Tide League. We're projected in less than a point difference right now. I am 0-3. He is 2-1. No reason that I should be 0-3. It's stupid. So we'll just leave it. We'll leave it at that. Oh, it's been kind of this year, right? It's just been kind of the year that it has been. Chris Boswell makes a 52-yard field goal. Javonte Williams rushed for a loss of 3 yards. So far, Javonte Williams not doing great. In fact, let's look up how not great he's kind of doing. The Broncos, Williams has 6 rushes for 38 yards. So not as bad as I actually thought. Melvin Gordon has 6 rushes for 39 yards. So they're doing pretty even there. Melvin Gordon also has 1 catch for 3 yards. So, could be worse for him for sure. So he was getting more rushing yards there than Melvin Gordon until that last rush where he lost 3 yards. Cortland Sutton gets those 3 yards back on a catch, and James Conner gets a 7-yard pass completion, and Max Williams then gets 10 yards. So Arizona starting to move the ball just a touch. Aaron Jones gets a 15-yard rush. Free Aaron Jones. Free Aaron Jones. Oh, shut. Ooh. Get him, big fella. That Mercedes Lewis. Dang. We're at the 2-minute warning now there in that Cardinals-Rams game. Seahawks 49ers at 7-all have gone to halftime. So there's that. These games are kind of moving right along. Even the Ravens-Broncos is at 4 minutes left. Steelers-Packers are at 5 minutes left now. So these games are pretty quick. They're flying by pretty quick. Let's see. That looks like an A.J. Dillon carry. Yeah, that was a pretty nice little carry there. So they'll get a first down. Yeah, that was Mercedes Lewis over there. So all those Mercedes Lewis starters. No one's starting. That's disappointing. Why was he not starting? Oh, he's not even on anybody's roster. Entertaining myself here, guys. I say. Okay. It's a 9-yard rush by A.J. Dillon. Some people may be starting A.J. Dillon. That may be a thing. It's very possible. Once we hit halftime on some of these, I'll probably come over and go over some stats. Well, let's do it. This one's going halftime. Let's go ahead and refresh this. Current running backs. James Conner is leading the way with 9.6 points. This is all PPR. Darrell Henderson with 9.4. Latavius Murray with 8.7. Chase Edmonds with 6.2. Melvin Gordon with 5.2. A.J. Dillon with 5.1. Trey Sermon's all the way down at 4.9. Not much production there. Javonte Williams at 3.8. Aaron Jones all the way down at number 9, 4.4. These are of the ones going now. Najee Harris down at 3.1. And Chris Carson's only 1.2. So not great production there from some of these running backs that you would expect to be doing better. Wide receiver-wise, I made a wrong call on Deontay Johnson, apparently. Deontay Johnson was 16.2. Van Jefferson, 13.8. Hollywood Brown, 13.5. Randall Cobb with 13.3. And A.J. Green, 12.7. DK Metcalf down at number 6 with 12. Deebo Samuel at 8.9. DeAndre Hopkins at 7.9. Devontae Adams with 6.2. Cooper Kupp with 6. Not used to seeing that, am I right? That Van Jefferson is above him so much. Tim Patrick down here with 5 points. Robert Woods sitting at number 14 with 2.8. Bound to turn it on sometime, hopefully. Brandon Ayuk with 2.5. Lockett all the way down here with 2.3. So, whew. Rough goings for some of these. 32 yards to Hollywood Brown. Those two just have a connection. That is going really, really good for them. Hollywood Brown there, getting some good production today. It's Kyler Murray with a 12-yard rush. Kind of what you expect from Kyler Murray. Boy, what a fun player to watch. He just scampers all over the place. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. And I love it. Not much scoring or anything going on right now. Again, there's only 4 games, right? So Chase Edmonds gets a 9-yard rush. Jeez, thank goodness Chase Edmonds is getting in there, getting some action. That's a struggle right there. James Conner's getting a lot more action than people expected, I think. And it's kind of all of a sudden, I feel like it started last week. James Conner just all up in the way. Kyler Murray with a 3-yard pass to A.J. Green. That gives them a first down. They're on the Rams 35 with a minute and a half left. Okay, they're showing us. Rodgers had to take a timeout because it's like this defender, Male, I don't know how you say, he was like essentially calling out the play. So he had to call out a timeout, and they were getting a good laugh at it, talking to each other. So someone was doing their film work. Alrighty. It's like Aaron Jones getting a 6-yard rush there. Saw a pass to Duvernay there for the Ravens. So I don't know. I didn't see how many that was for, but it seems significant enough. I mean, it's 3rd and 2 now from the Denver 49. So Cardinals 2nd and 7 from the Rams 32. They're at a timeout right now. They're a 2-minute warning at the Ravens Broncos. So the only game active right now is Steelers Packers. So let's see what happens there. That's an incomplete on a 1st and 10. They just came out of the 2-minute warning. Aaron Rodgers, man, every time he throws an incompletion, he just acts so disappointed in the entire world of people. So they went to 2-minute warning now. So there are no active games. But Aaron Rodgers, man, he sure dips his head. But he got hit on the pass, but he just acts like they just lost the game because of that one throw. Weird attitude for sure. That was to Robert Tonyan down the middle. Wasn't really even close, honestly. And now it's a Peloton ad. So, it's just weird. I mean, you got 4 games. There we go. Cardinals are back. Chase Edmonds with a 3-yard rush. That's rough when all your games are at timeout or something like that when you've only got 4 games going. First round of games don't have that issue because 9 games going, so keeps it interesting. That's for sure. I'm going to mess with this and see. You can't even tell if I... No, you can't tell if I have my light on there. It's such a small light there. So, oh my goodness. Well, the Seahawks 49ers game will be coming back from halftime as these others are going to it, so we'll have 1 game going. Another pass to A.J. Green falls incomplete, but A.J. Green getting a lot of work today, which is interesting. It's very interesting. I feel like he's been kind of insignificant so far this year, and then all of a sudden against the Rams now, looking good. But the Cardinals are looking really good. They're handling the Rams really well, considering, first of all, that's a home game for the Rams. Secondly, did anyone watch last week? Holy cow. They looked so good against the Bucs. And these are 2 teams that I suspect are going to do really good this year. The Cardinals and the Rams are just... They both look really, really good. They have good defenses. Their offenses are dynamic and electric. I'm liking both of those teams quite a bit, honestly. So they've been exciting to watch for sure. Oh, man. Look at these uniforms. These like coaches' sweaters that the coaches are wearing today. They have like these stripes on. They're kind of multicolored. I don't know, kind of almost rainbowish, but they're kind of cool. I kind of like them. Rondale Moore with a 16-yard reception from Kyler Murray. So that puts them with 1:10 left in the half at 2nd and 1. Oh, no. That was before that. They just got James Conner on a 9-yard pass. Now they're at 2nd and 1 on the 14-yard line on the Rams 14. And there's Aaron Jones with a reception. And honestly, he never hit the ground, but his forward momentum stopped, I guess. So they're going to call him down right there. Mark Jackson with a 5-yard penalty. Okay, so Arizona is down 1st and goal from the 9-yard line. Wow, he never touched the ground. So they got lucky there. They blew that dead. That was 19 yards to Aaron Jones on a reception. So that was really nice. was a nice play. Aaron Jones getting some good work in there. Aaron pass to Devontae Adams. Just a bad throw. I'm sure Aaron Rodgers probably hanging his head, shaking it again. So disappointed. He got pushed down kind of late, so he's pissy. Aaron Jones is just pissy. Or Aaron Rodgers just pissy all the time. He's just all the time. It's too funny. Kyler Murray sacked. That's not good. 37 seconds left. They're now going to be on the Rams' 11-yard line. Devontae Adams gets a short pass, gets some good blocking, cuts up the field, and actually gets a first down. So that's a good reception and run from Devontae Adams, kind of making something out of nothing. He caught that on the line of scrimmage. Great blocking by the other two wide receivers, and then he followed his blocks well. He got 10 yards out of that. That was a good job. Devontae Adams, 4 receptions for 42 yards so far. So that Seahawks 49ers game is kicking back off now. Some of these games aren't even at half. Devontae Adams with a rare drop. Hit his hands. He got hit from behind. Just dropped it. Pan hands there. Yep, that's weird. Unlike him, for sure. Kyler Murray tried for DeAndre Hopkins. No go there. Yeah, see, Aaron Rodgers, man, he needs to have some better leadership than that. He's just always shaking his head, so negative. I mean, he's talking about his number 1 wide receiver, probably best wide receiver in the league. He's just hanging his head and shaking his head like, gosh, I got no help around here. This is how he's acting. It's ridiculous. And I can't decide if he's disappointed in himself or disappointed at the receiver. All right, Trey Sermon coming out with a 15-yard rush right off the bat. That's kind of what we expect right there. That's what we want. Just muddy up that backfield for when Elijah Mitchell. Honestly, I have Mitchell in enough leagues. I don't think I have Trey Sermon, but in one dynasty league, gosh, is it selfish to say that I kind of want Mitchell to just be the guy to make that easier for me? Trey Sermon with a 7-yard rush. So he's getting some chunk yards here. Yeah, honestly, maybe I just want Sermon to suck. Maybe if Sermon sucks, then I don't have to worry about it. I have Elijah Mitchell in enough leagues that gives me an advantage. I don't know. That's mean. I like Trey Sermon. He was a Oklahoma Sooner there for a while. He's really good running back. I mean, he just got pushed down the depth chart, which is hard to think, right? That someone as good as Trey Sermon got pushed down the depth chart, but you just had that good of running backs. So it just is what it is. And then he went and did really well elsewhere. So at Ohio State, lost a yard there. Okay, this is interesting. So Trey Lance is in at quarterback for the 49ers. Jimmy Garoppolo has a calf injury and does not have his helmet on. So Trey Lance getting an opportunity here. That will be interesting with him and Trey Sermon leading that team right there. That could get really interesting really quick. But it's the opportunity that everyone's been waiting for, right? Get Trey Lance in there and see what he can do. And so this is exciting. This is really exciting. I'm happy about this at the expense of the 49ers winning or losing. But it'll be interesting to see how this plays out for sure. Oh, more alerts. going here? Let's see. Okay, that's a confusing type up there. Yeah, so these late games, that Cardinals-Rams game really slowed down. Their second goal, they must have had some sort of penalty there. It's at the Rams 5-yard line, second goal. Interesting. They tried tossing this up to Aaron Jones. A little bit back shoulder fade, fell incomplete. Almost had it. Good defensive play. Just stuck with it and pulled it out of his arms. He couldn't complete the catch like Dez did when he played against the Packers because Dez caught it. But what do I know? Then they came in and okay. Guys, big play here. Steelers block the field goal, scoop it up, and run it all the way back for a touchdown. But there is a penalty. So that will not count. So they're all celebrating, but not going to count. They were offside, so that's probably why they blocked it as easily as they did, because that was a really easy, clean block. So I'm not surprised to learn that he was offside. Well, they showed behind. They had two guys come through fairly easy, but I think both of them got that off the same edge. So two guys actually blocked it very easily, very cleanly. All right, guys. So we got a Matt Prater 23-yard field goal, 3 points for those Matt Prater owners. Russell Wilson with a 12-yard rush. Russell Wilson not getting those same kind of rushing yards this year that he typically did in the past, I feel like. So gosh, they may have had three guys offside. They had two guys trying to block. They had two guys run past one guy who was trying to block both of them with his arms like this. They should maybe check on their protection there on those field goals. If I was Green Bay, I would double check on that. Let's see what they do here. They're kicking it again, of course. It's 4th and 5, and they just chipped that one in. No problem. 5 seconds left. Green Bay goes up 17-10, and that's probably what halftime will end up being. Chris Carson with a rush of a 1-yard loss. So that's disappointing. I think Chris Carson would be having a much better game, but he's not. A 1-yard catch by Chris Carson. So far, that 49ers defense is doing pretty well. It looks like the Ravens are down on the Denver 13-yard line. That Cardinals-Rams game is still going, but finally Stafford takes a knee. Finally going to end that half. Jeez, oh Pete. And Ravens-Broncos could end up being a thing. I don't know. We'll see here. They're down. Ravens again on the Denver 13-yard line with 25 seconds left. So we shall see. They are really, really analyzing this offside call on Pittsburgh on that. So not sure. I'm not listening to it, so I'm not sure if they think that it was offside or not. Considering they just keep showing it. I don't know. Guy returned that kickoff from about 7 yards deep in the end zone, got all the way back to the 30, so it's a good return there for Pittsburgh. But that'll take it to halftime. That's why he didn't take a knee. Just try to get a return there. Ooh, pardon me. Sorry. Guys haven't been scored for quite some time, since 7:18 in the second quarter from that Ravens Broncos game. Wow. That's incredible. That's the last time there was a touchdown. There hasn't been a touchdown since then. It's just kind of been slow going. That's kind of interesting and disappointing. All right. We want to see some scores. And now we're going to have about 3 games at halftime. The only one we're going to have going is the 49ers Seahawks. Now, why that's interesting, though, is because now Garoppolo is out, and we all get to see Trey Lance, what we've all been waiting for. I think he's gotten a total of 2 plays. I think he's handed off and done a rush for a yard so far, I think is all he's gotten. So I'll be interested to see if Trey Lance can actually do anything. But we have 2 games at halftime. One is at a timeout, and the other is at a change of possession. So we really have nothing going at the moment. So let's hop over here. Marquise Brown in PPR, of course, has 17.7 points. Deontay Johnson, 16.2. AJ Green at the number 3 receiver so far in the second slate of games with 14 points. Van Jefferson with 13.8. And then Randall Cobb at number 5 with 13.3. DK Metcalf coming at the number 6 wide receiver at 12. Deebo Samuel with 8.9. Devontae Adams with 8.2. And DeAndre Hopkins at 7.9. Cooper Kupp with a surprising 6 points. Let's go over here to running back really quick, and it looks like we've got James Conner with 12.3, which is annoying if you're a Chase Edmonds owner. Darrell Henderson, 9.4. Latavius Murray with 8.6. Looks like he's going to take over that backfield. Aaron Jones with 8.4. Chase Edmonds with 7.4. So you've got James Conner and Chase Edmonds both in the top 5 for games going right now. Trey Sermon has 7. Melvin Gordon, 5.2. A.J. Dillon, 5.1. Alex Collins with 5. Javonte Williams with so far a disappointing 3.8. Najee Harris with also disappointing 3.1. And Chris Carson at a dismal 2.2. Gross, right? Quarterback performances, though, at the moment. Kyler Murray leading the way with 18.84 and a half there. Not bad. Aaron Rodgers, 16.16 in the first half. Lamar Jackson, 12.66. Jimmy Garoppolo with 8.6, but he's out with a calf injury, it looks like. Followed by Russell Wilson at number 5 with 8.28. Matt Stafford with 7.9. Surprised with that one as well. Tight end wise, you have Max Williams leading the way with 12.2. Noah Fant with 9.7. And, Ross Dwelly with 9.1, George Kittle with 8, Mark Andrews with 7.9, Tyler Higbee with 6, Robert Tonyan down at number 9 with 1.6. Guys, not great there. So let's come back over here, see if we've missed anything. Literally missed nothing while doing that. Other than Justin Tucker made a 40-yard field goal. So there is that. Justin Tucker doing Justin Tucker things. Okay, guys. Well, while we have this little bit of break, I am going to go get a drink, probably use the restroom, and say hey to my son. And since I've been on here for 5 hours, 51 minutes, I'm going to do that. I will be 5 minutes is probably all, because one of these games will be starting back up from halftime close to then. So I will be right back. Okay. Halftime there. Let's see. Oh, I still haven't missed any scores. Look at that. Okay, so let's see. Looks like 49ers punted back to Seattle. And the other games are all at halftime. So we're right back from when I left. How disappointing is that? So we've got the Cardinals up 24-13 at halftime over the Rams. Kind of surprised there for some people, I feel like. Rams playing at home after the game they had last week against Tampa Bay, where they just looked phenomenal. But the Cardinals have looked great this year, too. That defense has been really good. Halftime, Ravens 17, Broncos 7. Not super surprised there, I feel like, right? And then you have the Steelers losing at halftime to the Packers 10-17. So, again, not super surprising there. So, disappointing. I missed Trey Lance's drive there, but it didn't seem to be much of a drive, honestly. Let's see. Is there a play-by-play? Trey Lance. Incomplete to Kittle. Trey Sermon. 6 yards. Incomplete to Deebo Samuel and their punt. So, didn't really miss much there. For the IDP, I am going to check and see, though. Drew Lock may be playing for Denver now. Teddy Bridgewater was in a medical tent. Looks like I missed that. That was 5 minutes ago. So Teddy Bridgewater, we'll have to keep an eye on that. I'm going to come take a look at Bobby Wagner's production. He's up to 10 points. He's got 7 tackles so far. Jameson Crowder had a good day, guys. Amon St. Brown had a good day. He has 6 for 8 for 70 yards. That's easily his best day of the year. Amon St. Brown, they played Chicago, and that Chicago defense didn't hold up too well. What can I say? Yeah, that's interesting. Jameson Crowder was 7 for 9 for 61 yards and a touchdown. He had a good day on his first day back, something that people were saying to avoid. Oh, I do have Latavius Murray in another league that I'm not starting him. Again, because my running backs in there are already Derrick Henry, Austin Eckler, and Najee Harris. So, not starting him, but that'll be good trade ammunition if he ends up taking over the top spot there, which it seems that he is. Tyson Williams was a healthy scratch. And let's just look really quick while everything is kind of slow. Chris Carson gets a 6-yard rush, though, finally. Going to look at some running back here. Latavius Murray has 8 rushes for 26 yards and a touchdown. Next behind him is Jackson with 3 rushes for 13 yards. Freeman only has 1 rush, and Le'Veon Bell has 2 rushes. Both of them have 4 yards. Le'Veon Bell does not have – he has 1 target but no catches. So, it looks like Murray is easily your lead back there. Chris Carson gets an 8-yard rush now. So, finally getting a little bit of work there. Fred Warner getting a tackle. Chris Carson, though, 10 rushes for 25 yards. Not great. 1 catch for 1 yard. Yeah. So he could afford to do better for sure. Looking for these other games to come back from halftime. And that would be real nice. Get yourself something real nice, Clark. Okay. Still no scores since the Ravens scored to Hollywood Brown with 7 minutes and 18 seconds left in the half. That was a long time ago, guys. That was a really long time ago. I wish there was a timestamp on that because, that's been a long time. Okay, so Matt Gay kicks off there. That Cardinals-Rams game is back. And I'm sitting here watching. The Steelers are just about to kick off to the Packers. So these games are coming back. That means the Ravens, Broncos, they'll be back shortly as well. So good. Alex Collins gets a 6-yard rush. He's being more productive right now than Chris Carson, I feel like. But Russell Wilson, 2 yards to Tyler Lockett. Lockett's getting a couple of these short passes. I'm watching this on CBS here. They have that on-the-field camera now that's like really focused, and it blurs out that background a lot. It almost looks like a video game. I love that. I was talking to Kyle about it. He didn't like it. And his reasoning was, this looks like a video game. And I said, that's exactly why I like it. So I agree. It looks like a video game. I think it looks kind of cool. I mean, boy, it's some major hyper-focused, foreground hyper-focused. So I like it. I think it's kind of cool, especially when they do it with players. The sideline reporter, it wasn't as cool. Kind of a waste, but it's cool with those guys down on the field when they're celebrating after a touchdown or something. It looks really cool. Rondale Moore with a 7-yard reception from Kyler Murray. And then on top of that, okay, guys, we have a Russell Wilson 16-yard scramble for a touchdown. That's kind of the Russell Wilson that we're all used to seeing, just getting some nice scramble yards for a touchdown there. So it's been a long while since we've had a score. So that's kind of nice to finally get. And then Chase Edmonds gets a 4-yard rush. Aaron Jones gets a 3-yard rush. Love seeing that production from Russell Wilson. I feel like that's something that people have been starving for there. So, for sure. Poor Aaron Rodgers just getting shoved down to the ground after his passes quite a bit. He's been on his butt a lot from being shoved over, for sure. So that's kind of funny. All right. Oh, boy. There you go. Randall Cobb, have yourself a day. He's having a decent day. I mean, people talked about it happening, but you never know. All righty. Chase Edmonds with a 1-yard rush. That's a 25-yard reception from Randall Cobb. For Randall Cobb. I'm just going to throw this on here. I'm going to change the ticker. I'm going to edit this and say update that. Actually, I'm gonna update that again. All right. So Kyler Murray, 18 yards to DeAndre Hopkins, and Aaron Jones with a 6-yard rush. DeAndre Hopkins not having a bad day by any means. Let's take a look and just see how good he is doing. After this rush here by Aaron Jones, where he bounces it outside and makes something out of nothing. DeAndre Hopkins has 4 receptions for 67 yards. Not too shabby. 7 targets. AJ Green, on the other hand, has 3 receptions on 4 targets for 50 yards and a touchdown. And Max Williams has 4 of 4 for 41 yards and a touchdown. So good production from those guys. That no one is probably starting, right? Like, no one's starting AJ Green, which seems crazy, but that's just kind of what it is at this point. His career's just kind of fallen off. So, is what it is. Well, Chuba Hubbard did not have a great day today, so that's disappointing. Kyler Murray's pass was so incomplete they didn't even know who it was going to. Latavius Murray with a 6-yard rush. We got looks like a defensive lineman down for the Steelers. Yeah, not sure what's going on there. So they're going to go to a TV break there. So that's Seahawks. That's 14-7 now. Seahawks over the 49ers. Kyler Murray is sacked by Sebastian Joseph. So that'd be 4th and 12. They're down on the LA 37-yard line. So that's interesting. I wonder if they kick that. Probably, right? I mean, you're talking about a 54-yard kick. It's a pro. Go for that. The kick, I mean, you don't go for it. I think you kick the ball there. Latavius Murray loses 3 yards on a rush. And let's see how this kick goes, because the Cardinals are going to kick that. Okay. So Matt Prater makes a 55-yard field goal. You got Matt Prater, you kick that for sure. That's a 55-yard field goal for him. That makes it 27-13. That's a 2-score game, 2-touchdown game. Cardinals just playing really well over there. Oh, excuse me. Goodness. Okay. I need to get like NFL Red Zone or something. So, well, not Red Zone because, well, yeah, they would be jumping around to you in these teams. Really, it's only the second slate of games. It's like this, right? Like, typically, first slate of games is easy. It's always something going on. And when one's are going to halftime, others are coming back. They're just, I mean, it's kind of crazy like that. Well, there's a little bit in there, but this is tough. Chris Carson with a 1-yard rush, just struggling out there. Was expecting way more out of Chris Carson today. So that's kind of a disappointment. Would really like the Seahawks to kind of take over here from the 49ers. And the reason I say that is because I need Chris Carson to run the ball a lot more. So I need him to be ahead. And I need the 49ers to throw the ball so that Kittle can get some work and, adversity from Trey Lance. Let's see how that goes. That's all I'm saying. So we got Russell Wilson throwing a 13-yard touchdown pass to Freddie Swain. So they were getting down there into scoring, hoping for something from Chris Carson, and got Freddie Swain instead. So it's definitely good for Seahawks fans, but not fantasy fans for sure. I tell you, Aaron Rodgers can't stop getting pushed down. You can tell he's getting so annoyed by it too. It's pissing him off. They just come keep pushing him right in the chest after he throws. It's funny. He ends up on his butt almost every time. Okay, Russell Wilson having a good day. Having a good day for sure. So, rushing for some. Ooh, Aaron Jones. Okay, I see you, Aaron Jones. That's a big reception for Aaron Jones. Not sure how many yards it went for. 25 to 30 maybe. It's a big chunky yards. Ooh. And they got a roughing the passer call on that. I think that they've been trying for that a lot of the game because Aaron Rodgers just keeps getting pushed in the chest afterwards. And I think he's just kind of been lobbying the referee for that. Let's see if this was actually much of a roughing call. Yeah, I mean, he hit him a little late, but he didn't really hit him hard, and he rolled over him so that Rodgers landed on the top of him. So, I don't know, 26 yards. I said 25 to 30. That's a good guess, guys. I'm getting pretty good at this. Melvin Gordon with a 6-yard rush. Darrell Henderson with a 4-yard rush. Let's look up some Darrell Henderson steady stats real quick. Darrell Henderson has 9 rushes for 65 yards, 10 rushes for 69 yards. Now, Sonny Michel has the next most rushes with 3. Stafford with 2 for 1 yard. So Van Jefferson leads in receiving with 3 for 48 yards and a touchdown. Cooper Kupp only has 2 receptions for 40 yards with a long of 35. So 35-yard reception and a 5-yard reception. Woods only has 1 reception for 18 yards. Henderson has 2 receptions for 9 yards, so a couple more points there for him just off those receptions in a PPR league. Okay, this Aaron Rodgers and this offense not doing super great. Stepped up in the pocket and trips. Maybe over a lineman's foot. I don't know. That's interesting. For a loss 3 yards. Trey Sermon gets 7 yards, and it looks like Darrell Henderson may have gotten another 4-yard rush. Trying to decide what's actually going on here with Green Bay. They threw a flag. I think it came in late. Trey Sermon got another 2-yard rush. Matt Stafford pass intercepted. Interesting. Okay. Drew Lock throws to Noah Fant for 11 yards. Oh, they're calling a tripping call. I think the issue being the guy was being held. It was Watt was being held and couldn't see where his leg was going. So that would be a silly tripping call if they call it. It doesn't look like they're going to. It looks like they're picking the flag up. I mean, how was he supposed to see what was going on? That would be silly. Trey Lance with a 4-yard rush and Darrell Henderson with an 11-yard rush. Maybe I don't know the tripping rules there. Maybe an accidental tripping call still counts as tripping. I'm not really sure, honestly. It's a weird sack for TJ Watt, though. It looks like they're giving him a sack. There's a 9-yard reception by Cooper Kupp. See if we can get him going. It showed earlier Matt Stafford threw an interception. That just didn't stand, I guess. I don't know what's going on. So, yeah, not sure. But on another note, my goodness, guys, Trey Lance, deep right to Deebo Samuel. That's a 76-yard touchdown reception by Deebo Samuel. And I'm praying that I'm not actually playing against Deebo. I don't think I am in any leagues, but I hope I'm not. Just got an injury report. It says David Montgomery, who left with a knee injury, will have an MRI tomorrow. Source said the initial belief based on early tests is that he hyperextended the knee and did not lead to a major injury, but the additional test will tell the full story. So, yeah, interesting. Cool. That's really big. Deebo Samuel, have yourself a season, my man. You know. Let me see if I'm playing against him. I have a bad feeling I'm playing against him. I'm not. Okay, but day's looking bad in our Vegas league. We were doing really good, and then all of a sudden, everything just stopped. And that's mostly because Chris Carson and Kittle neither are having a good day at all. And that Los Angeles defense, we didn't want to trade out for this one game. So a little bit of a rough call there. Allen Robinson still not doing good. We had to start Jamal Williams. That's rough. Christian McCaffrey going out in that league has hurt us big time. Bigly. That's a bigly loss right there. See the league matchups. Looking like Media might get his first. So we might be the only winless team left in there. McCaffrey going down is definitely going to kill us there. And Allen Robinson not performing. There's just a lot playing into that that's not good for us at all. So Mitch Wishnowsky missed the extra point attempt, so that makes it 21-13 for the Seahawks leading there. That is sad. I'm going to load up here and just see Deebo Samuel. Let's just make sure I'm not playing against him, because I'm really not 100% sure. It'd be my luck that I am. But or not. Ooh, Myles Gaskin with 3 yards today. Really? Really horrible. I'm probably losing some subscribers based on some of this, but honestly, Myles Gaskin against Indianapolis. What are you doing? Kind of makes me sick to my stomach because I don't really have many other options in that league because it's so deep. So that's not looking good. Let's check some more leagues really quick. Matt Gay missed a field goal. Wow. 46-yard field goal wide right. Some kicks being missed right now. Mason Crosby made his 29-yard field goal, but Matt Gay misses it. And the ball goes back to Arizona now. They're on their own 27-yard line, first 10. Wow. So it's still 27-13 there. Still a 14-point game for the Cardinals. That's pretty interesting. Alrighty, we got a 16-yard pass to DK Metcalf. He is getting some work. Good for DK Metcalf owners. That is why they drafted him so highly. IDP-wise, not getting good production out of my IDP players for the first time. And Najee Harris has 3.1 points. That is also just killing my production in that league. Travis Kelce going for 6.3 also didn't help. That's a weird league just because the best teams aren't necessarily at the top in that one, which is kind of interesting. It's been that kind of season, though, with all the injuries and things of that sort. I'm sure you guys are also having that same sort of issue where you have some weaker teams at the top and your better teams aren't necessarily up there. Your better teams, your better players, they're not producing the same. Yeah, really struggling here. Teddy Bridgewater is out with a concussion. Drew Lock started the second half and will finish the game. So that's rough for Teddy Bridgewater owners. And, well, I mean, honestly, it could be bad for anyone who has like Sutton or Tim Patrick. It might actually look better for Noah Fant and stuff. Let's see, a 14-yard pass to Mark Andrews. He had a 6-yard pass to Najee Harris and 6-yard rush. Or no, that's a pass to Chase Edmonds as well. Yeah, Drew Lock. I don't know how that really affects them. I think it hurts Patrick. I think it may help Sutton. That's an interesting issue there. Really sad that I have such good teams that are not doing well in these. Just really sad, guys. Depressing. You know, you work so hard, do so much research, and then injuries just take you over, and then you have players that just go off against you, and that makes it really difficult. Really difficult. Yeah, when you have a team that obviously has the better roster, that makes it really difficult when you lose games because your team's just not performing. Odell Beckham finished with 4.2 points. Not good. Not good, guys. Yeah, so going to be another rough week. I mean, I know the first 2 weeks I was 4-10. I forgot to add it up last week and see what I actually finished at. So I didn't add it up last week. I think I was closer to 5-5. Interesting. Okay. Kyler Murray with a 4-yard rush. Guys, there's just not much going on. That Seahawks 49ers is already to the end of the third quarter. So that game is flying along. Cardinals Rams is at 4 minutes left in the third. So that's still quite a bit of time there, honestly. That Seahawks 49ers game just rolling. So right now we have a timeout. We have a punt that just went, so that's a TV timeout. Oh, there we go. The Seahawks 49ers just came back. Ravens Broncos is go. So, again, sorry about the second slate of games. Only being 4 games is kind of tough. Luckily, there's some interesting games. I mean, most of them, well, no. I mean, they're all within like 10 points. The Cardinals Rams 14 points. So there's still going to be some fantasy production here. There's no blowouts. So that's good because you want this fantasy production. Other than I was kind of hoping the Seahawks would be blowing out the 49ers a little bit more to give Chris Carson some more rushing yards and get maybe Kittle some more receiving yards there for the Niners. Again, Trey Lance is in over Garoppolo when they're on offense because Garoppolo hurt his calf. And there was just a timeout in that game. They just came back. They just started that quarter. It's 14:57 left in the fourth, and they just took a timeout. So Seattle's first timeout. And they're at a timeout in the Cardinals-Rams game. There was just a punt in this Packers game, so they're at a TV timeout. Ravens-Broncos has been on this 5-yard penalty now for quite some time. So I don't know what's going on there exactly. Yeah, I'm not sure. Bum, 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 bum. That's what I got right now. That was lame, but it's what I got. So looks like Lamar Jackson got sacked, and then they are now punting it away to the Broncos. The Broncos have it now 1st and 10 from their own 35-yard line. Another incomplete pass to DK Metcalf, really 3rd and 1 from the San Francisco 44-yard line. So they're on San Francisco's side of the field, 3rd and 1. They haven't been running the ball super great. Chris Carson hasn't, at least. Alex Collins, not bad, not horrible. So interesting. AJ Green with another 12-yard reception. AJ Green getting some really good looks. So this matchup is really playing to AJ Green's advantage. 11-yard pass to Devontae Adams. It was actually a screen pass behind the line of scrimmage. and he just took it straight up the field there for 11 yards. So Chris Carson gets a 3-yard rush. That's a 1st and 10 from the San Francisco 41-yard line now. So they keep that drive alive. So that's good. That's 14. 52 left in the 4th quarter, but that clock is running, so that's not completely accurate. And A.J. Dillon gets a 3-yard rush. The Broncos are about to have the ball on the 35-yard line. And then Kyler Murray with a 25-yard pass to Max with 2 X's, Williams. So Max all the way down to the LA Rams 8-yard line. It'll be 1st and goal from the 8. And additionally, A.J. Dillon just popped through the line, straight up the middle. It'll be 1st and goal from, it looks like, about the 3-yard line is where he got tackled. Looked like he was about to score, but they tripped him up there. No, maybe closer to the 2-yard line. Yeah, that'll be about the 2-yard line. 1st and goal, A.J. Dillon. He's still on the field, so that's disappointing for Aaron Jones owners there, that A.J. Dillon is still on the field. They're in shotgun right now, and so it'll be interesting. Looks like a run play still, though. We'll see. Nope, they fake it to A.J. Dillon. Looks like they're trying. Oh my gosh, guys. Oh, crazy. Okay, once again, Randall Cobb. Wow. And that is Aaron Rodgers' 420th passing touchdown. So it ties Dan Marino for 6th all time. But, guys, the story here is more like Randall Cobb, right? Like, he was being held. That was a weird play. Randall Cobb. Jeez, OP, guys. How crazy is that? Don't forget, Drew Lock is in for the Broncos. Javonte Williams gets a 10-yard rush. James Conner gets a 2-yard rush. They are on the 1-yard line. That'll be 3rd and goal from the 1 for the Cardinals. They can go up by 3 scores, 3 touchdowns right there if they get in. Tyler Lockett incomplete for the Seahawks. And out of shotgun, they hand it to James Conner once again up the middle for a touchdown. James Conner, the goal line vulture, getting the touchdowns. He gets all those goal line carries. And if you're a Chase Edmonds owner, you're pissed. I would be. This is the 2nd week in a row that this is happening. Really hardcore, right? So let's check out those running stats here and just kind of see the workload there. You've got Chase Edmonds getting 6 carries for 37 yards. James Conner has 14 carries. He's got 14 to Chase Edmonds 6, right, for 36 yards and 2 touchdowns. Wow. Additionally, if you have Chris Carson, Alex Collins up the middle for 14 yards and a touchdown, you are not happy. I am not happy that Alex Collins is getting that kind of volume today. He was in the red zone here, so that is not good. Let's look and see what that workload looks like. Alex Collins with 9 carries and Chris Carson with 12. That's weird, man. I don't know about that. Alex Collins also has 2 receptions for 34 yards. So not great by any means, right? Because no one in the right mind is starting Alex Collins. Hopefully it's just a 1-week thing. The thing about James Conner is that's turning out to be like the thing, right? So if you have Chase Edmonds, let's come over to my chat here. This guy who traded Dalvin Cook, Ridley, and Logan Thomas for Claypool for Darren Waller, Edmonds, and D-Hop, looking worse and worse. And the reason I say that is, yes, you upgraded Ridley to D-Hop, but Ridley's going to come along, I feel like. Logan Thomas to Darren Waller. Yeah, it's an upgrade, but that's easier than finding a running back like Dalvin Cook, right? Like, wow. Because you got an obvious workhorse there with Dalvin Cook, and those pretty much don't exist anymore. And Edmonds is essentially hardly even a flex. So unless you just had a bunch of running backs, like that's looking worse and worse, right? So not super exciting about that. Chris Carson pissing me off. Traded for him and Allen Robinson this week in the same trade with Swift. Traded away Swift and Odell Beckham. Maybe. I think that sounds right. For Allen Robinson, Chris Carson, and pretty much all four of those players have been pretty worthless today. So I think we get that one in the long run, but geez, I'm ready for that run to get here. That's rough goings for sure. So I'm gonna check on my alerts here. Aaron Rodgers putting up some points today, getting quite a few touchdowns, keeping me in some games for sure. Let's see, Najee Harris getting a decent run here. Not bad. Okay, so Matt Stafford completes a Van Jefferson for 8 yards. Javonte Williams gets a pass for 5 yards. Najee Harris had a 3-yard run, and then this one is going to be a little further than that. So Aaron Rodgers is doing good against me. That's why Kyle's score keeps going up. Got it. And he also has Matt Prater, who has just got 12 points, which is higher than Michael Carter got for me, and higher than Jalen Reagor, higher than Chris Carson, higher than Travis Kelce. So this kicker is outscoring everyone on my team. It's bad. It's really bad. So it's just another one of those weeks. I've had that kind of week every week in that league. So that's sad. What are you going to do? At least some of these other teams are also not scoring super high all of a sudden. They were projected really high and now not. So Matt Stafford completes 7 yards to Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp not getting those same plays that he was in weeks past. 12 yards to Deontay Johnson, who has actually had a pretty good day, even though I didn't think he was going to. So having a good day there. For sure. I'm going to text Kyle and see how he's doing. I haven't heard from him. So I'm curious to see how he's doing today. He's been sick all week, so knew he wasn't going to be on today, which was really disappointing. But luckily, again, we had Johnny from JV Show on earlier. And before that, we had so we had Johnny from JV Show. Oh, we had Ben from Fantasy Shot Callers was on for our pregame special, giving pregame advice. So much appreciated to those guys for popping on here and being some guests, so that you didn't have to listen to me just all damn day, right? Because that's a lot. Trust me, I'm tired of hearing me literally talking just constantly I'm at 6 hours and 34 minutes. So it's quite a bit. Quite a bit, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I'm tired of me. Just tired, if I'm being honest. Trey Lance, not doing great. Latavius Murray with a 3-yard rush. No big chunk yards there. Van Jefferson with a 22-yard reception from Matt Stafford. So Van Jefferson getting some work there. Trey Lance got sacked. Lamar Jackson incomplete to Devin Duvernay. Is Bateman back this week? I feel like Bateman was maybe coming back this week. Can't remember. I'm excited to get off here, guys, after this. Gonna take the kiddo out to a pumpkin patch somewhere. I guess we need to go pick out some pumpkins. So I'm excited about that. He's 18 months old, so this will be his second Halloween. But last Halloween got ruined because the whole family got COVID, including him. So he was 7 months old and got COVID. So it was an interesting Halloween. Didn't really get to go enjoy it. We were going to go to the zoo. They have a big haunt the zoo thing, and we didn't get to go to that. So just kind of messed up his whole first Halloween, which is disappointing. We got an 8-yard reception by Cooper Kupp. And Lamar Jackson passed 8 yards to James Proche. That's kind of weird. I don't know. Najee Harris got a negative 1 yard reception here, but in a PPR league, not bad. You don't mind getting that because you're still getting 0.9 points, right? So not too shabby. Got some ugly scores going on in this league, in our 14-team league. My game is definitely the ugliest right now. Just a lot of players just not performing up to par, right? Like Chuba Hubbard getting 7 points in this league. George Kittle has 6. Kyle Pitts got 7. Jalen Waddle 4.5. Devontae Adams has 7.5. Joe Mixon 12.5. Greg Zuerlein only gets 6. And it's just not great. Luckily, I had Jalen Hurts get me 33. But for my opponent, Cortland Sutton has 2. Travis Kelce has 4. Myles Gaskin got him 0 because he had 3 yards rushing today. So he got him 0 points. It's just not good, guys. Not good. He had Patrick Mahomes that got him 41 points. That's it. That is it. He still has Brandon Bolden to go, Mike Evans, Henry Ruggs. So he's got a couple players yet to go, but it's not looking great. Got a health update from Kyle. Alan Lazard got a pretty good catch there for 28 yards from Aaron Rodgers. Everything else, a bunch of incomplete passes all around. So okay, let's see. Incomplete to Cooper Kupp, incomplete to this person, incomplete that one. Hey, Devin Duvernay getting a 7-yard reception. Aaron Jones fumbles the ball. TJ Watt. TJ Watt recovers. Okay. So I missed that. I was sitting here watching, but I was texting Kyle, getting a health update, seeing how he's feeling. And then here I am. Just chilling. Okay, here we go. Lamar Jackson, 8 yards to that James Proche guy. Again, I don't know who that is. James Proche the second. Matt Stafford gets an 8-yard rush. So that's good for Matty boy. Oh, let's see, guys. It's only been 5 minutes since I looked at the clock last. That's not good. Camera's red. I got that sun coming in, and it's looking like my face is getting red. That's some weird coloration there. Let me see if I adjust it. Okay. I swear I'm touching this. Turn that light off, that ring light. Maybe. There we go. I don't think it's going to matter because it's not really like. Okay, that works, whatever. Anywho, let's come back over here and see if anything has actually happened. Matt Stafford with a 5-yard rush. So just rush. But they're down on the Arizona 8. First and goal on the Arizona 8. The Rams driving score. There's 14 minutes left in that game. And, yeah. So I don't see them coming back, but at least make it interesting and get us some garbage fantasy points, am I right? They're trying to dump it off back to Najee Harris, kind of like last week when it just over and over again, just Najee Harris. That was just a bad pass from Ben Roethlisberger behind Najee, so really no chance at catching that. Seahawks just punted the ball back to the 49ers, so they'll have it for a little bit here. Maybe Kittle can get some production. We'll see. We shall see. Who's that? Freiermuth. Okay, Freiermuth with about an 11-yard reception, so that'll get them going there. Keep that drive alive. Trey Lance with a 3-yard rush. Matt Stafford with a 7-yard rush, so he gets down to the 1-yard line. Looks like they tried a quarterback sneak because Matt Stafford then rushed for no gain. So they are at 4th and goal on the Arizona 1. They will go for it because they're down by 21 points at this point in the 4th quarter. So I suspect they'll go for that. Again, Trey Lance had a 3-yard rush, so they're on their own 23, 2nd and 7. I'll be curious to see what the Rams do here. I'm surprised they're not handing anything to Darrell Henderson. That's kind of strange. An 11-yard pass completion to James Washington. The Rams pass incomplete to Tyler Higbee. So that red zone offense just screwed that up pretty good. Cardinals get it back on their own 1-yard line. My guess is James Robinson is in here to try to power it off of the goal line. Just a guess. And Pittsburgh throwing to Deontay Johnson there on a quick slant route. That'll be the last play of the 3rd quarter. Just kind of dinking and dunking their way down the field right now. So nothing big there at all. So you've got a turnover on downs, the Cardinals, Rams. You got a timeout in the Seahawks 49ers. You got end of the quarter in the Ravens Broncos game and the Steelers Packers also at the end of a quarter. So there is a break there. So that's good. Kyle's just got a really bad cough. He's feeling a lot better, just a really bad cough. So we don't want to have him on stream here coughing up a storm, so you have to listen to that. That doesn't sound fun at all. I'm going to resituate here and try to get a little healthy. That Rams offense, 13 points today. Not great. Not great. Trey Lance gets a 6-yard rush. I wish I was able to see that because I'd be curious if these are designed rushes or if he's scrambling, like if he's just giving up on the play too quickly. I'd be curious to know, like, why he's rushing the ball for these short rushes so much, right? I assume that that's a scramble right there because it was 3rd and 7. He gets a 6-yard rush. Now it's 4th and 1. I don't see them designing a run right there on 3rd and 7 for him, but I could be wrong. It seems like he's rushing the ball a little too much. It's just what it seems. Got my throat. Take a break. There's nothing going on. Kind of missing Josh today. I figured Josh would come in here and chit chat a little bit, but he must be busy. Not a problem. We have some regulars in here come in and chit chat. Maybe giving some bad advice today. Well, he did say he unsubscribed because I didn't pick Mike Williams. So maybe he wasn't joking. Possible. It was Mike Williams. I have not shown Mike Williams very much love, so Josh Schimmel may actually have unsubscribed from me for that. I say me, from us here at the Fantasy Football Network. We have about 8 or 9 content creators at the moment working together, trying to bring you some quality, fresh content. Things will be moving forward with a lot of that in the future. Big things to come for the Fantasy Football Network. Just getting our feet wet this year, and by next year, things will be rolling hardcore, guys. So stay tuned for that news. Just looking here. This is actually wrong. I'm just looking at this, what used to be Roto World. It says Tommy Tremble is not targeting Carolina's week 4 loss to Dallas. That's not true. He was targeted one time, got the crap knocked out of him, dropped the ball. They threw a BS flag. Then he got hit shoulder to shoulder, so that's actually not true. Cole Beasley, 2 for 2 for 16 yards. Weird. Robbie Anderson is actually 5 of 11 targets, 46 yards. That's 11 targets is a lot. Nick Westbrook-Akeem was 3 for 8 targets for 29 yards. That offense looks terrible today. Antonio Gibson, 14 rushes, 63 yards, and a touchdown. 2 catches for 12 yards. Now, that's disappointing. Antonio Gibson should be catching more than 2 catches for 12 yards, for sure. Justin Tucker makes a 46-yard field goal. I do not have Justin Tucker in any leagues, but if you do, that's 8 points I can think of off the top of my head just for field goals. And then he has 2 extra points on top of that. So he's looking at about 10 points right now. Gonna see, getting updates on different stuff. I have Aaron Rodgers. I need Aaron Rodgers to do good to win me a league, but I need Aaron Rodgers to do bad so that I don't lose in a league. Right now he's right in between, so that I'm not winning in either one. What are the odds of that? You know? So I actually need Najee Harris to do better. Bobby Wagner not scoring points hardcore this week like usual. He usually gets me lots of points, but none of my linebackers. I'd be doing bad with any of them, and I have some of the best. Bobby Wagner, one of the best in the league, of course, and then just not performing up to the right caliber there. So really struggling in a lot of my leagues. My watch telling me it's time for me to stand up. It doesn't know what's going on. I'm sorry. There's football on TV, and I'm talking about football. So, you know me. Stand up. You stand up, watch. James Conner with a 7-yard rush, and Trey Lance with a 7-yard rush. So let's see what's going on here. Oh, rushers. James Conner I guess he owns that backfield now. That's concerning, guys. That's very concerning, honestly. So, yeah, James Conner with a 4-yard rush. Deebo Samuel with a 1-yard rush. That's a 1st and 10 for the Seahawks now. I believe that was 4th down for the 49ers. They are struggling for sure. I mean, you bring Trey Lance in the middle of the game. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Noah Fant gets a 6-yard catch from Drew Lock. So Drew Lock coming into the game did not help anyone. Alex Collins, I guess, is the running back in that backfield now. So they're winning by 15 with 6 minutes left to go. And I guess he's the man. Dak got 4 touchdown passes today. Dak Prescott, that's pretty good. Both New York teams got their first wins today, both in overtime. Wow. Chase Edmonds gets a 14-yard rush. Chris Carson gets a 1-yard rush. So both guys we were worried about both get a rush. One does good, one does not. Chris Carson not getting good production today. Wouldn't mind him breaking a good 52-yard touchdown run here. Yeah, 52 yards what it would be. So come on, Carson, just break me one. Is that too much to ask? Is that asking too much? Guys, if there's anything I'm getting good at, it's talking to myself. Chase Edmonds with an 11-yard rush. So he's getting some chunk yards here. The Rams defense is not stopping the Cardinals. The Cardinals team just looks really good this year, guys. Not going to lie. Really liking that team this year. Cardinals are looking solid. Their offense looks good. I mean, they have 34 points today, and their defense looks solid with 13 points today. That Cardinals team looks good, guys. Really good. So now we got the ball back in Aaron Rodgers' hands. They're up by 17 with 12 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Still a lot of time left in this game to only be up by 17 points. But, boy, I think we all know that that's going to be really hard for Pittsburgh to come back. I mean, they only scored 10 points so far, so how are they going to score 17 unanswered points to even tie this game? You know, it's not really looking good. Latavius Murray with a 4-yard rush. Yeah, I'm about to be 0-4 in my Roll Tide League. I'm thinking about start selling off some players for some draft picks. Jeez, 0-4 is going to be hard to recover from. Really hard. Because means I'm going to have to win a lot of games in a row to make the playoffs. Because only the top 6 out of the 10 make the playoffs. That is not looking good, guys. Not looking good. I'm going to have some teams really suck to come back from that. I'm going to start 0-4 in our Vegas league as well, probably, because Chris Carson, again, not doing anything. George Kittle not doing anything. Yeah, that's really tough. Chris Carson, 3.6 points. Chase Edmonds, 1-yard rush. Latavius Murray rush for no gain. Take up some big back. Let's see. Odell Beckham only had 4.1 and Swift had 6.9. So no one's getting anything out of the players that were traded. We got the most out of Allen Robinson, which that tells you the kind of day that those running backs are having. Swift had a really, really bad day as well. So, ouch. And over there, 7 o'clock. He's at the top scoring team, but Cooper Kupp letting him down today. Chuba Hubbard letting him down. Travis Kelce letting him down. Adam Thielen letting him down. So he's been tearing it up. I mean, you can imagine the points that he's been getting from Adam Thielen and Cooper Kupp, Travis Kelce. He's been scoring a ton of points, right? He just has the right recipe there. Tom Brady. And this week, just not. He's not doing great. So, yeah, we're looking to lose in there by about 12 points at the moment. That's another one we have Aaron Rodgers. So, but again, Aaron Rodgers is doing just enough to not win me 2 leagues and just enough to still beat me in another league. So that's a rough go for sure. And trying to see if anyone else is doing bad. Someone else is going to be 1-3. Hopefully they're 1-3, so that helps me. Hopefully they're 1-3. They'll be 1-3. Okay, so there's a lot of 1-3 teams. I'll be 0-4. So I'll still be able to, if my team turns it on at some point, I'll still be able to make it. My IR right now has A.J. Brown and Jerry Jeudy in it. Tyson Williams and Elijah Mitchell have both kind of let me down. Travis Kelce let me down today. But my wide receivers, Ridley has let me down. Jalen Reagor, I had to put in. Michael Carter finally kind of produced today in my flex spot. It's just been a rough go. There's been a lot of injuries. So what are you going to do about that, you know? It's tough. That's tough. Okay. Matt Prater made a 23-yard field goal. So just kind of putting the nail in the coffin. Kyle going to beat me well tight. I will be 0-4 over there. Mohamed Sanu gets a 12-yard pass from Trey Lance. Eric Ebron with a 4-yard reception from Ben Roethlisberger. My baby not happy downstairs, probably wanting some food of some sort and throwing a fit while it's being made, because why would he be patient at all? 3-yard rush by Najee Harris. Yeah, not being patient at all. Kendall Hinton from Drew Lock. Don't even know who Kendall Hinton is, but that's a 13-yard catch there. So, kiddo not happy. Guys, it is coming up on 6 o'clock. I am going to wrap it at 6 o'clock. I want to take my kiddo to go get some pumpkins before it gets dark. And so that's probably what I'm going to do today. With sicknesses and things like that, I did not have it slated to be on here all day, but you know, it is what it is, and I wanted to keep on for you guys. So I am going to wrap this early. It is, I will be reaching 7 hours. I will end this at 7 hours on the dot. So we started at 11 o'clock on the dot. So that'll be a 7-hour stream, and that's what I'm going to stick with. So I've got about 35 seconds here. Javonte Williams gets a 3-yard pass. Mohamed Sanu with that 12-yard pass. Robert Woods gets a 7-yard pass. And James Washington with an 11-yard pass. Robert Woods been struggling, guys. Been struggling. Hoping he gets it together, but when the whole offense struggles like today, that's not the day he's going to get it together. So, yeah, that's rough for sure. And looking like I still made the right call on Latavius Murray over Javonte Williams. So I'm pretty proud of that. Guys, I'm wrapping this up. It's been fun. My throat hurts from talking so much, but it's been a good time. And we'll see you tomorrow night for the Panthers.